Hello and welcome into the YouTube live stream. For everybody tuning in, I appreciate you for being here. Of course, I'd also like to welcome in the 4.5 thousand people that have already joined us over on TikTok. Thank you so much for giving me some of the time of your day as well. And if you are one of the very first people in here, make sure to say what's good in that live chat. First and foremost, I know that there's a lot of people that watch these live streams once they're over, posted as a VOD on YouTube. I was looking at my live stream from yesterday. There's actually already been around 30,000 people who watched it after the fact. So if that's you, make sure to drop a comment in the comment section down below. Now, if you've never been here before, we debate Trump supporters. We try to get them from the pro-Trump side history to the anti-Trump side history. I mean, it's just good versus evil at this point. And we also like to go over the breaking news. And today, of course, there is a lot to cover. First order of business, if you've been paying attention at all, you know yesterday an ICE agent in Minneapolis murdered an American woman by the name of Renee Good. Today, that ICE agent has been identified by the Minneapolis Star-Tribune as Officer Jonathan Ross. His identity is now public. It is being reported by the local news outlets and is now working its way up into the mainstream media publications. This broke less than an hour and a half ago. His name is Jonathan Ross. I would like to add on here that if we're just making a simple observation, the safest place for Jonathan Ross right now is prison. So, Jonathan Ross, if you're out there looking out for your own safety, might be a good idea just to turn yourself in. Now, of course, I support peace. I support pacifism and law and order, and I think that you should be justly prosecuted for your crimes in a court of law. And I think that's maybe a really good reason why you should turn yourself in. Now, outside of that, we are witnessing one of the largest crash outs and just bold-face, I don't know, lies. Witnessing a series of bold-faced lies from the current administration. Donald Trump is collapsing. J.D. Vance is collapsing. Kristi Noem is collapsing. They are scrambling right now, trying to convince you to believe their narrative that what happened yesterday was anything but murder. And they are scrambling hard because guess what? The country is not buying it. So many people across the United States of America, including, by the way, people on the right, we spoke to them yesterday, are rejecting the notion, more so the narrative, that Renee Good was a quote-unquote domestic terrorist that was trying to kill the ICE agents like Kristi Noem, J.D. Vance, and Trump would lead you to believe. Because we don't reject the evidence of our eyes and ears. On top of calling her a domestic terrorist that wanted to kill the ICE agents, yesterday Donald Trump said that he was surprised the ICE agent that murdered her was still alive. Once again, asking you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. I'm very, very grateful for the people who had boots on the ground that recorded what happened. Because if we didn't, how many more people would be believing the lies? They're scrambling right now. J.D. Vance did a press conference from the media room today at the White House where he tried to tell you that the law enforcement officers were the victims, that the ICE agents were the victims, and that the only victim Renee Good was made into was one by the radical left that convinced her to be a domestic terrorist as a mother of three. Don't believe the bullshit. Don't believe the lies. They're willing to say and do whatever they can to try to convince you to go to their side. And it is absolutely disgusting. It is absolutely, undeniably fucking disgusting. And I'm really happy that many Americans are waking up. I'm really happy that this is an inflection point for so many people who, for somehow, I don't know, continued to support Trump, and that we're now seeing the collapse of his administration. And come midterms, I think we're going to see a blue wave uncomparable to any other in our lifetime. So we already have our very first Trump supporter of the day loaded in. Their name is Roger. Thanks for being here. Ali, thank you for the illuminated TV. Roger, the mic and the floor are yours. Guess what I want to ask you about? What are your thoughts on this deceitful, putrid narrative being pushed by the Trump administration that Renee Good was a domestic terrorist and that they're surprised the officer who murdered her wasn't killed?
Yeah, actually, I'm a little taken aback, Dean, given that you're a liberal, that you would appeal to something that the Nazis used to do. It was called Schutzhaft, and it's basically protective custody. That's what you would probably call it in English. And it was a primary legal facade that the Nazis used to get the Jews to incarcerate themselves because they would say, you know, the safest place for you to be, because the German people are so angry at you, is to turn yourself in into a prison and we can hold you indefinitely. That's exactly what the Nazis Germany did. And I'm a little surprised that you would try to bypass the legal system, take away the presumption of innocence of people just because you think that this officer committed a crime. So I think the Nazi is coming out on you, Dean.
Okay, so I just want to clarify. You're calling me a Nazi because I made a hyperbolic joke about the safest place where Jonathan Ross could be is if he were to turn himself in. By the way, if he were to turn himself in, that wouldn't be bypassing the criminal justice system. That would be acting in accordance with it. Okay, because it is my perception, which I'm allowed to
You believe
hold,
in protective,
both
you
legally and
believe in American style protective custody.
both legally and socially. Okay, that he is
Do
guilty
you
of
believe in
murder.
protective
So I
custody?
don't think I'm a Nazi for wishing that he would turn himself in for murder.
It's the same thing that the
Yeah.
Nazis did.
So
That's what they
so
told
so
the
so
Jews.
you're a
That's what
Nazi if
they
you
told
think
the
that
Jews
murderers
to,
should turn
to turn
themselves in
themselves
for
in.
murderers?
Has he been convicted of a
And,
crime?
and then you're saying, well, I don't think that you need to be convicted of a crime in order to be socially deemed as X, right? I think that I have good reason and a preponderance of evidence outside of a criminal conviction, inside of a court of law to determine that he's guilty for murder. Okay, right? We don't need a court to determine everything to be true. We just specifically need the court to determine it to be true inside of the legal process. But I'm not a jury. I'm not a judge. Okay, I'm not the executioner. I'm not the imprisoner. I'm not the government. I'm not the legal process. I'm a citizen of the United States of America, and I believe that I have enough evidence to believe that this thing is true. Now, I don't really like this framing of innocent until proven guilty because, from your perspective, you're a hypocrite because even once they're found guilty, you still deny it, like Donald Trump with the civil court that found him guilty for rape. But I find it funny that instead of responding to the question I asked you, you turn around and just labeled me as a Nazi because you're able to point out something similar that you think the Nazis did. I'd like to clarify to you and for everybody watching, no, telling a murderer to turn themselves in for murder, suggesting that it may be a good thing to do, does not make you a Nazi.
The Nazis.
I meant to unmute you. You just happened to unmute yourself a millisecond before I did. Now, I want you to answer my question because I asked you one and I haven't heard an answer. So, the question that I asked you that I want you to answer at this point in time is very simple, Mr. Roger. What are your thoughts on the deceitful, bold-faced, putrid, full of lies narrative that we've seen propagated by the Trump administration with people like Kristi Noem saying that Renee Good was a domestic terrorist who wanted to kill the ICE agents, and people like Trump saying that he surprised the ICE agent who murdered her is alive?
Well, this is being litigated in the media. Obviously, this is the media and the public square is not the place we should determine guilt or innocence. And just to clarify something that you said earlier, the burden of proof in a criminal case is not preponderance of the evidence. It's beyond a reasonable doubt. So whether you think that officer is guilty because of preponderance of the evidence, that doesn't mean anything. That's not how we determine guilt and innocence in this country. It's
So when I say
beyond a reasonable
preponderance of
doubt.
evidence, I'm not using the strict legal definition of the phrase preponderance of evidence. That's me colloquially stating that I believe I have more than enough evidence to believe that he did it. Now, what was your answer to my question?
Okay.
Yeah, because I still don't feel like I've heard
Oh,
one.
well, I thought I did answer your question.
No,
I
because
said
because I asked you what are your thoughts on the putrid, deceitful narrative that we've seen from the Trump administration, and then your response was like, "Well, I mean, I don't think that we should litigate things in the court of public opinion."
yeah. I mean,
How does that
you're
respond
making
into the question that I asked you about the obviously deceitful narrative from Kristi Noem and Trump saying that she was a domestic terrorist who wanted to kill them and that they're surprised that the ICE agent who murdered her is still alive?
Well, she's obviously using hyperbolic language. I have no idea if she's a terrorist. I don't think she would be. I mean,
That's
I don't
not
know.
hyperbolic language. That's the thing, though. Why are you you're willfully just discounting the words that are coming out of the mouthpieces of the presidential administration of the most powerful country that's ever been? It's not hyperbolic language. That is a testimony from Kristi Noem, the department head of the Homeland Security. And by the way, just that other comment that you made, well, I don't think that we should leave it up to the court of public opinion. Well, you're doing what is described as true of a very dystopian future. Because what you were doing is you were denying the evidence, okay, of your eyes and ears. You could watch the clip, you could watch the video, you could hear the shots roaring off, you could see the officer standing to the side of the vehicle with the vehicle's wheels and tires pointed in the opposite direction from the officer, then watch him ring off 3 shots. Clearly, this is not self-defense. And by the way, clearly, this is also in violation of the DOJ policy on use of force. This is reading from Title I of DOJ policy. Quote unquote, firearms may not be discharged solely to disable moving vehicles. Specifically, firearms may not be discharged at moving vehicles unless a person in the vehicle is threatening the officer or another person with deadly force by means other than the vehicle, or 2, the vehicle is operated in a manner that threatens to cause death or serious physical injury, and no other objective reasonable means of defense appear to exist, which includes moving out of the path of the vehicle. Now, I understand that when Renee Good started to move away from the ICE agents, that officer was either really close to being bumped at around 5 miles an hour from her top left bumper, or was bumped at 5 miles an hour from the top left bumper. At that point in time, as seen through the video, he then took 3 steps to the side, got out of the path of the vehicle. At that point in time, there was no reasonable grounds, nor any reasonable basis to then unload his firearm into her head, killing her. That is an act of murder, plain and clear.
Do you want me to respond, or
Yeah.
were you done? Oh, so I mean, it's police officers in court, get they're actually analyzing a totality of circumstances standard, and what a reasonable officer would do in that situation, and they're given a lot of leeway on how to respond. So, I mean, if I had to guess, he's not going to get charged, and even if he was charged, probably not going to get convicted, because the law in those situations, the law doesn't try to take like a Monday morning quarterback position in these type of situations, because in that situation, an officer could reasonably have been in fear of his life. So
Wait, no,
it's going to be hard to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he didn't feel that.
So, point number 1, just being in reasonable fear of your life is not a sufficient standard in accordance with DOJ policy, in accordance with Title I, to justify self-defense. I just want to point that one out. Okay, because once again, in accordance with number 2 under Title I of DOJ policy, quote unquote, the vehicle is operated in a manner that threatens to cause death or serious physical injury, and no other objective reasonable means of defense appears to exist, which includes moving out of the path of the vehicle.
Yeah, I read that. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if this is an old policy, but it seems a little strange that there'd be a carve out for a vehicle. Why wouldn't a vehicle? I mean, officers are run over all the time.
This happens all the time with vehicles. This isn't
exactly.
This isn't like a one-time thing. This isn't like a first-time thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
I agree with you.
This happens all the times with vehicles. Because there has been in the past, unfortunately, people like Renee Good, okay, shot at the hand and killed by police officers, which, by the way, ICE agents aren't police officers. They're
law enforcement.
Which they're not police officers. Which is now given way to sections such as Section 1 and 2 from Title I of DOJ policy. Now, what are your thoughts on Kristi Noem saying that she was a domestic terrorist that wanted to kill him?
I mean, again, I think it's hyperbolic. It's probably even a lie.
Do you think it's a lie? So why is the government lying to the people?
They do that all the time.
So
whether it's
they do it all the time. Do they just lie all the time? So are you okay with them lying?
No, but I mean, you're making a normative argument, and I'm giving you empirical facts that they always lie. I mean, I understand that you would like it that they don't lie.
Wait, I didn't give an argument. I asked a question.
Am I okay with it? I mean, I mean, what? Of course, no one's okay with being lied to, but are they going to do it? Of course, and it's going to continue
Do you
happening.
think that it's a bad thing that the government is lying to you? Do you think it's a bad thing that the government is just hopping to the defense of a man who murdered an American citizen on the streets of Minneapolis?
Well, I mean, it seems like when they're honest and they tell you the truth, it upsets people anyway. So, like for example, when Trump took over Venezuela and said we're going
Oh,
to take over the oil, it upset
oh.
people,
Okay,
but
so
it's
you're
the truth.
basically saying, well, if he was just honest and said that the cop murdered that lady, that would upset people, so he just needs to lie about it and say that it wasn't murder.
Well, I mean, has Trump made a statement about that? I don't know if he
Yeah,
has. I
yeah. He
mean,
said it was
it's not like
self-defense. He said that, she was like a crazy, like radical left person filled with violence and hate, domestic terrorist.
sure. I mean,
Why is it not
the
a red
problem.
line? Why is that not a red line? Like lying about a citizen that was murdered and saying that they're a domestic terrorist, a radical filled with violence and hate.
Because my and your opinion about it is just that. We're just discussing it. What's going to matter is if whether or not he's charged, and they're
But what I'm
basically
asking you
signaling
here is
they're
like,
not going to
well,
charge
you've
him.
already recognized that what the Trump administration has said. Well, no, they've actually what they've signaled is they're not even going to work with local investigators. The FBI is refusing to turn over important evidence to Minneapolis investigators. So it seems like
Exactly.
maybe
So they're
there's a deal.
justifying
There
what
seems like an
they're going to
FBI
do.
cover up involved as well. Now, I mean, that's not the
Sure.
first time the FBI has lied either. Kash Patel has purged himself under oath, in arguing the defense of the claim that, there's no evidence of an individual incriminated with a sex trafficking ring to do with Epstein. So that's nothing new. Now, the
No,
question
yeah.
that
I
I want
mean,
to
I,
ask you
I
here is
agree with you
why is
there.
this
I
not a
mean,
red
they
line? Why is this not a red line for you? The Trump administration, not just lying. Peyton, thank you so much for the interstellar, man. I really appreciate that. Show some love to Peyton down below. Holy crap, thank you so much. But lying right to your goddamn face, okay, to protect and defend the murder of an American citizen by discounting them as a member of the radical political opposition, labeling them as a domestic terrorist that wanted to kill ICE agents, okay, and then attempting to shine a positive light upon that ICE agent by also lying, saying, "Oh, I'm just so it's insane that he's alive," saying that it was self-defense and she was just a member of the radical left filled with violence and hate. I mean, do you have an answer insofar as why this isn't a red line for you?
Because people, if it is as you're saying, where he's just lying, and then that constitutes libel, or what is it? No, slander. Sorry, it constitutes slander, and the family, if it's untrue, completely untrue, they can sue and figure out what they're gonna do from there. Of
This guy's
course,
just not
there's
answering my
freedom of speech in
questions.
this country.
I'm not asking you what the legal recourse would be for the family to sue Trump. I'm asking you, why is this not a red line for you in your support for Trump? Huh.
Because the government has lied to us all the time. I'm more concerned. I actually agree with you on something. I'm more concerned about the Epstein
We've
list.
never seen an administration lie like Trump's. The largest lie ever told by a sitting American president, right, was his denial of the outcome of the last election. Over 30,000 lies in his first term alone. Honestly, it just seems like you don't care. It seems like you don't care that the Trump administration is undermining the safety of American citizens. It seems like you don't care that a citizen was executed in broad daylight at the hand of an ICE agent who's now being defended by the administration. It seems like you don't care that that could be you. Because Donald Trump and his administration went on national TV, started drafting their headlines before they even knew the identity or the political affiliation of the person executed, right? It seems like you just don't care at all. If you want me to be honest, you just don't give a
Well, it
shit.
wouldn't. I could tell you, it wouldn't be me because if an officer came up to me and tried to open my door, I would not try to drive away. So it wouldn't be me.
Well, a point that I'd like to bring up here is how the hell do we know that she knew they were officers? When I was thinking about this last night, if I were to put myself in her shoes, okay, and I'm like in my car, and then all of a sudden a plain looking truck, okay, with like no markings, rolls up, stops, four people get out, right, and then the first thing I see is guns and masks and glasses, and then one's running up to my door and grabbing the handle, telling me to get out. Like, I do understand that, it said, police, DHS on their vests. But in that scenario, like, I'm not going to be reading their vests. I'm going to be looking out for my own safety. Now, I'm not going to say for sure that she didn't know that they're ICE agents, because once again, all that she would need to know in order to know that is to read their vests. But I'm also just not going to say for sure that she did know they were ICE agents.
Well, I mean, you're speculating. I mean, we don't know at this point. Which is why I'm not gonna jump the gun
You
and
just
say
agreed
he's
with my
guilty of murder.
you just agreed with my quote unquote speculation. You just said, Dean, you're speculating, but I agree with your conclusion because it's right. We don't know if she knew that they're ICE agents.
Right. So I'm not going to make the additional claim that you're making that he's guilty, that the officer's guilty of
Actually,
murder.
no, you
Because
pre-assumed that she knew that they're ICE agents when you said if agents come up to my car, just get out.
right. I mean, I think she did know, but for argument's sake,
Even
let's say
assuming that she
didn't
did
know.
know and she were to like flee, can we agree that murdering someone for fleeing is excessive force?
Sure, as an idea, but I mean, obviously, they're not that when this situation is analyzed, we look at the totality of circumstances, not the concept of running away.
Well, I don't know. Let's analyze this real quick. Do you think that that vehicle is putting that agent's life in harm's way?
I don't know if you've ever been hit by a car, but
Can you
I
tell
haven't
me?
either, so I can't speak a personal opinion. But I imagine
No, no, no.
it's a very
I want
serious
you to speak.
feeling.
I want you to speak on personal opinion. Look at where the agent is, and look at the direction the car is heading in. Also, considering the location of the car, do you think that that vehicle is putting that agent's life in the way of imminent harm or threat of death?
Yeah, I mean, this this picture is a little misleading, Dean. That is not that is not the moment
What do
that
you
the
mean?
person analyzed.
This is a still shot of the video where he rang off, either his second or third shot. So
Sure,
now,
sure.
please tell me, at this point, when he was shooting her in her head, all right, is this ICE agent, was he in, the path of imminent bodily harm or death?
You mean what this? I mean, assuming he's shooting right there. I mean,
It's not assuming he was shooting right there. Do you want to watch the video and watch him shoot
Sure,
right there?
yeah.
Right, because
The video would be
that's
far
not
more.
an assumption, because we have the fucking video. So yes or
Exactly.
no?
The
Tell me.
video- the
I want
video would be
you to
probably better
I want you to
evidence.
tell me. Okay, from this still shot. It's a still shot of one of the times he rung off one of his shots and shot her in the head. What was he in the path of imminent harm's way or death?
At that moment right there, obviously he's not.
Okay, so then obviously, right, that shot that he took in that still frame, right, and hit her in the head was unjustified, correct? Even from
Well,
your own
you're
perspective.
assuming that shot hit her in the head. We haven't got the autopsy. We don't know if that shot or the first shot hit her.
Oh,
in the head, do
yeah,
we?
right. Well, I guess, he kind of just did have his gun pointed at her head and he pulled the trigger, but I can't assume that it hit her her in the head, right? So
Well, we don't
basically,
know.
right. So basically, what you're saying is because it's possible that the shot missed her head and one of the other ones hit her head and killed her. That it's actually just not wrong and totally defensible to point your gun at somebody's head and pull the trigger as long as it misses.
No, but I mean, again, these are.
It doesn't matter if
these
another one hits as
situations
long
are
as that one
analyzed.
misses.
This is analyzed under the totality of circumstances. Officers are trained not to shoot one shot, to shoot several shots. So I'm assuming, it's very likely that the fact that he shot 2 or 3 or 4 is not going to make a difference.
Okay,
legally
so
speaking.
he was just like following the car and then shooting in through the driver's side window because it was an
Sure.
act of self-defense.
Obviously, I don't know if he's going to say this, but his lawyer is probably going to say that he kept shooting because there was other officers down the road, and he needed to neutralize the threat to his fellow officers. So, I mean, that's most likely what
Okay.
this is gonna argue.
So basically, if you're driving a vehicle and there's ICE agents within a block radius, it's okay for those ICE agents to kill you because you might end up hitting one of them.
I mean, again, it's a totality of circumstance. I don't know. Who
Can you
was on
answer
the other
that
side. I
question?
don't know there are other officers down the road.
Can you answer
I'm
that
just saying,
question?
I'll admit I'm speculating what they're going to argue.
But
that's
that
probably gonna be the
speculation is
argument.
like fucking gross, disgusting, and obviously
Sure.
false. Because what your
Absolutely.
speculation implies.
Lawyers
listen to me
do
here.
that all the time.
Listen to me here.
Lawyers are
What-
lawyers make
listen to what I'm
crappy
saying here.
arguments like
Listen.
that.
Oh, so you admit that you have a crappy argument. Cool. So what your speculation is implying here is that if you're driving a car and you're within a block radius of ICE agents, it's totally okay for them to shoot you in your head because you might hit them.
Again, you're setting up a straw man argument. We don't know what the situation was there. We don't know if there was an officer on the other side of the truck. I mean, we'll learn more obviously.
You
when we get more
pig, that
videos,
wasn't
but
a
right
straw
now,
man. That's
we
what you
don't know
said.
What's there?
You pig.
Huh?
That was not a straw man. That's what you said. You said that, well, maybe he was justified in
I know,
shooting
but
her
you're
because there's
framing
ICE
it as
agents
like a
down the
theory.
road.
You're framing it as a straw man, meaning like I would have to then defend like what feet, or how many feet? That's we don't know. I
What do you
can't
think?
defend that
You just
position
using that phrase
because I
straw
don't
man.
know.
Do you even know what that phrase means? What's a straw man?
Yeah, like setting up a easily defensible argument, so that the other person is stuck on the ground that's like easily can be taken down. So you could say
No. Easily defeating your argument's not a straw man.
or setting up a weak argument. Or I mean, I think maybe I'm not using the right verbiage for me to make my point right now. But the point is that you're setting up a straw man argument saying, oh, so if any officer's down.
You don't even know what a straw man is. And it's not the argument I set up. That's the one you set up. We're going to move on to the next guest here, y'all. Only up inside of it, Q, if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We got Matthew loading up in. We're just looking for some debates, folks. Hello, do you support Trump?
No, not at all. I just wanted to say, Roger, you're stupid, and yeah.
Kill it. Fuck yeah. Moving on to the next guest, y'all. We're going to get that next Trump supporter loaded up in the box right now, folks. What a crazy first guest, dude. They're just in full bold-faced denial. That whole time, he was just repeating the same shit that we read from George Orwell, okay? That we need to deny the evidence of our eyes and ears, all right? The court of public opinion is not one in which should litigate the circumstances of this murder. And we just need to, forgo our own senses. Completely detestable. Absolutely putrid. Over on Venmo, Clara.
Detestable. Oh. Absolutely putrid.
Yo.
Over on Venmo, Clara.
Hi, do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
Okay, give me a second here to thank a couple people, then I'll pass the mic to you. First and foremost, Clara, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo, who says, Vance just said in a press conference that the shooter would have absolute immunity. Okay, well, now according to the administration governing over this country, if you're an ICE agent and you execute somebody, you have absolute immunity to do so. See, that is the environment in which allows this to occur, okay? That is the environment in which leads to the execution of citizens, of people. That's the environment which leads to the detainment of citizens. That's the environment which leads to the illegal deportation of immigrants with no due process to a center for terrorists in El Salvador. This is a cog in the machine of modern-day American fascism. It absolutely is. And for everyone, I just saw one person in the chat say good. You just wait until it's yourself. Because what's preventing it from being yourself? Donald Trump said it was self-defense and totally justified less than an hour after it happened. We didn't know the identity of the victim. We didn't know their political affiliation. We didn't know any of these things. What if it was you? He would have been saying the same things. And I hope that you would have been rotting in your grave from fucking hell saying, well, thank you, Trump, for defending my murder. Jojo, thank you for the $5 over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you so much for the love, who says, officers down the road would still be in danger with a dead driver coming at them, for fuck's sake, yeah. John, thank you for the $10, who says, it's not misleading, you're just an idiot, fuck ICE and fuck Trump. Erica, thank you for the $5, and then yo, Richard, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Let's get 200 Richard W's and 500 Cortland W's. Oh my God, thank you so much, Cortland. And Richard, dude, show some love to Cortland and Richard down below in the chat. Richard just says awesomeness, and then Cortland says, I honestly can't believe that I spent 10 years defending these people. I'm just disgusted and I'm very sad. So very sad for almost a year now. I just can't at the moment. Cortland, well, I'm really proud of you for changing your mind, leaving that cult and coming to the right side of history. We need more people like you, dude. Thank you. Thank you for the $50 and thank you for changing your mind for the betterment of not just yourself, your friends, your family, but for the country as a whole. And then Brianna, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo, who says that press conference was deceitful, shameful, and abhorrent. Completely, Brianna. It was fucking disgusting. Okay? They're trying to convince you that the murderer should be immune, the murdered was a terrorist, and that we're surprised the murderer didn't die. We need to give him our prayers and stand beside him. What if we didn't have the video? This country would be fucked. Jessica, thank you for the $5, who says, did you see the video of an ICE agent kicking over a memorial for Renee? I did. I fucking did. Mass prosecution of these villainous thugs is something I think we will see in our lifetimes. Lacey, thank you for the $10, who says, Sydney and Lacey love you. Thank you so much. I love you guys too. Paloma, thank you for the $15, who says, for Renee, Nicole Good, and for you standing up for what's right. Fuck ICE and fuck Trump. Thank you so much, Paloma. Yasmin, thank you for the $15. And then yo, Don, thank you so much for the $20. Show some love to Don and Yasmin. You guys are absolutely awesome. Thank you all so much for the love. We have a couple people to thank over on PayPal. Then we're going to go to pass the mic off to the guests. Maya, thank you for the $15. I appreciate you for that love. Jason with the $15, who says, hey, Dean White, are you wearing a shirt? Good one. Thank you so much, Mia and Jason. Show some love to Mia and Jason. And then Lacey, Andy, thank you so much for the $100 donation over on PayPal. Oh my goodness, dude, that's crazy. Thank you for your kindness. I don't deserve a penny. Let's get 1,000 Lacey W's, Lacey, who says, thank you for being you and for being one of the very few in this world that gives me hope for the future. Have a good day. I hope you have a great day yourself, Lacey. I hope that you enjoy this stream, and thank you for the $100. And then Jacqueline, thank you for the $20, who says, my sister, who's an agent for both the ATF and EPA, says, even when forced to use lethal force, we're trained to also render proper aid. They purposely let her die. Justice for Nicole Good. Yeah, they blocked the ambulance with their vehicles that showed up 15 minutes later, and then denied access to a physician on site. Thank you for the $20, Jacqueline. As well as Darian, thank you for the $10. Cameron with a $25. Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate you so much. Who says, I have to give you props. I seriously don't know how you haven't removed your brain out of your head and out of annoyance and disappointment. Love you, Dean. Well, I love what I do, dude. I'm just happy that we could change some minds. Thank you for the $25, Cameron. Then one more person here, Andy. Thank you for the $30 over on PayPal. I appreciate you so much for the love. Who says, let us remember a life of love, kindness, and irreplaceable bonds as a mother and wife has been lost. May Renee rest in peace. Your work honors her memory, Dean, and keeps her spirit alive in the pursuit of justice. Andy, thank you so much for your incredibly eloquent and nearly poetic words, and for the $30 donation. Let's get 300 Andy W's down below. Go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you still fucking support this raging, tyrannical lunatic.
Yeah. I do think what he did was pretty fucked up. Like, I want to fuck you in the ass and bend you over and call you a good boy.
Let's go and get that next guest loaded up into the box, y'all. Only join inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that's pro-Trump. Only join inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that's pro-Trump, y'all. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. This guy's name is Fuck Libs. Very, very eloquent. Very, very eloquent. A disgusted veteran. Dude, thank you for the very first super chat of the day over on YouTube with a $50. Oh my God. Let's get 500 veteran W's down below, who says, I can never do what you do. I literally have to leave your live stream multiple times because you're conversing with cultists that don't acknowledge facts. Keep defending your generation, sir. Proud boomer here. Disgusted veteran, you know I love you. Thank you for the $50. You've been watching forever. You're a goddamn icon, and thank you for your service. A true American patriot. Shout out to Mr. Vet. What's going on, Fuck Libs? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, how old are you?
I also support Monster Energy. I'm 19.
What year were you born in?
2006.
Okay, very nice. So why do you support a president that supports murder?
Because he started drinking. I feel like he drinks Monster.
Okay, very nice. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Moving on to the next guest. Hey, Austin, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo, bro. Thank you so much for the love. While we're getting the next guest up here, show some love to Austin, who says, can you tell me why the feds would block an investigation by/with the state of Minnesota if their claim is that he was justified? Wouldn't an investigation vindicate him? Yeah, what the fuck? Dude, I literally have no clue why the feds are blocking that investigation by not overturning evidence. It's all a big cover up. The current administration doesn't work in pursuit of the truth, in pursuit of justice. They just work in pursuit of a cover up to defend a narrative. And that narrative is that ICE is innocent, Trump is innocent, and they're doing what is in the best interest of this country to keep you a member of their cult. Hello, TJ. Do you support Trump?
I do. He don't make it easy all the time. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, it's good. It's really, yeah. It'd be a very hard thing to defend Trump. I'd argue impossible.
Let me just say, look, it has to be said, and it's empty, but I don't care. My heart goes out to the woman who lost her life yesterday. I'm sorry that happened. And I've seen the video, and I think that reasonable people can say that the ICE officer should not have fired on her. I think that there's room for disagreement, but I don't blame anyone for saying, hey, he shouldn't have pulled out his gun. Okay.
Then I think that this should have been this should be a complete inflection moment for you, where you go from supporting the administration to detesting them to the same extent I do. Because guess what? The administration's takeaway wasn't the same as the one in which you just described of this fact that he shouldn't have fired on her. But it was rather that she was a domestic terrorist who wanted to kill him. He should have complete immunity. And we're all surprised that he's still alive because of how badly this domestic terrorist filled with violence and hate tried to hurt him, and that we need to stand with him. If they don't have the competence to watch a 35-second clip of a woman getting murdered and take away a genuine push for justice for that woman, but instead falsely label her all the things in which I just renamed they did, I don't think they could effectively govern a country for you or me or any of us.
A court of law will determine whether that ICE officer made a glaring error. I certainly don't mind if people say that he did. The reason why I still support Trump, and this sucks because I feel that we got two swings in the last two presidents. Biden basically just said anybody who wants to come in can come in, and then Trump has gone completely the other direction and said, all right, everybody out. And both of those solutions don't work. The reason why I lean Trump is because I think that any solution to immigration needs to start with just having laws that you actually enforce. In my opinion, there are millions of undocumented people in this country that should be citizens. Let's get that straight. They should be citizens. There should be some kind of pathway to citizenship. It's really just a matter of figuring out what's a way to hold them accountable for coming in illegally, but still, since they are contributing and productive members of society, how can we nevertheless allow them a path to staying, whether it's, some kind of, McCain-Feingold was the last time we had a bill that actually do something.
Let me hop in here. So you just said the first step to pursuing a legitimate fix for immigration is to enforce the laws that are on the books. I completely disagree with you. I think the first step towards achieving a legitimate fix for immigration is revising the laws on the books. But that aside, even if I accept your base foundational claim that the first step towards fixing our processes of immigration is to enforce the laws on the books, well, then the Trump administration is not the administration for you because that's not what they're doing. They are in no sense enforcing the laws on the books by passing Executive Order number 14160 to illegally and constitutionally attempt to take birthright citizenship away from the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil, then turning around and giving an obligation to the Justice Department through the Department of Homeland Security to then arrest them, detain them, and deport them even though they're a citizen. They're not enforcing the laws on the books by deporting planes worth of Venezuelan immigrants to CICA in El Salvador, have a judge rule that those deportations are without due process and they're legally required to turn them around just for them to say, no, we're not going to turn those planes around and take them to El Salvador. They're not enforcing the laws on the books by violating Abrigo Garcia's withholding order, illegally deporting him to that same place in El Salvador, having SCOTUS rule that he needs to be brought back and that removal was illegal, then having the White House go on Twitter, falsely label him as an MS-13 gang member and say that he's never coming back. And they're also not enforcing the laws on the books by fucking murdering citizens in broad daylights, then having the vice president argue that that officer should have criminal immunity, and then have Kristi Noem argue that that victim was a domestic terrorist.
Well, first we got to straight facts. You can argue that the cop shouldn't have pulled the gun, and I don't have a problem again with people who take that position. However, if you're going to deal with law, if you're going to protest, that's fine. But when you protest, you have to understand that if you break a law, even if you think that law is unjust, you still have to deal with the punishment. And the one thing you absolutely can't do is you can't commit an unprovoked act of aggression towards a lawful officer, because then you escalate the situation. That's exactly what happened. The guy thought he was about to be run over and he shot her. And that sucks. And I think that guy still may be prosecuted, and I don't have a problem.
Yeah, the guy thought he was going to be run over and he shot her.
Yeah, she put the pedal on here.
Trust, bro. He was going to put it in reverse. She was going to put it in reverse and then run her over backwards, right?
Forward. You sure? I mean, I saw the video.
Yeah. Here's a still frame from the second shot.
Yeah, which is obviously not defensible. Shooting, after the rescue. Yes, I would agree.
Yeah. Can you agree though? Right. But you're not responding to the argument I gave you. Because the argument that you gave me is that, well, we need to enforce the laws that are on the books as it would relate to immigration. And then I gave you 4 significant instances of the Trump administration either attempting to illegally change or breaking the laws of the books to achieve their deportations.
Judicial system to sort that out. I agree.
It already has. In many circumstances, they've ruled what he did as illegal. A federal judge ruled his deportation of Venezuelan immigrants as illegal, and he didn't care. He still deported them. SCOTUS ruled his removal of Abrigo Garcia as illegal. He didn't care. He said that he's never coming home. We've had federal judges around this country rule his executive order number 14160 and his attack on birthright citizenship as illegal, and he's still pushing for it to be true in all 50 states. We've already had the criminal justice system rule these actions as illegal, and Donald Trump has either continued to engage in them, defended them, or just simply try to find other ways to do the same thing by calling those judges, liberal, protesters, or just to then turn around and fire those judges and then to replace them with his own nominees. And by the way, okay, other members of his administration, like his, chief of staff for policy, Stephen Miller, they've actually turned around and called many of the judges, right, that have made rulings against him domestic terrorists. Okay, like for instance,
Stephen Miller is a weirdo. Please don't ask me to defend him.
well, he's a part of the administration. He's a part of the system here. He's one of the people that are calling judges who rule against the Trump administration domestic terrorists, and then you're over here supporting that administration because you want to uphold the law. That makes no sense. We can't expect a 34-count felon with a civil adjudication for rape, another civil adjudication for lying about the valuation of his properties, another civil adjudication for defrauding a university, and another civil adjudication for defrauding his own charity in the state of New York, while also then intentionally concealing classified documents at his estate in Mar-a-Lago, while then also attacking the Constitution, calling for its termination, telling ABC News he doesn't know if he needs to hold by it, while then also violating the 1st, 2nd, 10th, 14th, and 22nd Amendment in less than a year as the president who's going to uphold the law in accordance with the values that you described.
I mean, at the end of the day, like, if people are in this country and they're not supposed to be, we got to fix this. We can't just have people in the country undocumented and just sitting there causing problems. If they're in this country, make them a citizen or get them out. It's got to be one or the other.
Hey, listen, I agree that we need to do mass amnesty. We agree on that point, but that's not responding to any of the points that I just made insofar as why your support for Trump, rooted within the fact that you want to uphold the law, is misplaced.
Because if I have to pick between Biden letting 8 million people across the border in 4 years versus Trump, who says no, we got to have law and order, I'm picking that guy, and that's that.
Biden didn't just let 8 million people in the country. So first and foremost, Biden passed for a bipartisan border bill, okay, to expedite the legal means of entry, to naturally disincentivize undocumented entry, while also giving him, the president, some special authority to close the border down at a particular threshold. That then Donald Trump turned around and told the Republicans to vote against because he thought that would increase the Democrats' chance at winning the election. And then also another big reason why we had so many people surging the southern border to get into this country is because Donald Trump spent the last 4.5 years of his life screaming and shouting from every news station on every social media, right, that the border was wide open and anyone and everyone could just come right on in.
I mean, how do you account for the fact that many people crossed the border? I mean, the bottom line is that Biden could have shut it down, and Trump proved that because
I just accounted for it, and you're not responding to it. I account for a significant amount of border crossings under the Biden-Harris administration to be attributed to A, the fact that the socioeconomic standards of many countries south of America were completely destroyed by the pandemic, so they wanted to find a new home where they'd be better off. B, the fact that Donald Trump spent 5 years of his life screaming and shouting from every social media and every news network saying that the border was right on open, that anyone could come right on through. It seems like a lot of people believed him and tried. Then C, the fact that when Biden tried to advance good policy, right, to kind of reduce the amount of undocumented immigration into our country, such as he did through the bipartisan border bill, Donald Trump fucking torpedoed it and killed it so he wouldn't be successful in reducing undocumented entry. Okay? Those are the 3 pillars of my account for undocumented entry under the Biden-Harris administration, in which you are then turning around, ignoring, labeling as Biden just letting them all in, so you could then turn around a second time and then defend the wannabe dictator who's reducing undocumented entry into this country, not with the use of good and effective policy in the long term, but rather with the use of human rights and constitutional abuse, now scaring new undocumented immigrants away because they know if they do enter, then they might be executed in broad daylight. They might be deported with no due process to Sica and El Salvador, where they're beaten and starved. They might be black-bagged on the street and then taken to an ICE detention center 1,000 miles away in the violation of the withholding order from a judge, okay? And they might be labeled a domestic terrorist in the process just because they want a better life for them and their family.
Okay, but that doesn't change the fact that Biden, while he was trying to advance policy to fix the problem, could have also shut the border down, as Trump proved as he did through his executive order.
A, Donald Trump did not shut the southern border down through executive order. He shut the southern border down through the means in which I just described. B, you didn't respond to a single thing that I've said. And C, you actually haven't responded to anything that I've said since the moment you joined this live. You have spent your time on this live stream running away from my points, running away from the facts, and running away from legitimate counter-arguments to your positions like a fucking weasel, because you know inevitably, at the end of the day, you don't have good reason to believe in what you do, and I'm disputing it on the basis of fact and reality. So instead of just trying to say, oh, that doesn't change the fact, oh, you're not considering this, oh, what about this? How about you just say, Dean, the reason why I don't think that Biden was a good president as it related to immigration, and I still defend my premise that he allowed 8 million people in, even though Donald Trump torpedoed his border bill, even though a lot of individuals had more incentivization for immigration into this country because of the pandemic, even though that there's a backlog of legal immigrants through the legal processes because they were denied for a year and a half straight because of Title 42, and even though Donald Trump is not implementing any good and effective policy to reduce undocumented entry today and just scaring it away with the use of fascism, I still support Trump because X, Y, and Z. Right? Like, I want you to address those individual points. I don't want you just to give me this kind of like, generalization. I'm just going to, brush it off my shoulder. No, address the individual points.
Okay, you specifically blamed Trump for tweeting that the border was open as a reason why people are coming across.
Yes, absolutely.
He's out of power. What
power
did he...
Wait, I'm so sorry. If you think that he didn't have any power because he wasn't the president and still wasn't like the most powerful Republican alive, you're insane. And then B, that doesn't change the fact that even when you don't hold on to a position of governmental authority, you could still influence the actions of others. Isn't that the point of influencers? Isn't that the point of what I'm doing right now? Even though I don't hold on to a government position, I'm still wanting to use the platform that I've built with millions of followers to influence other individuals to be better and to vote for the right candidates. Inevitably, when you have somebody like Trump, okay, that is running for a re-election in 2024, speaking on Fox News, Newsmax, speaking on all of social media accounts with a combined following of close to 30 million, of course, inevitably, many individuals are going to hear him saying that the border is wide open and trust him, then want to come in.
I mean, if you think that somebody who's not in power is going to have that much influence, then that says a lot about Biden. That's all I got to say about it.
Wait. So somehow Donald Trump telling people that the border was wide open, incentivizing more immigration into this country, somehow Biden's fault?
This proves that he was right.
What do you mean it proves that he was right?
He said it was wide open and people came across. It's like, yeah, then...
Let me ask you a question. Was the border wide open at the end of Trump's first term?
I mean, if he let it.
Is that a yes or no?
I mean, you're the president. You get to choose.
Answer my question. Was the border wide open at the end of Trump's term?
I do not know the numbers.
Okay, you don't know the numbers. So you're saying that you don't know if the border was wide open under Trump in his first term?
You tell me the numbers and I'll tell you how I think about it.
Are you driving?
Yeah.
Can't be driving on TikTok Live. All right, dude. We're honestly, so for everybody watching, I just want to point it out that we can expect a lot of people like that guest today that are going to come up here. They're not going to engage in the individual points. They're not going to engage in the substance, and that they're just going to kind of continue just to kick the can down the road of legitimately addressing any of the counter arguments to the purported positions. Okay, we can expect a lot of that today. And dude, oh my God, Mr. fucking Michael. Thank you so much for the $100 over on Venmo. You are incredibly kind, dude. Thank you. For not just for your support today, but for your support over the last week or so. You've been so fucking kind. I want to see 1,000 Michael W's for being the absolute goat. And Michael actually asked me to specifically not read his message out loud. So you got it, Michael. I'll keep that to myself, and I'm happy that the lives, a good thing for you. Thank you for the $100, Michael. I'd also like to thank Myrtle and Grace for the 3. Kyrie, thank you for the 5. Jennifer with the 5. Jamie, thank you so much for the $10, who says the shooter was recording the car/victim on his phone in his non-pew-pew hand while this was happening. You could see it on the video. Yes, I did notice that. Thank you for the $10, Jamie. And then Ray, thank you for the $25, who says, Dean, I cried throughout your stream yesterday. You really helped me keep me sane. Dude, yesterday was crazy. Today's crazy. We're living in a crazy world where our president is advocating for complete immunity for murderers. What are we doing? I understand why you would cry yesterday. There's a lot going on, Ray. Thank you for the $25. Show some love to Ray down below. Also, show some love to Atlas down below, who also sent $25 over on Venmo with a smiley face. Thank you for your support, bro. You're fucking awesome. Good to see you as always. Then Cortland, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. And thank you for your clarification. Thank you for the $10, Cortland. Then Joy with a 3, Jordan with a 5, and then Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $20, who says, to anyone who's on the fence, quote unquote, read one article about Renee Good. She seemed like a beautiful and kind person, not crazy, not radical, not violent. Open your eyes. Meanwhile, I'm wiping tears from mine and literally losing sleep over this. Yeah, dude, if you're on the fence, just consider the fact that our administration is calling a victim of a murder a domestic terrorist whose murderer deserves criminal immunity. I think that is a very, very common sense final straw red line. Just saying. Thank you for the $20, Elizabeth. Let's get 200 Elizabeth W's, as well as Courtney. I really appreciate you for the 5. You guys are all being very, very kind today. A couple of people on YouTube Super Chat. Blaze with the 20, who says, did you hear the rumor about Butler? Never mind, I shouldn't spread it. What are you talking about? I appreciate you so much for the $20. The Blues, thank you for the $10, who says defense attorney's experience in officer-involved shooting said that the ICE officer was their client. They would advise him to accept any plea deal. of life without parole. Strong case. Yeah, because there's a strong case he fucking murdered her. Heather, thank you for the $10. And then Matt, thank you for the $10. Who says, have you seen the clip of Trump last year clearly saying he's not a Christian? Yeah, when he clearly says that he's never repented a day in his life, I certainly have said that. Wyatt, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I just can't find the full video, and I was wondering if you could play it.
You could find it all over Twitter, my friend. I would recommend you go there. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up in the box. Only join inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. I'd really appreciate if y'all could please follow our rules. Moving on to the next guest truth teller. And then, oh my God, dude, Andrea, holy fucking shit. Thank you. Thank you for the $100 donation over on PayPal, Andrea. My God, my God. Thank you. Thank you so much for your kindness, for your generosity. I
think you got to stop spreading misinformation about the ICE agent calling it a schmurder. It wasn't a schmurder.
How old are you?
33.
Okay. Do you mind if I finish thanking Andrea for the $100 donation before we start getting into this?
Go ahead.
Andrea,
Grift
seriously,
away.
thank you. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, just big grift then. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that people support me for the work that I do. It's not a grift just because
It's
it makes
not
you
work,
jealous.
but go ahead.
It's not work.
No.
What's work?
It's the furthest thing from work.
What's a job?
You're
Define
sitting
job.
on TikTok socializing, bud.
So sitting down is not working, so IT professionals don't have a job?
You're sitting on TikTok socializing, but anyways, we're gonna get to the topic now.
Wait, sitting on TikTok socializing. Well, point number one, I think that you're just saying, well, because a therapist talks to people about their lives, therefore they're socializing, therefore they don't have a job.
Let's
so
stop
your argument won't
deflecting and get
follow.
to the topic.
But B, point number two, it just seems like you're really jealous and pissed off. At the end of the day, I educate and I entertain and I spread awareness. And in exchange, some very kind individuals will then turn around and donate to me in accordance with their own will on Venmo and PayPal. You're just jealous. Really pissy boy. I'm just going to finish thanking Andrea for the $100 and then Alice with a dream big. Thank you, you two. Let's get 1,000 Andrea W's for the $100, who says, I donate in the memory of Renee Good. Thank you for continuing to do this, even though you continue to be threatened. Keep doing what you're doing, and you are loved. I watch you all the time, and I think that you're an exceptional human being. Well, thank you so much for your very
So why did
kind
she not
words.
exit the
And
vehicle
thank
when
you
she was
so
told to
much
exit
for
the vehicle?
For the $100 as well. Thank you so much, Andrea. Give me 1 second, because I'm not done thanking all my donors. I'd also like to thank Darla for the $10, who says Trump supporters are delusional and ICE agents are thugs. Appreciate you so much for the 10. Michaela, thank you so much for the $25, who says thank you for everything that you do. You are amazing. Oh,
We're gonna have a
Michaela,
conversation.
thank you so
and
much.
it's
Yeah, as soon
gonna
as I'm
go
done
on
thanking
for
my donors,
hours
I'm
and
almost done.
hours.
I'm almost done, bro. I swear to God, I'm almost done. Thank you for the $25, Michaela. Let's get 250 Michaela W's, and then 200 Caitlin W's. Sorry, Caitlin, for the $20, who says, how come Renee had to die? There was no reason why she had to die, but this woman was merely arrested. What woman are you referring to, Kaylin? Thank you for the $20, as well as Darian. Thank you for the 5. Sarah, thank you for the 10, who says, I'm so proud of you. You are a huge inspiration. Thank you so much. And then Franz, thank you for the $20, who says, the Trump administration desperately, quote unquote, wants something bad to happen to his Gestapo ICE agent so that they can finally stop beating around the bush and go full flash. I honestly think that that's a pretty good theory, because they're obviously defending something that is false. So what if they're doing it intentionally? Thank you for the $20, Franz. You were awesome. Then William with the 10, Shayla with the 20 cents, Sarah with the $10, Donovan with the $5, Raul with the 10 cents, Darian with the $5, and then Sophie with a 2. Thank you guys so very much. And then Atlas, thank you for the $25 over on
Dean, we're like 5
Venmo,
minutes
just
in
to
here, we
annoy
have a
the caller.
conversation.
Thank you for the $25 just to annoy the caller. Jared with the $10, say, quote unquote, paying for your entertainment and education services. Tessa with a $1, Ella with a $5. Then
pathetic.
Claudia with a $25 for a quote unquote donation to piss off the guests. Thank you for the $25. And then Ray with a $25, who says, Crystal Ball of breaking points reported ICE agents are trained not to shoot the officer of a moving vehicle. Yes.
You know, it's better to have a
Title 1
conversation
of
first, and then you can give your
DOJ
shout-outs
use
to
of
all
force
your friends
policy. Thank
after.
you so much for the $25, Ray. I really appreciate you so much for your kindness. Well, actually, these are all I'm thanking my donors after the last conversation and before this one. So anyways, you think I'm a grifter because I'm smarter than you.
You can do that before we
and
bring
I make
someone
you
up, bud.
jealous, but whatever.
It's kind of wasting people's time here and doing nothing.
So if I thanked all those people before I brought you up, you still would have been waiting the same amount of time. Was it the same amount of time? You just would have been waiting in the queue?
No, because I would have been on a different live.
Oh, you would have left. You could still do that. Nothing's
No, I
stopping
can
you.
be in the queue and go to a different live, and while you accept me, I don't have to sit here and listen to your fucking babbling nonsense.
I honestly just think that you're really jealous of the donations.
Why would I be jealous of donations? People want to
Probably
waste their
because-
money and get no ROI on it. That's their choice. I don't really care too much.
Well, I mean, if you didn't really care too much, then maybe the first word that came out of your mouth would be something other than, oh, Dean, you're a grifter. Oh, Dean, you're a grifter. You don't have a job.
Well, no, you just you made a claim about you working, and I just
Yeah, this is
clearly said
definitely
you don't work.
No,
It's definitely not
I
work.
clearly do work. I mean, you're quite a tool, so
You don't work.
working with tools.
You've never worked a day in your life, my friend.
Okay, then define job.
Now,
define
can we
the
get
word
to
job.
the topic at hand?
No, because I need to know first. Define the word job.
Just over broke.
What did you say?
Just over broke.
Just over broke. So you're making an acronym out of it. I asked you for a definition of the word.
That's essentially what it is.
I don't really think I hear a definition. Can you define
What
employment?
you do is not considered a job.
Okay, then I need to know what you think a job even is. Define that silly little word.
Someone who works a 9 to 5, that's considered a job.
Okay,
When you
well,
work for an employer, that's considered a job. Do you work for anybody? No, you don't.
yeah, I work for
You
myself.
sit here on TikTok and you socialize.
So if you think that the definition of a word job is working a 9 to 5, then therefore Donald Trump doesn't have a job because the office of the presidency is not 9 to 5.
No, he owns a company. It's different.
Oh, wait, but I do too.
This isn't a company, my friend.
And ironically, it is.
No, it's
Unironically, I do own a company.
You don't, but
Yes, I do. I have a registered C corp and everything.
That's
S corp,
cute.
sorry. So yeah,
And-
I am the owner of a company that generates that generates revenue. That is an undeniable, uncontestable fact. In fact, I'd even share you the
you
name
don't
of my
generate
S corp.
revenue, you generate donations.
Yeah, the donations are the revenue, my friend. Silly fucking goose.
Yeah, there's a difference between generating revenue and actual income.
Okay, well, I
And
have a
just
question.
getting
I have a
donations.
question. If the donations aren't revenue, you don't think I should pay taxes on them?
You're like a
right?
non-profit.
Then I just want to clarify. Well, actually, no, because a nonprofit would be registered as a 501c3. But by the way, even the individuals in which would run, own, and operate nonprofits would be considered employed. Yo, no name. Thank you for the Leon the Kitten. I appreciate you for the love, no name.
Why am I getting muted?
So first and foremost, I'd just like to correct here.
Control your mods.
So first and foremost, I'd just like to correct you here. No, this isn't a nonprofit because a nonprofit would be chartered and organized as a 501c3. This is not a 501c3 on paper. It's called an S corp.
Essentially what it
I'm
is.
happy that I can
Right.
educate you. And then on top of that, even if it was a nonprofit, you'd still just there be conceding that I
So,
have a
Dean,
job.
why
Because the
did the
owners,
woman-
operators, and managers of nonprofits, okay, are considered employed. Now,
Why
if you
did
want
she
to
not
ask me,
get out of the vehicle?
yeah, as soon as you could just concede that your last claim that I don't have a job is evidently false.
It's not a job.
Oh, well, I clearly described to you how it is, in accordance with your own definition.
No.
Yeah, you said that business owners have jobs according to the IRS.
You're going on a
according to the
tangent. Can we
government,
stick
I'm
to
a
the
business
topic?
owner. Yeah, this is me sticking
still
to
can't answer the original
This is me sticking to the topic. This is me refuting
We're
your
like
view.
5 minutes in here, bud.
Because you're trying to work the two topics
Can't answer
together.
the original
So
one.
I understand the question that you're asking me here is, well, why didn't she just get out of the car? Don't worry, I'll definitely answer that question as soon as you could concede here that I definitely do have a job or give some type of cogent argument rather than nuh-uh. So you said that I don't have a job. I said I certainly do. You said no, you don't. I said what's the definition of the word job? Then you said working a 9 to 5 for an employer. And then you said I don't do that. And I was like, you're right, I don't do that. So in accordance with your definition of the word job, anybody that does not work a 9 to 5 doesn't have a job. Therefore, Donald Trump doesn't have a job because the office of the presidency is not a 9 to 5.
You decided
said,
to
no, he does
open
have
a
a job
corp-
because he's a business owner. So then therefore you said
decided
you have
to
a
open a
job if you
corporation.
work a 9 to 5 or you are a business owner.
You
So
accept your
therefore,
don-
in accordance with your definition of the word job, I am employed due to the fact that I'm a business owner. So now I'd either like you to just concede here that you're evidently wrong and this is just a demonstration of your own jealousy, or I'd like a counter argument to the position, which would be a refined definition of the word job that would exclude self-employment. And if you can't do any of those things, right, obviously, all right, you're just losing the debate. So
Need to puff more of that anxiety pen there, bud.
yeah, absolutely, my friend.
Stressing out there, eh? It's a very stressful conversation.
Well, I mean, the only thing stressful here is the cortisol that is just really leaving your brain and infecting me almost. Yeah, dude, honestly, when I'm pushing someone so fucking hard, when I'm gagging somebody to the point of no return,
you can
right?
do some,
Dude, your cortisol low key does radiate onto me.
some breath work.
We got Mr. Uranium for
maybe
cortisol.
get some blue light
maxing over here.
blockers will also help with that cortisol. You know. So staring at a blue screen all day.
Listen. I'll start.
Maybe that's why your cortisol's all out of.
I'll start using a blue light blocker the moment you could stop, using your fucking brain blocker. Like, holy shit. You were like intentionally cutting yourself off from your rational faculties
Aw, Dean,
and defending the proposed points. Now, like character attacks aside, I obviously know that the only reason you're engaging in the character attacks is because, you're a 33-year-old grown man baby that's looking at somebody who's about 10 years younger than you. That's not only 4 times as intelligent than you, but also 10 times as successful as you. It very much so pisses you off. It inspires jealousy. Now, I will go and ask for a response to the argument provided.
I make more than you make in an entire year in a single week. What the fuck are you on about, child?
Yeah, if you definitely did make more than I make in an entire year in a single week, then the first response that you gave, right, to me thanking a donor, wouldn't it be, oh, they're losers for donating, and oh, you're a grifter for accepting
What'd you make
them.
last year,
like,
bud?
typically people don't punch down.
What did you make last year?
Well, to be very specific, around $3.5 trillion.
No, let's be honest here. What'd you make last year? About a mil?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. $3.2 trillion.
About just over a mil?
Well, damn, wait.
After tax?
You think I make a mil? Wait, so you're saying somebody that makes a mil is unemployed? Somebody that you think makes a mil? What the fuck? Dude, you just fucked yourself over. You think that I make $1 million a year, yet you also think that I'm an unemployed
Can you get your
grifter.
mod to stop muting me? This is pathetic.
I'm muting you because you're interrupting me. The interruptions are pathetic.
Oh, wow. And you're muting me. Even more pathetic.
What's pathetic to interrupt in the first
Self-control there,
place?
emotional little boy.
Well, I think the self-control should first be seen in your ability to control yourself from interrupting me. Then the mutes wouldn't be warranted, my friend.
Panicking there, bud. Keep puffing that pen.
Well, I mean, I think the only panic which we're observing is from you, because instead of responding to the point in which I made to demonstrate that I am employed, responding to the point that I made. Oh, wait, if I'm panicking, then why are you interrupting
get
me?
out of the vehicle?
Hey, buddy, I'm just going to ask you to put a bubble in.
Why didn't she exit the vehicle when she was told to?
Oh, yeah, so you're screaming 3 things at me in 3 different topics. What I
No,
like
that was
to
the
engage
original
in?
question, and we're 10 minutes in and you still can't answer.
Okay, so
It's
what
pathetic.
you're demonstrating right now is a big old panic, because you made 3 claims and then you interrupted me when I attempted to respond to them. Do you mind if I go
10
point by
minutes
point?
in and you can't even answer yet.
Okay, I promise I'll
You
tell
can't
you.
even stay on topic.
Okay, so let's just write down all the questions to make
You
sure that I
have
can
a
respond to the
hard
linear
time
dialogue.
going on a tangent, my friend.
I think that you have a hard time doing about anything, including brushing your teeth. So now what? So let's just go ahead
Going on a
and let's
tangent, my friend.
just recap all of the topics in which we've gone over. So your question is, why didn't she just get out of the vehicle, right?
She was told to exit the vehicle. She was already being detained, and she chose not to exit the vehicle. She instead chose to put her pedal to the metal and put it into reverse, move her wheels. The officer had to jump out of the way, otherwise he would have gotten hit, and then she put it into drive and floored it. Like, are you even...
Oh, wow.
Give your head a fucking shake, bud.
So in accordance with everything that you just said, if we accepted it to be true, then you would call that officer a murderer. Would you like to know why?
No.
You don't want to know why? You don't want to debate me?
No, he's not a murderer. That's what I'm talking about.
In accordance with everything that you just said, if it were true, he would be. And the reason is, in accordance with Title I of U.S. DOJ policy on the use of force, it says that
He tried to run over an ICE agent, my friend.
Can you let me finish speaking?
He had to jump out of the way.
You're interrupting
Otherwise,
me.
he would have been run over.
Can I finish making my point?
Give your head a fucking shake for a minute.
It is... Dude, can I finish making my point? You're embarrassing yourself. Just let me talk, bro. Come on, this is a bad look. But anyways, so
Go ahead.
yeah, what I want to replay is your last description of the events in which you believe took place yesterday, and then once I'm done replaying the last description that you gave of what you believe took place yesterday, I am then going to describe how your description, right, would amount to murder. So let's just go ahead and re-listen to it.
Yeah.
Okay, I promise I'll
You
tell
can't
you.
even stay on topic.
Okay, so let's just write down all the questions to make sure that I can
You
respond
have
to
a
the
hard
linear
time
dialogue.
going on a tangent, my friend.
I think that you have a hard time doing about anything, including brushing your teeth. So now what? So let's just go ahead
Going on a
and let's
tangent, my friend.
just recap all of the topics in which we've gone over. So your question is, why didn't she just get out of the vehicle, right?
She was told to exit the vehicle. She was already being detained.
Okay. I want everybody to pay attention to every word that leaves the guest's mouth in this clip, and then I'm going to go over it.
And she chose not to exit the vehicle. She instead chose to put her pedal to the metal and put it into reverse, move her wheels. The officer had to jump out of the way, otherwise he would have gotten hit, and then she put it into drive and floored it.
Perfect. So the one thing that you said in that statement, right, that would refute the defense of self-defense on behalf of the officer is a statement: he had to jump out of the way or else he would be hit. So let's go ahead and read Title 1 from U.S. DOJ policy on use of force. Quote unquote.
Yo, so you wanted the officer to
firearms-
just get run over. I got it.
One moment. So this is from Title 1 of U.S. DOJ policy, quote unquote, firearms may not be discharged solely to disable moving vehicles. Specifically, firearms may not be discharged at moving vehicles unless, point number 1, a person in the vehicle is threatening the officer or another person with deadly force by the means of other than the vehicle, or point number 2, the vehicle is operated in a manner that threatens to cause death or serious physical injury, and no other objectively reasonable means of defense appear to exist, which includes moving out of the path of the vehicle. So I would like to recap. This is not me accepting your description as true, but this is rather me running an internal critique of your description, right, to demonstrate even from your own perspective, you accept what happened to her was not self-defense. Because the last sentence I read there was quote unquote,
Was
and
self-defense.
no
You have to
other
jump out of the way.
objectively
You wanted an
reasonable...
ICE agent to be run.
Let me finish. And
You're
quote unquote,
radical.
no other objectively reasonable means of defense appear to exist, which includes moving out of the path of the vehicle. But you just said that officer moved out of the path of the vehicle. The moment that officer, from your own perspective, was no longer in the path of the vehicle, was in accordance with your view, the moment that officer no longer had reasonable grounds for the discharge of his firearm, as he was
you
no
let the
longer
criminal get away.
within the imminent threat of bodily
You let the
harm.
criminal just take off.
Yes, you cannot shoot them in the face and murder them.
When they just tried to run you over.
So even from your own perspective,
Tried to unalive an ICE agent, a federal agent. Are you listening to the fuck you're talking about, my friend?
yes. So even from your own perspective, I reject that she tried to hit him because there's multiple things in which occurred that are inconsistent with that account. Most notably, if she intended to hit him, why would she first throw her vehicle into reverse? That makes no sense. Secondly, if she intended to hit him, then why would she turn her
Because
wheels
there
to
was
the
a
right
vehicle-
to drive away from the officer? That also
Couldn't
makes
go
no
left.
sense.
There was a vehicle
But in accordance with your account, nonetheless,
The vehicle that she was
assuming I'm talking, dude.
speeding traffic.
Dude, we have to stop the interruptions. Seriously. I'll let you speak with no interruption. At this point in time, can we both agree to allow each other to speak without interrupting one another? Because I feel as if the points that I'm making right now are incredibly important, but they're obviously not going to be heard, nor are they going to be furthered if you incessantly and perpetually interrupt them.
Go ahead.
Could you just give me your word that you're not going to interrupt me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Perfect. Okay? It's crazy that I have to be telling this to a 33-year-old. I mean, you're 12 years older than I am and you're acting half my age. But anyways, to go back to my account. I first reject that Renee Good, a mother of 3, intended to kill any agents. In fact, I believe that there's 2 things in which she did and which prove inconsistent with said narrative. The first thing that she did and which proves inconsistent with said narrative is the fact that she put her car in reverse. If she wanted to hit them, she would have just run into them. She wouldn't have put it in reverse first. The second thing in which she did that was inconsistent with the narrative that she wanted to hit them is the fact that she turned her wheels away from the agents. And that second point definitely proves that her intent was not true. If she wanted to hit them, then she would have directed her car towards them, not away from them. Your argument's dead. Now, here's the last and final point that I like to make. Even if we assume that she did want to hit them, and assume everything else that you just said were to be true, then it was still murder. Because what you said is that ICE agent was able to successfully evade being struck by the vehicle. The use of first policy from the DOJ under Title I only allows for the discharge of a firearm directed towards a moving vehicle if they are an imminent threat of bodily harm and have no reasonable means to evade said harm, which would include moving out of the path of the vehicle. Self-defense is an incredibly litigated, argument against murder. And it always bubbles down to A, an assumption of imminent threat, and B, a proportional response to the imminent threat in which is posed. And the last statement that you made, so therefore the ICE officer was just supposed to let her get away, therefore the ICE officer was just supposed to try to hit him and failed, in accordance with the law, yeah. Because otherwise, he would be engaging in extrajudicial murder. In America, under the eyes of the criminal justice system, which is of course the lens in which you're arguing from, it is innocent until proven guilty. Meaning that it had to be taken to court. You'd have to prove a criminal intent of Renee Good, okay? And then you'd have to prove that for whatever reason, there's some reasonable grounds to murder her. But by the way, you can't murder somebody for possessing criminal intent of murder. Because if you could murder people for possessing criminal intent of murder, then I would be able to murder like 1 billion people every day. Somebody made a YouTube video on me like last week saying, I'm going to unalive Dean Withers. I'm going to go and find where he lives. I'm going to pose as a police officer. And as soon as he opens the door, I'm going to pull the trigger. Oh, well, all of a sudden, that person possesses criminal intent of murder, so I could just go down there and chop his head off. No, that's not how it works. But anyways, just to condense all of my arguments down into 2 sentences, I find the facts of the video footage inconsistent with the narrative that she had an intent to kill them. But even if we accept that she did have an intent to kill them, in accordance with your admission that he was able to evade the vehicle, that officer, in accordance with DOJ policy under Title I, had no justification for then shooting her and killing her 3 times in the head. By the way, just for all the viewers, his response is going to be a straw man. It's not going to address the substance. He's going to come up with some crazy shit saying like, oh, so you support people trying to murder ICE agents. Watch it. Go ahead.
All right, so ready to review this from the start? Okay, so number 1, she was told as being a protester, her car was impeding ICE. It was a one-way street. ICE vehicle was trying to get through. Why was her car on a 90-degree angle, impeding traffic, not allowing the ICE vehicle to get through, being a disturbance, as they stated she was a disturbance? And then when they told her to exit the fucking vehicle, what did she do? Not exit the vehicle. So they approached the vehicle to try and get her out of the vehicle. What did she do at that time? Reverse the vehicle and then put it into drive, almost striking an officer, and then got pew-pewed because of it.
Okay, so I mean, it seems like you just completely ignored everything that I just said. I don't mind.
I didn't ignore what you said.
I don't mind just kind of repeating them, and then just.
He broke the law and was being arrested for it.
Okay, so you can't.
Was clearly being detained. So assuming, and she chose to flee.
So assuming that she did break the law, that's not
flee
something
the
that you
scene
can
of a
murder people
crime.
to. And assuming that she was fleeing the scene of a crime.
When you
that's
flee
also
the scene
something
of a
that you
crime
can
and try
murder
and
people
hit
for.
an ICE agent, this is gonna happen to you.
Okay, so that's also false. Trying to quote unquote flee the scene of a crime is not legal grounds for murder.
She was trying to flee the scene of a crime. Otherwise, she would have got the fuck out of the vehicle.
Listen
and
to
complied.
Listen to what I'm saying. First and foremost, DHS ICE agents are not police officers. Okay, their jurisdiction would solely.
She was blocking the trap.
Sir,
blocking the roadway with her vehicle. Why was it on a 90-degree angle?
What did we just talk about with interruptions?
Dean, why was it on a 90-degree angle?
Why did the ICE truck pull off after her car was already at a 90-degree angle? And by the way,
what was her vehicle doing on a 90-degree angle, Dean? Can you answer the question, please?
No one can answer that question because none of us know. But it doesn't matter.
I do know why. Because she was impeding traffic. She was trying to block the officers from getting through because she was a nuisance, as they described. She was a protester.
So point number 1.
Protesting nonsense to do with Minnesota and the fraud that was going on in that state.
I find a couple facts to be inconsistent with your account. So the first fact that I find to be inconsistent with your account is that this was in her neighborhood. She lived there. What if she was just trying to pull out of her house? And then the second fact that I find to be inconsistent with your account is the fact that she waved the agents on.
That's a wild claim. Got any evidence of that claim? Or
yeah, the witness testimony. Yeah, her wife saying, "Oh my God, is that my wife that just got shot in the three times in her head when she's standing?"
No,
outside
you made
of her
a
house?
claim about her living on that street. Can you give me her address, please?
I can't give you her address.
Can you provide some evidence, please, of your claim? Yeah, otherwise, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, the evidence for the claim would be the witness testimony of her neighbor saying that she just watched her neighbor get shot.
Can I get her address, please, or can you shut the fuck up and stop making invalid claims?
I don't need to give you her address. What I'm giving you is witness testimony from the
You're being
neighbor.
disingenuous.
It's not. You're being disingenuous. We
Disingenuous.
have multiple corroborating accounts from the neighbors all saying that they just watched their neighbor get shot. How is that disingenuous in the slightest? By the way, that's an ad playing because I'm trying to download a TikTok video. Answer that question. How is it disingenuous in the slightest to believe?
You know you're being disingenuous.
How so?
You just made a claim. You just made a wild claim.
Yeah, and I was able to give you evidence for it. Multiple people said.
What's the address of the woman? How do you know she even lived on that street?
Because that's what her neighbor said. According
to the officials, she was impeding traffic
Can you
Why
respond to
was
the
her
evidence I gave
vehicle
you?
blocked at a 90-degree angle,
So what you're trying to do right now?
blocking ice from getting through a one-way
Yeah,
street?
his brain's just broken. So you're like incredibly desperate to try to like evade losing this debate. Let's go point by point because that's linear dialogue. I first want to sufficiently go over the account and claim that he left. You know what? I've never been happier. Thank you. Genuinely, thank you. Because what you just proved to the highest amount of viewers that we have had on this live stream since maybe the couple months following the election is that there's no cogent defense of your fucking bullshit. Renee Good was murdered in broad daylight. It doesn't matter how the administration tries to twist and spin it. Because we have video evidence. We have witness testimony. She turned the wheels of the vehicle away from the agents and started moving in the opposite direction. And then Mr. Jonathan Ross then fired 3 shots in her face and killed her. And there's no evidence otherwise. There's no argument otherwise. So thank you for leaving. Because in leaving, in running away, you are proving me right. You are proving history right. You are proving common sense right.
Because in leaving, in running away, you are proving
This guy's a crazy echo. Don't bend the knee to the baseless, absurd, and villainous narrative that these archaic assholes are painting. Don't reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. Now, if there's anything from that last discussion I want you to take away, it's that he was rejecting the evidence of his eyes and ears. Oh, he decided he wanted to come back.
Why'd one of your mods drop me? The fuck, bro?
My mods don't have the ability to drop you.
Okay, then why did you drop me? Someone dropped me.
If I dropped you, then why would I bring you back up?
Okay, anyway, let's go.
Yeah. You know that there's
Can you not
absolutely...
acknowledge what happened?
Oh! Wait, you
You
want...
not acknowledge that she should have complied and got the fuck out of vehicle when you were being detained?
Oh, so could I have the mic? Because what you're doing is you're attempting to overwhelm me with multiple points at once. So then as soon as I'm able...
Bro, you
to
do that on
dispute-
a daily. What the fuck you on about? I'm not trying to overload anything. Keep up with the conversation.
So point number one, the character of the stater of a claim doesn't refute the basis of the contents of the claim. So even if it were true that I did that to other people, that wouldn't justify you doing it to me. But I don't do that to other people. I just thought I'd add on. And then point number 2, once again, you are attempting to interrupt me every single time I state more than 3 words, because you know the words that I'm stating are true, and you know that you have no defense otherwise. And then point number 3, what you're trying to do is you're trying to overwhelm me with multiple points at the same time, so then I don't have the time nor space to address every single one with nuance. Like, for instance, the first point that you made before leaving the live is that I don't have evidence that she was in her neighborhood. I then attempted to start giving you that evidence, and then you interrupted me, and then you just started going back to the prior line of dialogue, which was asking me, well, Dean, why didn't she just get out of her car? So, Villain, thank you so much for the well diving. So what I'm going to ask you is just allow this conversation to be linear and to go point by point. My evidence that she was in her neighborhood, point number 1 would be the fact that that's what her neighbors testified to. And point number 2 would be the fact that the Minneapolis City Council stated, right, that she was caring for her neighbors when she was shot.
City council can say all they want. They're in the part of the corruption, so
When the city council is corroborating the testimony of those on the ground that witness it, I'm pretty sure that you should accept it as true. And unless you have any reason to deny it.
city council's involved with the fraud, just like Walls. So that's why he stepped down.
So what you're trying to do now is just completely change the topic of
No,
conversation.
I'm not changing the subject. Let's stay on topic here.
Okay, so then
Because
please
you're still
respond
not
to the
address.
argument I
You're
gave.
still not. What was her address? Do you have her address yet? Out of the 22,000 people here that like you, did anyone give him the address yet, or do we not have the address?
My evidence that she was in her neighborhood is not
That's
her
not
address.
evidence. I need the address
Why is that not evidence?
because it's not evidence.
Why is that?
You made a statement about her living on the street.
Yes, and then I supported that
So
with
I need
evidence.
to
that you're
evidence
refuting.
of that statement part.
Well, see, the thing
Dean.
is that I'm giving you evidence. You're just
I need
refuting it
evidence
because
of
you're
that
mandating.
statement, Dean.
So
And we have
I-
22,000 people in here, and no one can provide an address.
So the evidence that she was on her street in her neighborhood would be the fact that's what the city council said, and that's what her neighbors said. You see, you're just rejecting that because you don't like it, because you're very emotional.
I'm farthest thing from emotional, bud.
You were very emotional, sir. You've been engaging in a perpetual crash out since the moment you joined.
There's your gaslighting.
It's not a gaslight.
No, the real situation is you are making false claims about her living on the street because of some sort of witness.
Multiple.
Yet
And
you
her
can't
wife.
give me an address, and we have 22,000 people here to prove that she actually did in fact live on the street, and she was in fact a neighbor.
Okay.
Because I'm calling straight fucking bullshit on that
her
one, bud.
address, so her address is personal information. That's not going to be publicly recorded. Okay, but that doesn't mean that we don't know that she
Everyone's
lived on that
address
street.
is public information. What the fuck you on about?
But as it would relate to this case, right?
Your
like,
address is public information. My address is public.
as it would relate to this case, right? Her address isn't going to be publicized. Like, what's George Floyd's address? Do you know George Floyd's address? No.
Nope, well, I can find it out in probably 5 minutes.
Okay. Well, once again, the evidence I'm giving you that she lived on the street is not her address.
Could I find it? Because it's public information, Dean.
Okay, so then you go and find hers in 5 minutes. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove to me that she didn't
I'm
live
not the
on
one
that
who
street.
made the claim about her living on the street.
Oh, well, see, the thing is that I've provided you
Here's the
evidence
thing, when
for
you
that
make a
claim that you have now baselessly rejected and then
Dean,
made
when
the
you
claim
make a
that you would
claim,
be
you
able to
gotta
find her
back it up, my
evidence.
friend.
And I did. We're
Just
talking
deflect
to a
and tell me to
we're
then
talking to a
provide the
child.
evidence when you're the one who made the claim. Come on,
Okay.
bro. It doesn't work like that.
Okay,
You
listen.
gotta think about this for a minute.
I'm going to say this to you, as well as I'm going to say this to absolutely every single person watching. All right? I want you all to give a fair and accurate account. All right? If I am giving you sufficient evidence that she lived on the street she was shot on. I have 4 major data points of evidence. The first major data point of evidence that Renee Good lived on the street she was shot on is the fact that that's what the Minneapolis City Council said. And just to add a refutation to your claim that, well, they're corrupt. Well, see, the thing is even if they were corrupt, they wouldn't falsely state that she lived on that street due to the fact that her address could be brought up by the FBI, could be brought up by the federal government, could be brought up by Trump, could be brought up by local PD. And if they were proven to be inconsistent
Democratic
with facts,
council say a lot of stupid things, Dean.
especially when responding, right, to the murder of a woman, that would make the city council look very bad. So because it would be very easy.
It wasn't murder, though. It was defense. Self-defense, bud.
Okay, I just think that you're absolutely incoherent. Because right now, the topic of dialogue wasn't murder or self-defense, but it's rather, does Dean have evidence that she lived on that street? Could we please go
but you're
point by
making
point?
false claims right now by saying it's murder.
I just want us to go point by point.
We went over that, how it's not murder.
Okay,
but
so this
self-defense.
is like nearly an impossible conversation because this guy can't listen. Can you please listen to me? This guy has like the IQ of your family dog. And even that claim's a little disrespectful to your family dog. So point number 1, my first data point of evidence that she lives on the street she was shot on is the fact that that's what the Minneapolis City Council said. Now, your counter argument is, well, the Minneapolis City Council is democratic and corrupt. Point number 1, that doesn't necessarily imply that they're lying, or else you'd argue any word that ever came out of any Democrat's mouth ever is a lie, which is obviously absurd. And then point number 2, right, they had a lot of good reason not to lie because it'd be very easy to expose them as liars. Okay, all of the investigators on the local, state, and federal level would have access to her information, access to her address, and they could very easily call the local Democratic corrupt administration out as lying about this heinous event. Okay, so that's obviously good reason why they would tell the truth, right? And why would they lie about it? That's really weird. They have no reason to lie about it. Now, my second data point of evidence would be the fact that the people that witnessed the shooting that were then later questioned either by local PD or by the news all testified to the fact that this woman was their neighbor. We had a next door neighbor say that. We had the physician down the street that wanted to render her medical care say that. and then including the clip of her wife coming
Dean, you got
home
no-
or coming out of the house moments
gotta give it
after
up,
she
Dean.
was shot,
You're
to then see her wife rolled over inside of the vehicle.
Dean.
If they did not live on that street, then why was
Dean,
the
you're
wife
failing.
there the moment it happened? And those are my main data points of evidence.
She showed up after. She wasn't there at the time. There's another like factless friggin' claim. So do you have proof of that?
She showed up within 5 to 10 minutes of it happening.
Oh, I know.
So, like,
She was-
please,
hold on,
please
was she
respond.
there? Or is it
Please,
5 to
please respond to all the evidence I gave you.
Dean, you're walking yourself into a corner, bud.
I'm not walking
Now
myself
was
in a
it?
corner.
Was she there, or was it 5 to 10 minutes? What was it, Dean?
She showed up at the
Changing the-
scene.
changing the
She-
story.
She
What's
showed
going
up at
on
the
here,
scene
bud?
5 to 10 minutes after it happened. The same way, if I heard a gunshot
Oh,
outside,
so it's 5 to 10 minutes now. It was. Hold on, I thought she was there.
she was there either inside of her house or coming back to her house.
So she was there.
If there was a shooting outside,
Was it 5 to 10 minutes, or was she there, Dean?
I'm trying to describe this to you. You're just not listening. You're being willfully obtuse.
Dean, you're walking yourself into a corner, bud.
I'm not walking myself into a corner. I'm here in my house. If I heard a gunshot outside and then I went to check it out a handful of minutes later, that wouldn't refute that I lived in the neighborhood. So now please respond to the data point about the Minneapolis City Council stating that it would happen in her neighborhood and having no reason to lie when it's really easy to prove them wrong. Please respond to her neighbor to the data point of her literal neighbor saying that she lived there. Okay, the physician saying
Is
that
this
she
the
lived
same
there.
city
And then the
council
wife showing
calling
up to
for
this-
violence
showing
against
up to
ICE
the-
agents?
Showing up to the.
Is this the same city council that's calling for violence against ICE agents?
We could happily talk about this claim that you think that city council is calling for the violence of ICE agents after you just address the evidence that I
The
gave you. that she
same
was in the
mayor in
neighborhood.
Minneapolis who's speaking Somalian and calling for violence against ICE.
Okay, so this idiot, he's just not here to
Are these
engage
the
in
same
dialogue.
people we're referring to, Dean?
You know
or,
what
Or am I hearing
You know what? You know what I'm gonna go ahead and do.
Are we
here?
referring to this Jacob?
Tayana, thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal. I appreciate you so much
are we
for the
talking
love.
about Jacob
Hey, sir,
Free?
I'm thanking my donors. I'd really appreciate if you just give me a minute to thank my donors. Kaylin, thank you for the
Gentlemen, that's going to
$10.
jail
I
for
appreciate you so much
fraud
for the love.
because
Caroline,
you
thank you
took
so much for the
money
night.
with
Hey,
Somalians?
dude, can I actually just have a mod mute him while I'm
this guy we're
thanking my
talking
donors?
about?
Thank you so much for the $9, Caroline. Tuliana, thank you for the $8. Jay, thank you so much for the love. Scrub with $1. Rachel with a $10 saying here's some more job income.
Shout-outs.
Wait, I didn't lose. I'm just thanking my donors. It's very kind to thank people that send you money. Nicholas, thank you
You're
so much for the
running
$10
away.
over on PayPal. He says,
Dean is
Nike the
running
teacher.
away.
Renee, incident is disgusting. Absolutely. I appreciate you for the $10, Nicholas. Emma with a $5. Carrie with a $25 who says, thank you for being the voice that we all need. And this caller needs to shut the fuck up. He's jealous. Very jealous and very annoying. Thank you for the $25, Carrie. Show some love to Carrie down below in that comment section.
Dean, you're
Jacqueline-
running from the combo, bud.
Oh, no, let me
I know
clarify.
you're so scared. What happened?
No, so I'm just thanking the people that donated to me. So
I'm thinking the people that are coming on my way.
So you're like fine to like continue the dialogue once I'm done thanking the donors, but you're just kind of acting like a very immature little crybaby.
Who
because,
cares about the donors?
Oh well,
Get
everyone.
to the topic.
I
Get
care
to the
about the donors.
conversation.
Everyone watching cares about the donors, right? Like obviously, I'm gonna just take a moment to thank them. Like if somebody donated to you, I hope that you'd thank them. So I'm just gonna thank them right now myself. Carrie, thank you for the $25. In fact, can you please thank Carrie for the $25? Could you say thank you, Carrie?
What's up, Mr. Gaslight?
Say thank you, Carrie, for the $25. That's very kind of her. So say thank you.
Carrie, you get nothing out of donating that $25.
Oh, wait 1 second. Jacqueline, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal for the grift. Taken with a $5. Sierra with a $25 who says that your live streams always make my
Why
days more
can't we have
manageable.
a
Thank you for the 20
conversation
because
without
I'm
the
thanking my
grifting?
donors.
That's
We
insane.
can thank as soon as I'm done thanking my donors. Yeah, grifting. Thank you so much
That's
for the
just
$25,
silly.
Sierra. Can you please thank Sierra for the $25?
You lose in the
1
conversation,
second.
so you gotta grift
no,
away.
No. Can you thank Sierra for the $25?
You're grifting away because
Well,
you
I'm
can't
so
have
sorry.
the
Excuse me.
conversation.
Can you or
What's
can you
going
not
on
thank
here,
Sierra
Dean?
for the $25?
This is very immature, my
Can you or
friend.
can you not thank Sierra for the $25?
Very, very immature.
He can't do it. Nicholas, thank you for the $5. Nicolette, thank you for the $5 saying that the guest is fucking dense. Art with a $1 saying this man's gonna make me stream. Jose with a $2 saying that he's either trolling or stupid. I'd say it's
22,000
both.
here.
Ellen, thank you for the $10.
And
Guy,
you can't even
mods,
have a-
just continue to mute this guy. Thank you for the $10, Ellen. Thank you so much for the love. Saying I love you, but my little Gus, my dog, is way smarter than this guy. Yeah, sorry, that's very disrespectful. And then Jacob, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal who says I love you, Dean. I don't understand how you keep your cool so much. I'm in a boiling rage since I saw the video and heard about the administration line. Dude, like literally, just like
course, 'cause
I've
you're
been
in
trying to
your
learn this
fifis.
for multiple
Lots
years.
of people are in their fifis over this.
Yeah, so people typically feel bad when they watch a video of somebody getting murdered. Thank you for letting us know that you're a fucking psychopath. Thank you so much for the $20, Jacob. And then Carrie, thank you so much for the $25 who says blaming an innocent woman for getting brutally murdered is the most disgusting thing I've ever seen. Absolutely, Carrie. Thank you for the $25. Mark with the 11. Martin with the $20. I appreciate you so much for the love. Oh, hey, pipe down. Good boy. Thank you for going on mute. Thank you so much for the $20. Clayton, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. I appreciate you so much for the love. Ansgar, thank you for the $20. I appreciate you for the love, Ansgar.
You want federal agents unalive. You support the minister.
Dude. You have to act your age.
City Council.
Sir?
The unalive ICE agents. Well, guess
I am in the middle of thanking my donors.
Got bad news.
I'm in the middle of thanking my donors. Is there any
bad news?
Is there any mods watching whatsoever that can mute this guy from crashing out? Thank you, Jaden. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And and then Andrea, thank you so much for the $100 over on PayPal, who says, just because my last donation was so rudely interrupted, love you, Dean. Oh, I love you too, Andrea. Thank you for another $100. Show some love to Andrea down below in that chat. Seriously, thank you so much for the love. Clayton with the 10 who says, I don't know how you do this, Dean. Thank you so much for the love, Clayton. Theodora with the 12 and Ansgar with a 20. Thank you so much for the love. Who says, Renee Good's murder is the result of thinking on display by this guest. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely, dude. Vicky with the 5. Zachary with 5. Yet? Rebecca with 5. No, almost, though. Ian, thank you so much for the 4. Then Heather, thank you for the $30 who says, thank you for confronting all the MAGA idiots who think it's okay to defend this murder. Thank you so much for the love, Heather, for the $20. Please show some love to Heather for the $30 down below in that comment section. Then Megan with a 1. Megan with the $3 on Venmo. John with the $5 on Venmo saying that this guest argument is literally bud. Madison with the $5 saying that my hamster's smarter than him. Mike with the $5. Then Evan with the $20 who says, you think that Renee will get justice? Hopefully, as long as people like this guest, cease to disseminate the bullshit they do. Thank you for the $20, Evan. Let's get 200 Evan
You're the only one
disseminating bullshit. And then Liliane, thank you for the $15 who says, thank you for sticking up for us. Well, I appreciate you for the $15. Then Kevin, thank you for the $20 who says, guest is so like you. On God, Kevin, thank you for the $20. Then Cheyenne with the $30 who says that this guest is absolutely insane. Dude, he's fucking lost his mind. Abigail with the $25 who says, fuck this guest. Bethany with the $25 who says, tell this guest a small dick syndrome needs treatment. Michael with the $50 to tell this guest to shut the fuck up. Thank you for the $50, Michael. Kayla, thank you for the $25 saying what an idiot. Sunny with the $10, thank you so much for the love. Sarah with the $10 saying how much do we need to raise to permaban this kid? Oh, you don't need to raise anything. This is the last time I'll ever have him up here. Zachary with the $5. Ben with the $10, he says, caller man, you just sound like you're hitting a random debate soundboard, just hitting buttons at random. Yeah, that's what he's doing. Megan, thank you for the 5. Jalen with the 5. Ali with the $10 who says, I'll pay you $50 to kick this arrogant, insufferable, idiotic, disingenuous piece of shit. You don't even need to pay me for it. That's going to come very soon. Thank you for the $10, Ali. And then Nina, thank you for the $20. And Ryan, thank you so much for the 10. Show some love to Nina for the 20 and Ryan for the 10. And then John with the $10 who says, this guy is 33 years old, fucking man-child. She was murdered. Fuck ice and anyone who supports him. I appreciate you for the $10, John. And then Donnie, thank you so much for the $10 as well. And Michelle with the $10 as well. He says, it's my birthday. Happy birthday, Michelle. Oh, guys. Okay, we're just going to thank a couple more people. Then we are going to go and move on here. Just like maybe 10 more people.
Boy,
Susan, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat, who didn't even attach a message to her donation. Thank you so much for the love, Susan. Oh my God. Let's get 500 Susan W's. And Billy, thank you for the $20 who says, this guy's so emotional, he can't even have a conversation without interrupting. Dude, he literally acts like he's like fucking 10 years old, dude. Oh, I even know 10-year-olds that are less emotional than this guy. Thank you for the $20, Billy.
Man who can't even
Nike Tech, thank you so much for the 20 Canadian dollars over on YouTube Super Chat as well. Thank you so much, Nike Tech, who says here's $20 just because he's insufferable. As well as I think that we have maybe like 2 more people here. Let's see, where are we at? Yes, Wendy sent $50 as well over on YouTube Super Chat and didn't attach a message. Then Gigi with the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you, Wendy and Gigi. Oh my God, you guys are going fucking crazy, dude. I can't even keep up. Megan, thank you for the 3. Courtney, thank you for the 5. Amanda with the 5. Lexi with the 5. Emily with the $20. Thank you so much for the love, Emily. Show some love to Emily. Zach with the $5, calling the guest a piece of shit. Michelle with the $5. Robert with the 2. Amy with the 10, saying it's disgusting that people truly think like this guy. Isabel with the 5. Then Stephanie with the 5. Jenny with the $5 over on PayPal, Taken with a 1. Yasmin with a $14 who says walking you into a corner for a donation. I appreciate you for the $14, Yasmin. Max with the $5. Danielle with the $10. I appreciate you so much. Danielle with the $10 says, just so I could say this dude needs to learn using his ears, to use his ears. Yes. David, thank you for the 5. Joseph with a 15 who says, guess sounds like he would have defended the Nazis. Probably. Thank you for the $15. And then Terry, oh my God. Thank you for the $50, Terry, who says, I love watching your lives. Thank you for always doing God's work. Well, thank you for the $50, bro. That is TERRY. Thank you so much for the love. Oh, dude, holy shit. Thank you guys so much. We are going to go and kick the guests at this point in time. Literally, if I just let the donations continue to roll, if I just continue to have them up here, like we would have been doing that for like literally like fucking all day. So we're just going to go ahead and kick them. Hey, oh my God, that guy was insufferable. That one was rough. He's gone now. And by the way, if there's any donations that I missed, absolutely any at all, just know that I am incredibly apologetic. And I'm going to try to look back at them right now just to see if there's any I missed to continue to thank y'all in between these next conversations. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Hello? Nope, it doesn't sound like they're here. We're going to go to move on to the next guest right now. Everyone, just do give us a minute to get that next guest loaded up into the box.
I'm here.
Oh, shit. Sorry, bro. I disconnected you like 10 seconds ago. You have a really bad internet connection. Yo, Ali. Oh my God. Thank you for the $50 over on Venmo saying here's $50 because you're awesome. Fucking hell, Ali. Thank you so much. Let's get 500 Ali W's. And then you, thank you for the $6 over on PayPal. Thank you so much, Ali, and you. You guys are awesome. What's going on, Satana? How you doing today, my friend?
Good. I'm just listening to the amount of cope that is occurring with these people who are justifying, the killing of an American. It's wild.
Yeah, you hear that last guy?
Yeah.
Yeesh.
That was so disingenuous. Dean, why wouldn't you give him her address? Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, I really should have just considered that one. Yeah. Gloria, thank you for the blooming. What's going on, Peyton? Do you support Trump? Oh, Peyton's not here, so we're going to move on to the next guest. Guys, only up inside of that queue. If you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump, I'd really appreciate it if you guys could try your best to follow our rules. It definitely mean the world to me. Moving on to the next guest, Morgan, right now. Once again, we're only looking for American adults that supports Trump. Oh my God, 1 second. Rogue with the $5 on YouTube Super Chat says, guest is super annoying, but Dean is actually just deflecting and avoiding a conversation by deliberately thanking his donors rather than debating. Okay, Rogue, I'm so sorry, dude. I'm gonna have to respectfully fucking disagree. So he asked me for evidence that Renee lived on the street she was shot on. I then gave her 5 data points of evidence from the city council to the witness testimony to her own wife being there. And then his response was, no. Yeah, so I definitely did decide to rage bait him at the end there. I think he definitely deserved a little bit of penance for, the shit that infiltrated the ears of every viewer. And I'm very happy that I did it. So, Rogue, I think that you just need to cry more. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Oh, yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 18. 2008, January 1st. Just turned 18.
Okay. One moment here real quick. Gene, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much, Gene. And then Ricky with the $10 on Venmo says, oh my God, that last guy was insufferable. Yeah, he was literally terrible. And then Mr. Mike, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Yo, let's get 500 Mike W's who says, this isn't a job question mark. You couldn't pay me enough to deal with that asshole. Thank you for your hard work, Dean. I appreciate you for that love, Mike. Huge shout out to you. Show some love to Mike and all the other donors, including Gene, down below. Take it away. Why do you support Trump?
All right, so I just have 2 questions, right? So my first question, to be honest, I'm trying to see the other way, the other side, because I don't like judging things just based on what I think. I like to see on the other side. So I just want to say, right, why do you think Kamala is a better president than Trump?
Listen, man, I'm going to be honest. We are over a year since the 2024 election cycle. I could sit here and give you all the reasons in the book why I think that Kamala Harris was a great presidential candidate, or at least much better than Trump. And I mean, those reasons would range from her housing subsidy to her tax cuts for 130 million American workers in the low and middle class, to, just being the one of the 2 candidates that wasn't an adjudicated rapist, hasn't publicly boasted about the sexual exploitation of women and girls, and about a billion other things. But the question I'm asking you is, how do you still support Trump after the last, year of tyranny? From refusing to abide by a court order to feed 16 million starving American children, to threatening to invade one of our allies, which could possibly lead to a massive, massive war in between the NATO countries, to now defending the murder of an American citizen. That's what I want to know.
Well, to be honest, if I'm not gonna lie, I'm not too much informed in this subject, but from what I see that Trump is doing a lot of things, he's going to Venezuela to stop. And to be honest, my other question is gonna go into here a little bit. I'm not trying to go be irrelevant, but you're gonna see what I'm talking about. So I see that Trump is doing ICE. He's trying to get illegals out of this country because they're doing a lot of crimes, a lot of drug dealing, you know. But
So I want it to be
yeah.
known that undocumented immigrants are 2 to 4 times less likely to commit crimes in American soil compared to citizens. A suggestion
But
otherwise is propaganda to fulfill the fourth tenet of fascism, which would be the baseless identification of an enemy as a unifying cause for your base.
it's just
Also,
that
people can't
from
be
what I
illegal.
heard, right?
They're undocumented immigrants, like Dean said, not illegals. Sorry.
From what I heard, right? So I see ICE arresting these people, and I'm also hearing that a bunch of what's it called? Human trafficking is happening because of illegals going to our country. You know,
Exactly.
that's what I'm hearing.
Okay, so,
what
so,
my
sir, can I be honest?
yeah.
I don't think that you're informed enough to be engaging with me in a debate on this subject. That doesn't mean that I don't think this stream is of no value to you. In fact, I think that this stream is of the most value to you because you are exactly the type of person that I'd like to watch the debates and maybe take away some positive education from them.
But I just want to know, right? I want to know why Kamala is more of a better president than Trump, because I'm hearing a bunch of stuff about Trump, but I'm not hearing anything about Kamala.
I'm here on live today to talk about the fact that our president is defending the murder of an American woman in Minneapolis. I'm here on live today to talk about the fact that Donald Trump is absolutely destroying the low and middle income classes by taking healthcare away from 10 million of them, while then increasing healthcare insurance premiums for 45 million of them. People are going from paying $500 a month to $3,000. I'm here to talk about Donald Trump threatening a land invasion of Greenland, who's a part of Denmark, who's a part of NATO, that could start a third world war on top of similar threats to Cuba, Colombia, and Mexico. I'm here to talk about, right, the fact that he's an adjudicated rapist, a 34-count felon that places this country last and perpetually advocates for the demise of the country, then calls that demise perfection. Like he'll label the economy an A++++, even though business investment is tanked. Unemployment is the highest it's been in 5 years, and we have the most declared manufacturing bankruptcies since 2007 through 2009. If you want to hear about Kamala Harris, what I'd highly recommend you do is you just go back maybe to the videos I made a year ago. If you want to hear about Kamala Harris, just search my name up, then type Harris in the search bar after. I'm just sorry talking about Kamala Harris, the Democrat who unfortunately lost the presidential election a year and a half ago, is just not what I think would be the best use of my time on live.
I just don't think Kamala Harris would be better than Trump.
Okay, and I completely disagree with you, but I'll happily have that. I'd happily have that conversation with you, but you admitted to knowing nothing about it. So once again, I just genuinely do think the best place for you to be is just watching the live, dude. And I think that's great. I think that people that aren't politically informed should watch the live and learn more. That's why I do what I do.
What'd you get arrested for?
Hello, do you support Trump?
Sounds like you are the wrong crowd.
Don't know what the hell he's doing. Moving on to the next guest, y'all.
I think he prepared specifically for that argument, and he really wanted you to engage with that argument because that's all that he had. Because he leaned into that multiple times.
Yeah, it's also very easy to demonstrate why she wasn't. Okay, out of the 2 candidates in the last presidential election, only one of the 2, okay, wasn't best friends with a billionaire child sex trafficker. Only one of the 2, okay, hasn't called all black people lazy. Only one of the 2 hasn't said that you could look at an immigrant and tell if they're good or bad. Only one of the 2, okay, hasn't refused for no good reason to feed 16 million American starving children like Trump did in the last 12 days of the government shutdown. And then the other side, only one of the 2 ran a policy that's beneficial to the working class. Only one of the 2 wanted you to save $25,000 on your first house. Only one of the 2 has prosecuted sex, rape, and related crimes instead of defending it by defying Congress and breaking federal law to protect the people guilty for those crimes by not releasing all the Epstein files. So, but we're here to talk about
my
Trump.
favorite, though, is only one of the 2 tried to literally overthrow the United States government in multiple forms. So don't forget that one.
Right.
That one's
yeah,
awesome.
That one's a very important one. Hello, do you support Trump?
I do. I do.
Okay, Mr. Jack-o'-lantern. How's your day going?
Actually, very good. I just have one question, and I really mean it. Just one question.
Well,
can you please
I hope you
compare
stick
and
around for the
contrast?
debate.
Well, I'll stick around. I don't want to take up too much of your time before I start thanking everybody. I'd just like you to compare and contrast the unarmed white woman shot by the DC police officer in the Capitol, where she was, quote, breaking the law, not armed, to what happened with Renee, who was shot by a police officer. I don't think we even know the name of the DC cop yet. Why weren't you upset at that? I wasn't, by the way. I wish there were more people who got shot with the way they behaved. And to pretend that that woman was innocently there, I don't think is a good stance for you. Just explain your differences. I really want to know it. I'll be quiet now.
Okay, let's compare and contrast the two. So Ashley Babbitt was a domestic terrorist that tried to coup our government, end our democracy, and prevent our Congress from certifying the legitimate outcome of an election. Renee Good was a mother of 3 that was confused by the orders of ICE agents who don't have jurisdiction over her as a citizen, that was then shot in the head 3 times. And by the way, so Ashley Babbitt attempted to climb through a shattered window of a barricaded door leading into the Speaker's lobby, which was a restricted area where the members of Congress were actively being evacuated. Then Michael Byrd fired a single shot, struck her not in the head 3 times, but in the shoulder. And then she was immediately turned around and declared dead. And by the way, Michael Bird's shot on Ashley Babbitt was taken with the courts later then determining that his use of force was lawful and within the department's policy, as he reasonably believed it was necessary to protect the lives of the congressmen and women evacuating the Capitol that were being hunted down by a mob of nearly 2,000 domestic terrorists. Now, if you want to argue that the same thing is true of what we see happen less than 24 hours ago, I'll just show you this picture. This is a still frame moments before Jonathan Ross took a second shot. You cannot tell me that he reasonably believed he needed a shooter. He needed a shooter in her head to protect his life. He was behind the vehicle and it was moving away from him. Go ahead. You're on mute. Does he know how to unmute? He might not.
He may have just walked away from his phone or something.
Yeah, hello? Also, guys, everyone in the chat spamming he follows kids. Y'all know the drill.
Okay, so what didn't you hear?
Go ahead and just make a ticket on my Discord. A ticket on my Discord, then drop the
Particularly
screenshot.
in Discord, you ready for this? I agree absolutely what you said about DC. I also disagree absolutely about the Renee there. She was there for a reason. Police officer went to the car. She
not
backed
police
up
officer,
first, went
ICE agent.
forward, ran over a cop, hit the cop. That is a motor vehicle, a dangerous weapon, and it was an assault. You know, I bet if you had a gun there, you probably would have fired it.
Let's go ahead and watch a breakdown of what happened. This is...
Where's the breakdown of DC?
Well, right, you made a claim about Renee Good, so I'm going to show you a breakdown of what happened to Renee Good.
Yeah,
Let's go ahead and
okay.
watch it. Well, let's go ahead and watch it together.
On Wednesday, in Minneapolis, a federal agent fatally shot a motorist, 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good. Trump administration officials said these were, quote, defensive shots, fired because the officer was being run over.
And a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over.
But our analysis of bystander footage, filmed from different angles, appears to show the agent was not in the path of the victim's SUV when he fired 3 shots at close range.
And there wasn't
Here's
just
how
one
events
ICE agent, there were 2. And the one in front got hit by the vehicle. A
appears
vehicle is a dangerous
to
weapon.
show the agent was not in the path of the victim's SUV
There's 2 agents there.
when he fired 3 shots.
So here's a still frame of the second before he fired the bullet. Look at his
and guess
feet.
what's in front of that?
Look at,
that
I
agent?
want you to answer my question. Look at his feet on the ground. Are they in front of or to the side of the vehicle?
Which agent are you talking about?
the feet behind.
Well, there's 4 feet there.
The back
The
2
one
feet.
behind, the furthest one.
Absolutely, that's the one I'm talking about. That
Now
officer had a car come directly to
or
him.
actually just both of them. Talk about both of the agents. Are either of these agents standing in front of the vehicle?
Yes, that initial
What?
one behind. in
You're
the front of the
denying your
car.
eyes.
No, you just.
Oh my
it's a
God! Okay,
freeze frame.
these followers.
Play the whole film.
This is a
and he's
freeze, dude.
directly
This
in
is
front
this
of
is
the
a
car.
freeze frame from the moment before he pulled the trigger.
He was hit by the car. They didn't know who she was.
No. I want
what she was.
I want a very clear answer. Okay. This is a.
Well, so do I.
These followers. Okay, I really appreciate you guys for following. I just want to be able to show this without the overlay. Yeah, let me just. There we go. Okay, I just want you to use your eyes. This is. This is a freeze frame from the moment before his first shot was fired, and then this is a freeze frame from the moment before his second shot was fired. So I want you to tell me, in either of these 2 freeze frames, is he standing in front of the vehicle, yes or no?
I'll answer that there's no one in front of the vehicle right now. Now, will you let me explain my version of what I saw with my eyes?
Wait, this is what you're seeing with your eyes of the video right now.
And I just told you, yes, I agree with you.
Okay, so then you accept when he fired and shot her and killed her 3 times in the head, okay, he was not standing in front of the vehicle.
No. The shot he fired, the first shot, you can argue second and third shot, why he did it, should he have done it, the first shot that was fired. And there was a shot that went through the windshield. So I'm assuming that possibly the guy that was standing in front of the car shot. And no one shot until after
you're not
hit by the car.
listening to me. This
Oh,
is
I'm
a
listening
freeze
to every
frame
word.
of the moment before he shot his first bullets. This right here is
Freeze frame
it.
means nothing. That's right. That was after the cop was hit, the ICE agent, and before he was shot.
I don't even know if he was hit, but this was before he shot. Listen, watch it. That's right before the first shot goes off.
I know where the disconnect is, Dean. The disconnect is when he drew his weapon. He drew his weapon and he was more so towards the front corner of the car. But prior to actually shooting, he was on the side of the car and no longer in the path of actually being ran over.
And that was after he was
Jack
hit.
is actually trying to pretend as if she was heading towards him. But the point is the car initially went in reverse. The wheels turned to the far direction to go to the side and to completely avoid him. And he pulled his weapon when he noticed that she was, before she even started going forward, she had already turned her wheel. And by the time that he was to the side of her, because she started to go around him, that's when he shot off those 3 shots. So again, he started in front of her, but he pulled his weapon while he was at the corner of the car, and he released the first shot while he was beside, while she had clearly cleared the path of him not hitting him.
The amount of energy you're expending explaining what happened there is 1/10 of what happened in Washington, D.C.
Okay,
Look at Ashley. She was trying to run away.
Jack-o'-lantern?
And the cop shot her.
So just because we're forcing you to open your eyes and ears, okay?
You're
Just
not forcing me to do anything.
Jack-o'-lantern,
You're failing.
calm down. Thank you.
I'm very calm.
If you were calm,
One
then
of
you
the
wouldn't be
calmest
interrupting.
guys you've ever spoke to. Look, you want to see not calm? Look in the mirror.
If I want to see something that's calm, look in the mirror. So I know I am calm. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. But anyways, I'm going to go repeat this. I understand that me and Santana are forcing you to open your eyes and forcing you to open your ears.
No, you're not.
Jack-o'-lantern, could you reserve your comments?
I so certainly will if you'll let me talk when you're done.
I'll let you talk when I'm done, dude. God, you know, real quick, something that I don't think a lot of the viewers know, I sign up for when I start my live every day. It's not just debates, but it's treating grown men like this 80-year-old white dude, like a fucking toddler, because the lack of impulse control is uniquely obvious. But anyways, to get back to what I was saying, because it is very, very important. Me and Santana are just simply asking you to stop the denial of the evidence of your eyes and ears. We have now successfully shown you a still frame the moment before Officer Jonathan Ross pulled the trigger the first time, hitting her in the head. And then moments after, before he fired his second and third shot, such as pictured in the image above. There is no defense that Officer Jonathan Ross had a legitimate fear for his life and was in harm or peril's way. In fact, this argument is only furthered by reading Title I of U.S. DOJ policy on use of force. Point number 1. Firearms may not be discharged solely to disable a moving vehicle. Specifically, firearms may not be discharged at a moving vehicle unless the vehicle is operated in a manner that threatens to cause death or serious physical injury, and no other objectively reasonable means of defense appear to exist, which would include moving out of the path of the vehicle. We just watched Officer Jonathan Ross move out of the path of the vehicle. And in fact, we watched that path of the vehicle move away from Officer Jonathan Ross. My evidence that the path of that vehicle was moving away from Officer Jonathan Ross is very simple. In order to fire those shots at her, he had to follow the vehicle away from where he was previously standing. And once she was shot in the head and killed, the vehicle rolled in the opposite direction. We'll go ahead and show that now too. By the way, I want it to be known that you actually just watched Officer Jonathan Ross position himself in front of the vehicle. When she begun to go back, one moment. When she begun to reverse back, he was standing to the right side of the car. Once she was done reversing back, he was standing in front of the car and then started to move to its side. Her wheels are turning to the right. He is at the top left of the bumper. He is either not hit or bumped at around 5 miles an hour. At this point in time, he clearly jumps off to the side of the car because you could see his feet off to the side of the car, not in the line of the path of the movement of the vehicle. He shoots her once in the head, and then 2 more times while fully standing off to the side.
Hey, Dean.
Yeah.
If you want, I can send you. I have a what is it? A 3-time slowdown of that. The point where it's closer and it shows that completely missed, like never touched him and all this other stuff. So if you want, I can send that to you.
Well, I mean,
It's like
that's
20 seconds.
that's what we were just looking at. Yeah, feel free to. Yeah, we'll take a look at that on live. YouTube. I'm trying to find a way, and I'm struggling to show this to like both channels. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna throw an overlay on YouTube of like my TikTok OBS. So then you guys, it's not gonna be like the best view, but it's gonna be a view. So I'll do that now. So Jonathan, can you agree that I clearly demonstrated how the path of her moving vehicle was moving away from the officer before the shots rang off, and prior to the first shot being rung off, okay, he was no longer within the path of the vehicle, but rather standing off to the left side, and then shot her 3 times.
Just want to give you a prediction. These officers are going to be found that they acted reasonably, and they certainly had more concern for their lives than the cop in D.C. Although I support the cop in D.C. doing what he did.
Sorry, sir, you're running.
When I'm wrong,
can you
I'll
agree
come
or
back.
not? Can you agree or not?
Agree, excuse me. Agree to what? No, I
Can
think
you agree
that, she ran
that by
into
the
him.
time the first shot was fired, he was off to the side of the vehicle?
Yes, I've already answered that. Yes,
Okay,
but that
so
has
so
nothing
so
to do
so
with
the
it.
moment he fired
he
his
was
gun,
already
so the
hit. He
moment
was already-
the moment he fired his gun, was he in harm's way?
He didn't know that. He was reasonably suspicious that yes,
He didn't
wasn't
know
harmful.
that. Wait, so he didn't know where he was in comparison to the car? So then how did he
You
hit her in his
stand-
head?
you
He
stand-
would have to know the position of the vehicle and her to successfully implant a bullet in her skull. He didn't know where he was at in contrast to the woman in the vehicle, but was able to hit her in the head 3 times with bullets?
Wow.
That's bullshit. And you know it.
You're confusing 2 cops, and you don't know the actual sequence of it. And I'm telling you that when they're exonerated, or if they're found guilty of a wrongful death, I will call up personally and apologize and say,
Just
"Dear,
an
we're wrong."
FYI, the fact that you're saying that they're going to be exonerated, which I agree with you, I don't think they're going to be held accountable for their actions, but that doesn't speak to what actually happened. That speaks to the
Yes, it
amount of
does.
coverage. That speaks to the amount of coverage that law enforcement within our country receives, and even more so, the type of immunity that has been granted by the Trump administration to ICE to act with impunity.
But you didn't think the DC
Even though
cop
they have
should have been found
reduced
guilty?
the difference between the DC cops and ICE agents is the DC cops have proper training and they are proper police agents. ICE
Right,
agent,
they
did you know
should know.
that it takes longer to become a barber than it does to become an ICE agent? ICE agent training is 13 weeks now. They have also completely removed the physical training aspect, the physical aspect that you have to go through to pass to become an ICE agent. They've also reduced the background check, so it's not as extreme anymore. Literally, they have done multiple things to make it easier to become ICE agents, and these people are held with less accountability.
I just want to like stay.
So-
I just want to stay on topic with
You
what
don't.
happened
You
to Renee,
think
guys.
one is unjustified and one is
guys.
justified?
No,
I just
sorry, go ahead.
I just want to stay. I just want to stay.
argue your point.
I just want like come on. We're muddying the waters here. I want to stay on topic with what happened to Renee. I'm gonna try one more time. Guest, I want you to
No,
pay.
you don't need one more time.
No,
You don't need one. I just.
Guest, I want you to pay attention to this clip. I want everyone to pay attention to this clip. Threw up the wrong overlay over on YouTube. Just everyone, sit down and pay attention.
You are funny when you talk like that. I can't help.
Yeah.
On
you fuck 'em
Wednesday
off, bro.
in Minneapolis,
Yeah, no.
a federal agent fatally shot a motorist.
Yep. And that
37-year-old Renee
woman.
Nicole Good.
So
Hey,
you don't
hey,
think
hey,
that
you,
woman
hey, you,
should have
hey,
stopped
you decrepit old fuck! Can
and
you
opened
shut
the
up?
door?
Can you shut the fuck up while I'm playing this clip? Calm down, just dude. Like you're acting like a toddler. Zip it, Unc. Come on.
I act like a toddler. You are
Yes,
funny.
zip it.
On Wednesday in Minneapolis, a federal agent fatally shot a motorist, 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good. Trump administration officials said these were, quote, defensive shots fired because the officer was being run over.
And a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over.
But our analysis of bystander footage, filmed from different angles, appears to show the agent was not in the path of the victim's SUV when he fired 3 shots at close range. Here's how events unfolded. Moments before the shooting, the victim's maroon SUV is stopped in the middle of the street. Multiple unmarked federal vehicles are idling nearby. Secretary Noem alleged the motorist, quote, was blocking the officers in. Bystanders are blowing whistles and yelling at federal agents.
Go home to Texas!
Then, federal vehicles start moving toward the maroon SUV, with sirens and lights blaring. A federal agent films the scene on his phone.
By the way, there's the other angle. Oh shit.
And he opens fire on the motorist and continues. He walks around the car filming.
There's the other side. So here's actually a video that I don't think that a lot of y'all have seen yet, where it is the officer, Jonathan Ross, that shot him, where he was actually walking around the other side of the car.
And disappears from view. Other agents pull up and order the driver to exit her vehicle. One of them grabs at the door handle and reaches inside. The SUV reverses, then turns right, apparently attempting to leave. At the same time, the agent filming crosses toward the left of the vehicle and grabs his gun. He opens fire on the motorist and continues shooting as she drives past. The moment the agent fires, he is standing here, to the left of the SUV, and the wheels are pointing to the right, away from the agent. This appears to conflict with allegations that the SUV was ramming or about to ram the officer.
Assault with a deadly weapon. You can't deny it. Period.
Okay, so let's see. Let's see if I could try to reach a middle ground here. If she wasn't murdered, she could have been found guilty of assault with a deadly weapon. But that doesn't change the fact that she was murdered and gave the officer no grounds for murdering her.
It may have. Okay, if he didn't shoot Ashley Babbitt, she'd still be alive, and he might still be alive, and she may have been charged with all the January 6 people.
These are honestly...
But it's different according to you.
Let me tell you why I'm happy.
Not different, my son.
Let me tell you why I'm happy I'm live. Let me tell you why I'm happy I'm live today. First and foremost, I'm so incredibly grateful for the 25,000 people that we have watching on TikTok and the nearly 7,000 people that we have watching on YouTube for this one reason. What you're witnessing with your eyes and ears today on this live stream is a gaggle of Trump supporters coming up into this space and trying to refute the irrefutable, trying to refute the evidence of their eyes and trying to refute the evidence of their ears, trying to refute a frame-by-frame analysis that we all just watched unfold in front of us.
Dean, I want you to keep this
the
up.
refutation and the reduction of our current guest's attempt at a refutation alongside all guests that we've had on so far today is very simple. There's no argument against the fact that Renee was murdered. There's no argument against the videos that were filmed of her murder. And there's no argument against the second fact that Officer Jonathan Ross had no grounds to fire 3 bullets into her brain. And we are hearing the squirming, we're hearing the mental gymnastics, we're hearing the contorting, and we are hearing the bullshit. And ultimately, once we fight through this bullshit, and once we prove it to be undoubtedly that, the guests then give up and attempt to move on. What we all just witnessed was Jack-o'-lantern come up here and argue that it was within self-defense, the officer is righteous and just. But then the moment we play the frame-by-frame reduction that proves otherwise, all of a sudden he's no longer concerned with Renee Good, who he thinks is a domestic terrorist. He's no longer concerned with Officer Jonathan Ross. He's no longer concerned with what happened yesterday at all. But all of a sudden now he's only concerned with what happened at our Capitol 5 years ago with Ashley Babbitt.
No, that's not true. More lies.
So you, sir, are a failure of a man. You, sir, are a failure of American voter. And I truly hope... I love it. Well, they're true. And I really hope that our country just simply ceases to have people like you in the future. I think that this is a problem that we could generationally weed out by incentivizing people to critically think more. This is a problem that we could generationally weed out by just informing people that no, your identity doesn't have to be an evil wannabe dictator. And just through the condemnment and through the use of critique of people like this guest. So we're going to move on to the next guest because he's a completely lost cause. Showed him the video and he still wanted to deny it. Absolutely terrible. And I have quite a few people to thank. By the way, if you're watching and you want to support me, you could actually support me over on Venmo and PayPal. You can find that in the link tree in my bio. There's been so many people that have just flooded me with love. And I am so incredibly grateful for you all. Katie, thank you for the $2 over on Venmo. Courtney, thank you for the $5. Then another Katie, thank you for the $20 who says, did you see that they identified the ICE murderer? Yes, Jonathan Ross. Thank you for the $20, Katie. Let's get 200 KDWs. Amanda, thank you for the 5. Then Scott, thank you for the 20 who says the shooting of Renee Nicole is a national tragedy. The ICE officers are out of control. When he's pronounced guilty, Trump will only pardon him like he did all the other terrorists on J6. Yeah, he already has a track record of pardoning domestic terrorists. Wouldn't put it past him. Thank you for the $20, Scott. Let's get 200. Scott W's and 100 Juan W's for the $10. Who says Renee ran away from the violence. Ashley ran towards it, seeking violence out. Thank you for the $10, Swan. Natalie, thank you for the $10. Who says today's my birthday. Well, happy birthday, Natalie. And I have the flu, and thanks for keeping me sane today. Well, I'm happy that you're enjoying the live stream, and I'm sorry that you have the flu on your birthday. Zachary, thank you for the 5. Jessica with a 3. Erica with a 2. Lauren with a 2. Taylor with a 5. And then Emily with a 5. Thank you guys so much. And Bailey with a 5 says, thank you for all that you do. Thank you so much, Bailey. Then Ben with a 5. And then Allie with a $20 who says those ICE thugs had zero reason to use deadly force. And anyone who denies it has fucking lost their goddamn mind. Thank you for the $20, Miss Allie. It's good to see you as always. Let's get 200 W's down below in that chat. And then Quincy with a $5 says, based on the law, the agent already avoided bodily harm by stepping out of the way of the car. Anything else is excessive force and murder. So that's very true. That's actually incredibly true. In fact, I think that's a point that I am going to continue to repeat because you are absolutely dead on, my friend. Over on PayPal, Madison, thank you so much for the $10. Who says, last year my boyfriend hated when I'd watch your lives because he was stuck in an echo chamber and only watched Asmongold. Today he came home telling me that he followed you, that he's extremely disappointed that he used to listen to what he did before. Thank you for what you do. Bro, shout out to you and your boyfriend. Awesome. Fuck yeah, Madison. Then Christina with the $7 says, fuck Trump. Thank you so much. And then Theodora, thank you so much for the $25 over on PayPal. Who says, thank you for spreading awareness about the tyrannical wannabe dictatorship that is the Trump administration. Now, they blatantly lied about Renee's death. It was illegal and most of all immoral. Fuck ICE, fuck Trump and his blind faith supporters. Love you. I love you too, Theodora. Thank you. And then Catherine, thank you for the $50. Yo, let's get 500 big ol' Catherine W's in those live chats who says, Dean, we appreciate you here in the UK, sending solidarity and love to American friends in such a tragic time. We are thinking of you and we are worried for you. Catherine, thank you for the solidarity. And I think at the end of the day, it is important for the international stage to stand against Trump because that is maybe the only check or balance that could possibly sit him the fuck down. But even then, will it? According to Trump, it won't because now he's threatening a land invasion of a NATO allied country. So I guess, yes, yet to be determined. Then I think we have 5 more people on Super Chat on YouTube. Then we'll hop back into those discussions. Heather, thank you for the $20. Who didn't attach a message, just sent the love. Thank you so much. Vex, thank you so much for the $10. Who says, this makes me ashamed of the admin, as it should. Desk Grenade, thank you for the $10 as well. Who says, look, I'm a Marine veteran. Before you open fire, there are rules of engagement. She was clearly away from the ICE officer. She was leaving the scene and posing no threat. Yeah, then he fucking hunted her down and shot her 3 times in the head. It's a ruthless, terroristic murderer. Doug, thank you for the $20. Who says ICE policy mandates minimizing risk and not shooting at moving vehicles. Yep, that's Title I. The ICE agent put himself in front of the car and in negating self-defense. Renee Good and Ashley Babbitt are not comparable. Absolutely. Loris, thank you for the $10. Who says thank you. Kelly with the $10. I appreciate you so much for the love. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then DK, thank you for the $20. Who says, to the people saying comply, if DIM started a program that removes Second Amendment rights, would they comply away? Oh, well, they'd have to comply, right? They'd have to comply. And it looks like we're all caught up. Once again, if you are watching and you do want to support me, you want to support the work that we do here, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pinned message on that YT stream, and top of the phone screen if you're on TikTok as well. Now, let's go ahead and start the next debate right now. In fact, we already have our next debater loaded in. Their name is Justin. I sent you an invite to unmute. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
I mean, you've actually been gracious enough to let me come up here a couple times and explain how you swayed my mind. I think last time we had a conversation where I told you, unfortunately, I apologize to my sister. She was a victim of SA, and hey man, I just have obviously me and you were on the same side, but I have from someone who voted for the guy 3 times, I have kind of a rhetorical question for these people that come up here and just have absolutely Justin. No line.
We are just looking to debate, but I want you to be able to just propose this question real quick. So please propose the question, but unfortunately after you do,
I'll hop out. Yep, absolutely. I'll hop out right after this. If unaliving American citizens isn't where we draw the line, if raping children isn't where we draw the line, if blatantly saying Constitution be damned isn't the line, where is the line?
Justin, good ass question. In fact, that's what we were asking yesterday. Where is the fucking line? Where is it? Where's the line?
Well, this is Dirk here. I really appreciate you bringing me up. This is fantastic. Thanks so much for bringing me up. This is great. I want to echo what the other gentleman said. I think Ashley Babbitt was actually murdered. I think this pathetic leftist who was killed in her car was looking for it. She was stirring up trouble, stopping her car in the street, and then attempted to murder an ICE agent who was pulling her over and getting her to leave her car. I think this is...
It's fine, Jed.
Dirk sucks.
It's fine, Jed.
He's
You
the
gotta
worst.
mute him.
You defended Ashley Babbitt's murder left and right. So will you denounce Ashley Babbitt getting murdered on Capitol Hill?
I first want to respond to something else you said there.
She wasn't driving a car into agents. She wasn't violent. She wasn't doing anything that caused her to get murdered. So do you defend her getting murdered?
I first want to respond to something else you said there. You said that she was trying to murder that agent. If she was trying to murder that agent...
We all saw it. Unfortunately for you, it's on video. in multiple angles.
If she was trying to murder that agent, then why did she angle her car away from them?
Well, if she wasn't trying to murder the agent, why was she driving her car in the first place? Can you tell me that?
So driving a car
with an
means you
agent
wanna murder
standing
people.
right in front of her vehicle,
Got it.
why would she step on the accelerator?
Well, I mean, obviously that agent was standing to the side of her vehicle before.
Well,
she
like I
could
said,
drive.
unfortunately
the
for
question that
you,
I'm
it's on
asking you that I
video
still
on
haven't gotten a
multiple
response
angles.
to is as follows: if she wanted to murder that agent, then why did she turn her wheels away from them?
Again, you're going to pretend like it's not on video. He's standing in front of the vehicle very clearly in multiple different angles. You could see from the back angle that he actually got hit.
I think
So go ahead and pull up
I'll
multiple
just-
angles and
I'll
we'll
just-
take a look.
I'll just go
in
ahead and show this to you
Minneapolis,
again.
A federal agent fatally shot a motorist
Yep.
with sirens and lights blaring.
How did the bullet get into the windshield if he
A
was
federal
standing on the
agent-
side of the car?
So I want you to watch this. So first, here's the officer that inevitably murdered her behind her vehicle, walking on the side.
Films the scene on his phone. The driver rolls forward slightly, turning left, then stops and waves for others to go ahead. Two agents exit this silver pickup and walk toward the vehicle. Moments later,
Nope.
shots are
Officer standing in front of the car, standing in front of the car, boom.
Let's look at the scene again more closely. This is the agent who shoots the driver. He walks around the car filming and disappears from view. Other agents pull up and order the driver to exit her vehicle. One of them grabs at the door handle and reaches inside.
Yep. First mistake.
The SUV reverses, then turns right, apparently attempting
First
to
and
leave.
last mistake that she made.
At the same time, the agent filming crosses toward the left.
Okay, let's watch this together very carefully, and then I'm going to have you
Go
answer
ahead.
the question.
Go ahead.
At this point, can we agree that the officer is standing in front of her car?
Yes, I do agree.
Perfect.
Left of the vehicle and grabs his gun.
At this point, can we agree that while the officer is standing in front of her car and her car is not moving, he begins to pull his firearm?
He pulls out his firearm right when she hits the accelerator.
Well, let's just roll it back another few seconds.
At the same time,
Go ahead.
the agent filming crosses toward the left of the vehicle.
Reversing, didn't pull the gun, accelerating,
already
pulls
out.
the gun.
Can we agree?
This guy is a fucking
Can we-
genius
can-
with his
I
gun.
just want
This
to
guy
know.
has reflexes like a ninja.
I just want to know if we could agree or disagree. Can we agree that he pulled his gun as or before the car began accelerating?
No, we can't agree.
Okay, we
How
can't
could
agree
we
there.
agree? Why is this video super zoomed in? Why is this video more zoomed in than the
Wow.
original?
Wow.
Are
So
you trying
can
to
see it
hide
more
the?
clearly?
How about you actually show the full video?
Wait.
because I saw.
So now you're disputing the video that I'm showing you. Okay. So anyways.
Because I saw the full video and millions of.
Just mute him real quick, Santana, if you wouldn't mind helping me
Yeah,
out
I
here.
got it.
Because
Oh, you
I
don't like
because
facts.
what I'm doing here.
Have some self-control.
What I'm
Facts
doing
make you
here.
sad.
No. What I'm doing here is called a dialogue tree. So we're going point by point,
So how do
and I
you
want
see
to
the-
see. Hey, Dirk, my friend. What I'm doing right now is called a dialogue tree. I'm going point by point, and I'm
Yeah,
trying
you're
to
an
determine.
NPC. You follow one.
I'm trying to determine where our disagreements lie. All right. So when I'm asking you these clear questions, I either just want an affirmation or a rejection. I think that that's going to be the best possible way to analytically dive into this video to determine where our disagreements lie. So it's funny.
And you
because
know where
Dirk.
You
it's
know
funny.
where.
Wait, Dirk.
You know where our disagreement.
Dirk.
I
It's
just
fine.
told you.
Dirk. Stop it. And so far,
I will
what we've
spit it
determined.
out. Speak quicker.
I can't. I can't when you're interrupting me, my friend. Why do they all act like children?
I don't know, and I'll just say this
You're
really quick.
droning on and on.
I'll
Hurry
say
up.
this really quick. Dirk, stop it. Act like a fucking adult. You
All right,
are
shut
on
up,
TikTok
Santana.
lives
Nobody's here
all
to
the
hear
time.
you.
Like, have
Nobody's
some fucking
nobody's
sense.
here to hear you.
You're up here because you want the attention. Stop so there can actually be a conversation and a debate.
It's every single
Like,
one
what
of
the
them.
fuck?
It's just why.
Just go ahead, Dean.
Why
Go
can't
ahead.
Trump
You have my
supporters-
permission to continue.
Why
Go ahead.
can't Trump supporters just compose themselves?
You have my
They
permission to
want the
continue. Go
attention,
ahead.
but then they get
Yeah,
pissed
Laura,
off
thank
when you kick them because they won't stop being assholes.
Yeah. Anyways, just to get back to that second disagreement. So the second disagreement is on when this person
One of them
pulled out his
grabs
gun.
at the door.
I said, can we agree that he pulled out his gun after he positioned himself in front of the vehicle, either as or before the vehicle started accelerating? And then you said no.
Handle and reaches inside.
Yeah, that's not what you said, you fucking dirty
you-
ass liar. You said he pulled his gun at
Dirk, let
she
Dean
was re-
finish.
Now you're
Holy shit,
changing
have
what you
impulse
asked.
control.
Handle and reaches inside.
either before
The
after
SUV
that.
reverses,
Okay.
then turns right.
Such a liar.
Apparently
Sorry.
attempting
So
to
sorry. When Santana's muting
now
your
you're
mic,
changing.
At the same
1 second.
time,
Stop
the
muting.
agent
changing
Stop
slowly
muting now.
crosses
Stop
toward the
muting
Is
now.
left
that
of the
fair?
Okay, Dirk. When Santana is muting your microphone, I don't have the ability to pause the video. So I because the notification of him muting your microphone overlays the pause
Oh,
button.
brother.
So when you're interrupting me while the clip is playing, I literally don't have an ability to pause and play it to make.
Well,
different
you just
points or
asked
ask
me a
various
question.
different questions.
And I called you.
So either
question you asked
so right now there's
is
two
different
options.
than the original question.
There's two
That's
options.
what I'm
Dirk.
calling you
One-
out
One
about.
moment, Dirk. Right now there's two options. The first option is for you.
The first option is you're gonna run.
Dirk.
Is that it?
No.
You're running by
Dirk,
crashing.
guys,
I'm calling
Dirk,
him out that the
what are we
question
doing?
is different.
Hey,
He asked a
Dirk,
question originally.
Dirk. We have two options at this point in time. The first option is for you not to speak when that video is playing. So then I or Santana don't have to mute you. So then I can control the video by pausing it, playing it, rolling it back, etc. Because when you interrupt while that video is playing and then one of us have to mute you, the notification that I get
All right,
on my
bro.
TikTok
Hurry up,
studio,
dude. I get it. Quit crying.
I'm not crying. I'm simply giving you your two options. Because the notification that I get that you are muted as a guest overlays
You
the
up your
controls.
estrogen levels?
Okay.
Hurry up.
Okay, Dirk. I hope that you have a good rest of your day, my friend. We're gonna go to move on to the next guest,
Great
y'all.
call, Dean.
Go ahead and hop inside that
Fucking
cube. You happen
great
to get, go ahead and hop inside that cube. You happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. Yeah. I mean, it's just not worth it. I'll try to find people that we could converse with, but seriously, just for the viewers, viewing experience, it's just impossible. To keep people like Dirk
Dean,
on, you know.
That's the rule of my live, all 2026. I even have it on my background. You crash out, you lose, and I'm not gonna yell over them or go back and forth. I just kick them and move on. I'd rather talk to my chat than do that. So
Yeah, I'm down to do it to an extent, right? I don't listen, for all the Trump supporters watching, I'm not expecting perfect self-control out of y'all.
No.
I'm not expecting perfect impulse control out of y'all. I'm not even expecting a perfect record of no interruptions. But what I am going to expect is a base level of civility that a discussion can even be held. Right? It's when I'm trying to play a clip to refute a point or to inform you / the audience, and then you're just speaking over that clip, and then Santana has to spam mute you because you keep unmuting yourself, and I literally lose the material ability to pause and play that clip or roll it back. What I'm now, because of your immaturity, losing the ability to effectively play and show this clip and dissect it so we could articulate our various perspectives to have a debate on the substance. So that's incompatible with productive dialogue. Welcome in, Dev. Do you support Trump?
Dev too hot.
Yeah, I do support Trump, but I was actually gonna say something about this last video you was showing.
Yeah, what?
That cop pulled that gun 1 second before the car started to go forward and turn.
Okay.
So 100% that cop was in the wrong and should be charged with murder.
Beautiful. I'm happy that you know what, listen. I think it's crazy that you don't treat this as a red line and you don't stop supporting Trump because of it, because he's gone to the defense of that officer.
Well,
but at the bare minimum, I really appreciate you for
I
not
kinda
denying the
can't
evidence
really
of your eyes
because there's certain things that there's stuff that the Republicans don't have control over and the Democrats don't have control over. There's stuff in the Constitution. Most people don't know this, but it is 100% legal for a 40-year-old to date a 6-year-old as long as there's no sexual contact according to the Constitution.
Okay.
Yeah, that claim is probably true.
Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah, but
the claim. I wouldn't doubt if that claim was true.
It's 100%
But I mean,
bad.
well, just real quick.
That's one of the constitutions that I kind of want to change.
Yeah, sure. I mean, hey, look at that. We could all support behind an amendment to make sure that 40-year-olds can't date 6-year-olds. Okay, but as it relates to what happened, how could you still listen? If defending murder and calling for the termination of the Constitution aren't red lines, then what are? Why is this not a red line? What would be a red line?
That's what I'm saying. I can't really say what red lines are because obviously, as our government's leaders, they don't have red lines.
No. But I'm asking you about your red lines. If you'd continue to support them or not. If a president defended murder, would you still support that president?
I don't support certain things that Trump does.
Okay, but I'm
And I
saying,
don't
but is there
support certain
anything
things that he says.
But what I'm saying is there anything that he could do that would be sufficiently bad to serve as a red line that would make you stop supporting his administration as a whole?
Oh, there's plenty of stuff.
Like
that he could
what's
do.
one of them?
Oh yeah, plenty.
Give me an example.
Like say those 35 or 25 cases of fucking rape were actually true. If those are actually true, say those were true. Like someone proved those were true.
Claims.
So if
yeah,
so if somebody proved that he raped a woman, you'd stop supporting him.
Oh yeah, 100%, because I'm against that.
Sorry, I'm
I
just
was
looking.
raping
I'm looking through all the pictures that I got loaded up. I promise that all
Yeah,
that
but
served.
That's getting clipped.
That no. That served a relevance in a past debate. Don't worry, guys. All the images that I'm showing, they're already images that I have loaded in specifically to the live. Okay, guys, they're already images that I specifically have loaded into the live. I think I brought that one up like 3 days ago to mog on some Chud Maxine MAGA incel. Okay, all right. Mog him intellectually and physically. So anyways, sorry for meeting you, Santana.
It's so good.
But anyways, listen,
I'm not even like one of those people.
Here's what I want to show you. So you said that you'd stop supporting Trump if it was proven that he raped a woman, right?
Yeah, 100%. Because like everything that like my grandfather tried to tell me that it wasn't true that he didn't do it. I'm like, I'm pretty sure he did.
Guess
but,
what?
I mean, he won the cases.
Guess what?
So, what?
A court proved it 2 years ago. E. Jean Carroll versus Donald
2
J.
years
Trump.
ago?
Yes, in 2023. In the E. Jean Carroll versus Donald J. Trump court case, a unanimous jury of 9 determined that Donald Trump had sexually abused or raped E. Jean Carroll.
That should call. Okay, so right there, that should call for automatic they should look at the other cases of the rapes and see if those ones were true too. Then
God, I couldn't agree with you more. Yes, absolutely. When somebody proves right that they have like a character of like a rapist by raping, right? Like, oh, we should only be talking about all these other cases too. It's true.
Exactly, 100%.
So you no longer support him.
Like, I don't support him, and I kind of was like leaning off of supporting him when I found out that he was committing a bunch of fraud and shit, and he was still our president, because in our constitution it states that you can't be a felon and become president.
Well, that's not true. The Constitution doesn't state that. But Dev, I appreciate you for coming up, man. I'm happy that we're able to change your mind. Fuck yeah. What's up, Becca? Do you support Trump?
Oh, is it me?
Yeah.
Oh, hi. No, hell no.
Based, Becca. You have a good rest of your day. Let's go to move on to the next guest, y'all. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We're just, really looking for some debates here, y'all. I'm not going to lie, y'all. We're only 2 hours into the stream, and I am tired, folks. I'm very tired because most of the guests that we've had on so far today have just been insufferable, completely insufferable. So I'm trying my best here. And I'll continue to do that. Hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. Hello, do you support Trump?
Well, I do not, but I want to go to the Renee.
Awesome. I'm really happy that you don't, bro. But right now we are looking to change the minds of those that do. So please only hop inside of the queue if you do. Over on YouTube, Rhino, thank you for the $50, dude. Holy cow, man. Rhino just sent a $50 super chat on that YouTube stream. Thank you so much, bro. That is a shit ton of money. Rhino with the 50 says, keep up the good fight promoting truth and critical thinking in a sea of idiocy. Thank you. Thank you so much for the incredibly kind words and the $50 donation. While we're getting that next Trump supporter loaded up in the box, show some love to Mr. Rhino Man down below in that comment section for the $50. As well as Lucis, thank you for the $6 over on Super Chat. And I understand exactly why to make you feel that way. Hello, do you support Trump? You have 5 seconds. Okay, they're not here. David, do you support Trump?
Oh, he sucks.
Dean, what's up, loser?
What's going on?
Hey, I got a scenario for you, bud.
Do you support Trump?
Let's say you and Santana are in the shower together, bud.
He's the worst.
And
why do we're only getting the worst of the worst?
Let's say you drop the soap, buddy, and Santana's micro penis goes in your butthole. Is that Trump's fault? Yes or no?
Is this an AO3 fanfic that you've already written and published? Yes or no?
It is.
Come on, bro. Just answer the question.
No, I don't know. What did you write? Was it
Answer
Trump's
the question, bud.
Well, I'm asking you, like,
Is
because
it Trump's?
this is your fanfic. I mean, I feel like the creative narrator here kind of controls the direction. Like, did you in the fanfic? Did you decide to go the direction of blaming it on Trump, or did you not decide to go to the direction of blaming it on Trump? Or are you like asking me for inspiration? Are you basically saying that now you're at that inflection point in the fanfic that you're writing, and you're trying to determine if you want to bring Trump into the mix? So you thought that you'd go to the source because you lack creative direction to get inspired.
Because you blame Trump for everything, guy.
Oh well, then
you
in the
blame him for everything.
then in the fanfic, blame it on Trump for sure.
So hold on. When Santana's micro penis goes in your butthole, is it Trump's fault?
Hey,
yes
I got a real question for you, David.
Hey Santana, you should ask. The real question is, why don't you care about black on black crime, buddy?
Hey, oh, it's okay, but question for you, seriously. Why do you think using homosexuality as an insult is something that's acceptable? Like, what's the point of that? What's the point of actually disrespecting the queer community? And
because we gotta get rid of all these queers and this gayness going on, dude. The LGBTQ or don't.
Just fucking hateful. Didn't I say he's the fucking worst, Dean? Called it. Fucking nailed it. He fucking sucks.
I don't know.
He fucking sucks.
I don't know if that's how he really feels.
No, he just fucking sucks. He's the worst.
I don't listen. All I'm gonna say is that there has been studies that have continually redemonstrated that closeted gay men are more likely to engage in overt homophobia than straight men.
Yep.
All I'm gonna say, as a straight man, I've never imagined two other men giving it to one another in the public showers. Listen.
They go into so many details.
Listen.
Like it's
so
detailed.
Listen. The more details you had on there aren't owning the libs, I swear. And as like the first thing too, as the first thing you say to another person too, dude, what would it be like if you put you your ass? Like, okay. You never told us if you support Trump. I mean,
no.
David.
Not a good afternoon. Not a how are you? Not a, hey, let's have a good debate. Just immediately into the fanfic. That's fucking weird.
Yeah, like baby, you said we need to get rid of them. They're right here. They're right there. I don't know. That's fucked. That's really fucked. We're gonna move on to the next guest, guys. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Yeesh. Big ol' yikes. Hello. Do you support Trump?
Okay. Well, I have a couple questions if you don't.
Absolute kid.
I absolutely do, man, because you have to be at least 18 to be on TikTok Live. Moving on to the next guest, y'all. Go ahead.
W's for the Gojo and the PFP. Also, I'm trying to reply super quick. Daniel, thank you for the 4. Amber, thank you for the 5. Danielle, thank you for the 2. Elizabeth, thank you for the 1. Laura, thank you for the 5. Courtney, thank you for the 10. Jesse, thank you so much for the 20. Georgia, thank you for the 5. Darlene, thank you for the 2. And holy shit, Allie, thank you so much for the $50 donation. Saying keep fighting the good fight. Love it when you and Dean team up, especially because you're calm and straightforward. Absolutely. I'm trying to reply directly to you guys. I'm sending you messages that way I don't have to interrupt too much. But thank you all for all of your love. I promise you I'm gonna get to
Dude, shout out to all the donors. What's going on, Harry? Do you support Trump?
Do you still empathize with the receiving end?
Depends on the day.
So you empathize with gay sex?
What's today? Is it Friday? Yes, today, yes.
What's the problem with gay sex? Like serious question. Why is it like what's the problem with gay sex? Who cares? Why are you obsessed with gay
You're getting
people?
shit on your dick, so it's kind of disgusting.
Okay, is it you? Literally, is it you?
No.
Okay, then why are you so worried
I've been
about
looking
it?
around, but I can't find
Why are
one.
you so worried about it if
real
it's not
quick.
you?
Just real quick, Harry, how old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2006.
And how many continents are there?
Continents: America, South America, Eurasia, Australia.
Yeah, you're already wrong. Eurasia's not a continent. America's not a continent. So you're telling me that you know when you engage in gay sex, you get shit on your dick, but you don't know how many continents there are.
I learned from experience.
All right, we're going to move on to the next guest, guys. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Hello, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do, bud.
Get out of
There's
here.
nothing funny here.
Get out of here. Get out of here. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Only up inside of that queue if you're MAGA. Bro, what? Like, what? Oh my God. Why have the people today been so crazy?
They
Damn,
have
you're actually a
nothing.
female bitch. You know that.
What did you just say?
You got so much estrogen.
That's antithetical. The
Nah, you're
actual
actually a
term
female,
for
bro.
the actual term for a female dog is actually that word. Why you guys are
How many-
stupid? You're stupid. You're just
How
stupid.
many continents?
Yo! Cat! Thank you so much for the lion!
Cat,
Oh
thank you
my
so
God!
much for the lion!
Dude, show some love to Cat down below for the lion. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much, Cat. You're an absolute gem. An absolute gem. Please. I want everybody watching to please show some love to Cat down below in that chat right now. Thank you so much for your kindness. Let's get about 1 billion cats for the goddamn line. Also, show some love to Kennedy for the $33. I appreciate you so much for the love. Who says if you slow the video and zoom in, it appears the officer is still filming as he's drawing his weapon. Yeah, that's like fucking crazy. What was he doing? Thank you for the $33, Kennedy. Let's get 300 Kennedy W's and 100 Matthew W's, who says, as someone who's never debated you, but has been born and raised far right, I will say you've changed my mind when it comes to my political, moral, and ethical views. Keep on doing your thing, bro. That's why they get so pissed. That right there, let me tell you, the reason why Stallion came up here getting big mad, the reason why Dirk came up here getting big mad, the reason why Truth Seeker came up here getting so big mad, the reason why David came up here getting so big mad is because I disseminate the facts, I defeat their worldview, and I change minds, okay? And it's not mutually exclusive to me, okay? This is why so many people on the left are met with just a hellfire of tyranny from immature little assholes on the right. Is that reason right there. Matthew, thank you for the $10, and thank you for letting me know that I've been able to change your mind. I love that. As well as Karen, thank you for the $5. David, thank you for the $2. Bailey with the $5. Danielle with the 1. Gabriella with the 5. And Ryan with the 5. Then Ashley, thank you for the $10, who says, I'm so sick, disgusted, and upset over everything that's happened. As any American should be. Any person should be. Thank you for the $10, Ashley. And then Andy, thank you for the $10, who says, thank you. Keep doing what you're doing. You need to speak out more than ever. Shit's getting scary. I appreciate you for that love, Andy. And then Payton, thank you for the $10 over on Vimeo to call Dirk Dirt. Well, he's gone now. Then Kelly and Ava, I appreciate you so much, both for the $5. Jeremy, thank you for the 5. Echo, oh my God, yo, dude, that's a cool ass little dragon. Thank you for whoever sent that. That's incredibly kind of you. Then Echo with the $10, thank you so much. Robert with the 2. Then Devin with the 10, who says, thank you for giving us hope in our future. Oh, I appreciate you for that love. And then Hope, thank you for the $15, who says, thank you for what you do. Today is another sad day. I'm a registered nurse, and the deny of medical cares for her is what ripped my heart out. Yeah, they literally wouldn't a practicing doctor on scene help her out. And then Jesse, oh my goodness, thank you for the $20, who says, keep it up. Stop ICE from controlling the narrative. I appreciate you for the $20, Jesse. And by the way, it's good to see you. Jesse's actually our longest time viewer. He's been watching us for years now. And I think that we're nearly caught up, y'all. Ben, thank you for the 5. Bryson, thank you for the 1. Cooper, I appreciate you so much for the $5. Oh, Bryson with a $1 says, bro, you're actually dumb. That is assault with a deadly weapon. She should have just stopped. The officer was in front of her car. She got herself shot. You mute people when you don't want to hear the truth. Please get me on your live. Bryson with a $1. Bryson, I'm actually going to go to multiply that by 100 and donate it to her GoFundMe. I appreciate you for the contribution that's coming directly from you to her with that 100x multiplier. That's incredibly kind. Show some love to Bryson down below. No joke, by the way. I'm actually going to do that with this donation. Then Katie, thank you for the $7. Brittany with a $15, who says, for the dense guest, quote unquote, the party that were told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears, it was their final most essential command. Absolutely. Thank you for the $15, Brittany. Then Caitlin, thank you for the 5, and Quincy with the 5 as well. We are all caught up over on Venmo. Let's go and catch up on PayPal as well. On PayPal, thank you, Terry, for the $10, who says, I used to support Trump like 3 years ago, but you and my wife opened my eyes. Dude, let's go, Terry. That is awesome. And then Joanna, thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal. Oh my God. Thank you, Joanna. Let's get 500. Joanna W. who says, abracadabra. No more crazy, only regular debates. Oops, I was in Delulu land. Keep on doing the good work. W. Cat for the lion. I appreciate you for the $50, Joanna. Yeah, the people today have just been nuts. As well as Aiden, thank you for the $20, who says, I honestly have to take breaks when the more insufferable guests come up. Thank you for pushing through and doing what you do always. It's also insane that they jump to you and Parker being gay. Yeah. Thank you for the $20. X with a 5, Trissa with a 5, A with a 5, Sarah with a 2, then Charlotte, thank you for the $10. She says, this live has been a hard one to watch. Oh my God, it's been so fucking difficult. And then Micah, thank you for the $20. Who says, thank you for everything you do and fuck Trump. Fuck Trump, Micah, and thank you for the kind words and the $20 donation. And then Ben, thank you for the $45. Who says, thank you, Dean, for all you do. Seeing someone of your age making so many points so eloquently and intelligently gives me hope for a better tomorrow. Oh, dude, thank you so much, Ben. That is fucking incredibly kind of you. Show some love to Ben. And then show some love to C for the $20. Who says, thank you for what you do. Thank you, C. And then Jack, thank you for the $15. Who says, from the UK, Dean, love the work that you're doing. Thank you so much, Jack. Then Duckless, thank you for the $7 for quote-unquote putting the morons in their place. Then Gladys, thank you for the $20 with no attached message. Thank you, you guys. I really appreciate it. We are all caught up, but unfortunately, we have to do something that you guys are not going to be a fan of because...
Can I get in 3 quick thank yous?
Yeah, go for it.
Do it. Really quick. Taylor, thank you so much for the 5 for the fanfic. Stephanie, thank you so much for the 1. Yeah, we definitely talked about the wife. And August, thank you so much for the 20. Dean, this is a great point. Said bring up the facial recognition. I don't know if you've looked into this yet. I'll send you something, but the Clearview facial recognition technology through Palantir, they're using that. So that's a whole thing. Also, one last quick thing. Someone called out the fact that David is actually Ryan West. So just an FYI for you on that one.
What's that? What was the last thing you said?
David is Ryan West. The guy that you blocked and all. That's an alternative account.
So David's a rapist. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep, that's
okay.
who that was.
Yeah, I fully believe that Ryan West is a rapist. And I'd actually like even more for Ryan West to sue me for that. So then I could, with more information about who he is, where he lives, and who he's been with, prove that he's a rapist. I would bet a lawsuit I could prove he's a rapist.
Yeah.
Fully. Now, here's what we're gonna do, chat. Unfortunately, with the last couple mean guests that have come up, I've said some pretty mean things in response. And because of that, I've dug my own grave and I've got myself 2 flags for harassment and bullying. And unfortunately on TikTok, once you get 2 flags for any violation, you have to restart your live stream or else you lose the ability to go live. So we have another hour or 2 of debates. Okay? We got it. And these restarts, chat, they only take 5 seconds. Let me tell you something else about these restarts too. For whatever reason, 50% of people just don't come back. So I could guarantee to you that you are at a 50% likelihood of not coming back after we restart. You should really consider coming back after the restart so you could continue to listen to another hour to 2 hours of debates. Here's how you come back. First and foremost, you should hit the red follow button in the top left-hand corner of the phone screen. That way you'll be able to find me on your following list and very easily come back into the live. Now, if you want to come back even quicker, what you should do is once the live stream ends, it'll say live stream has ended and it will show you my profile picture. If you click on that profile picture, it will direct you to my account page. Once you're on my account page, count to around 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Pull down on the account page and then click into the new live through the profile picture on the account page. That's how you come back. Restarts take 5 seconds. If you're on YouTube, you'll be unaffected, so don't worry. YouTube is fine. TikTok isn't. And here's what we're going to do. We're going to hit that restart now. I'm going to start counting down from 10. By the time I'm at like 3, I'm going to be back on live. But I also won't be in my chair when I am back on live because I'm also going to use this as an opportunity to go pee. So see you guys shortly. Here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. We're already live. YouTube, I'll see y'all shortly. I gotta go pee. Hello and welcome back into the stream. Hi guys. All right, folks. We had over 20,000 viewers before we hit the restart. Dude, I'm telling y'all, more than 50% of people never come back, which is like, dude, I don't know why. Like, I like every single time we do a restart, I always like try to tell everyone it's super quick. It'll be super easy. We won't be away for too long. You just, you know, you got to follow these instructions, but then they never come back. Anyways, let's go to hop back into those debates. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. I would really appreciate it if y'all would try to follow our rules so we could just stick to the conversations. Hello, hello, hello. Do you support Trump?
You're a first rule breaker. I'm the one who Venmoed you, but thank you so much.
Dude, I appreciate you for your kindness, Matthew. Let's go to move on to the next guest. We got Rich Sab Trades loading up in the box. Only up inside of the queue of your MAGA. Only up inside of the queue of your MAGA. Hello, are you MAGA? Do you support Trump?
Yes, Dean, and I want to let you know.
Very small child. Very small child. You got to be at least, 18. That one should be obvious. Come on. What are we doing? Yo, the Fireflies. Appreciate you. Appreciate you so much. Appreciate you so much for your kindness. For that galaxy. And then, yo, Kelly, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Said the House passed the ACA vote. No fucking way. I really hope that passes the Senate. Hello, Tony.
Dean, you literally said before that you put yourself in gay people's shoes. So I don't know.
Real. How you doing today, man?
I'm doing great, man. I'm at work though right now, so it's bad timing.
You're the one that requested.
And
also, you have a job?
Yeah, of course, man. And
you're not
listen,
you're
can
not
I tell you
unemployed?
something? No, I can show you what I do. Man. Oh no, I can't because I don't have fucking camera access.
I think he's definitely unemployed. He's probably just like playing a YouTube video in the background. He probably like, you know, opened up his laptop and just typed in work sound effect, and then is like blaring it in the background. Tony, feel free to hop back inside of that queue as soon as you're off the clock, man, or you have an opportunity to. Moving on to the next guest here, y'all. Moving on to the next guest here. We got our next guest loading up into the box. Make sure that you're following our rules, please, 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 please. And then Yo Theta, thank you so much for the $10. Who says, I watch you almost every day. You're awesome. My name is Teddy like the bear. Well, Teddy, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you so much. Show some love to Teddy. And Natasha! Oh my God! Thank you for the $100 donation over on Venmo. And Natasha, you're a goddamn queen. Natasha with $100 says, Dean, you rock. What more can I say? I tune in daily. Natasha, I fucking know you tune in daily. I'm always seeing your name because you're always supporting. Thank you so much for the undeserved kindness. Like, sincerely. Please, 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 please show some love to Natasha down below in that comment section. Hello. Do you support Trump?
Hi, Dean. I'm just gonna tell you this. If I'm gonna be a girl, like, I would do it. I would do it to you. I'm sorry.
I don't even know what he just said, or what they just said. So I'm just gonna go kick them. Moving on to the next guest. We got Scooby loading up into the box. Everyone, did anyone catch what he just said? Did he say like something fucked? I don't know. What's up? Do you support Trump?
I love you, Daddy Dean.
Okay. All right. Calm down. Moving on to chat. Here we go. All right, guys. Looking for debates. What are we doing? Shannon, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Says that David guy is actually Ryan West, the one that wanted to know why I didn't fight back. Yeah, where he's never going to come up again. I'm sorry that he was able to get it up on an ult. As well as Keely, thank you for the $5. And Christopher, thank you so much for the $50. Yeah. Hey, man, I appreciate you for that love. Show some love to Christopher down below in that chat. Yo, I'm going to keep your message to myself, man, but you're definitely dead on the money. Show some love to Christopher down below in that comment section. Thank you so much for the $50, my friend. Let's get 500 Christopher W's. You're a funny, funny man. Hello, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How do you, Chad?
I'm 22.
Cool. Kenzie, thank you for the $10 as well. You said, don't read this out loud. Okay, you got it. I'll keep that to myself, but thank you for the $10. It's incredibly kind of you. As well as just, I think 3 more people over here. Yes, 3 more people. Sophie, thank you so much for the $13, who says, I live in Minnesota and today ICE came in. As a minor, I should never feel unsafe, and they made me feel so incredibly unsafe. I felt so unsafe as I did. I watch you every day and you make me feel safe again. Oh, Sophie, that's incredibly kind of you. Sarah, thank you for the $10, who says, thank you for all that you do. Thank you so much, Sarah. I appreciate that. Then Yulissa, thank you for the $10, who says, I always enjoy watching your lives, but this one so far has got me emotional. It's been a fucking, like, just a roller coaster of idiots and heathens. Thank you for the $10. And I'm sorry that this life has made you emotional. And then Elise, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you so much, man. We are all caught up. Why the hell? Oh, actually, I want to ask you a very specific question. Okay, Chad?
Yeah.
If defending murder is not a red line, then what is?
If what? Say that again?
If defending murder is not a red line, then what is?
I'm not sure.
See, I think
so
that's,
you're saying that was a murder. You're saying that was a murder.
Yeah, obviously. But I think that's your first
Well,
issue.
so okay, so can you not agree that the ICE agent feared for his life as the car started going towards him. Now, I don't think she was trying to run him over. She was trying to get out of there. But initially, the car was moving towards the ICE officer. That's when he draws his gun, and I think he feared for his life.
He drew his gun before.
As they said today, he was run over by a car previously 6 months ago.
Okay, so point number one, I actually think him being run over by a car previously 6 months ago only furthers my position, because what it demonstrates is that he's more likely to engage in irrational behavior when presented with a person in a vehicle. Okay, right? If you took away some sense of like PTSD due to being run over by a car 6 months ago, right? Like then he should be out of the field, and he shouldn't be like in situations where he's like pulling his gun and pointing it and pulling the trigger and shooting a driver 3 times in the head. When he's not even in the clear path of the vehicle. And then your first statement there, well, did he fear for his life? None of us know because we're not him and he hasn't spoken. But the question shouldn't be, did he fear for his life? But rather the question should be, did he reasonably fear for his life? And the answer to that question is no, because by the time he had his gun out and he pulled the trigger, he was not within the path of the vehicle. And by the way, I want it to be super clear here, even if you want to turn around and argue, right, that he was in a reasonable fear for his life when he was in the path of the vehicle, you're still not making an argument that is legally or, in my mind, morally cohesive, because he had the ability to get out of the path of the vehicle. Actually, in accordance with Title I of the U.S. DOJ policy on use of force, it explicitly says that you may not discharge your firearm to disable a moving vehicle if there's other objectively reasonable means of defense that appear to exist, which would include moving out of the path of the vehicle. And by the way, that's exactly what he did. He moved out of the path of the vehicle while the path of the vehicle was actively changing due to the driver changing the course of her tires.
Yeah, I mean, did you see the other angle, though, where her car actually did hit him as he's moving out of the way?
So that other angle is an incredibly grainy, like 200p clip where you got to zoom in and look at pixels. I really like what the New York Times did, where they compared and contrasted the grainy clip from that secondary angle to the non-grainy clip from the first angle that was publicly available. And in fact, I'll go ahead and show that to you now.
Yeah, let's see.
We've already played this video a couple times. I'm just going to go back over the end of it where they compare and contrast the grainy angle. And let's take a look.
And it's true that at this moment in this grainy low-resolution footage, it does look like the agent is being struck by the SUV. But when we synchronize it with the first clip, we can see the agent is not being run over. In fact, his feet are positioned away from the SUV. The SUV crashes into...
So I think he had a reasonable. He was fearing for his life.
Okay, once again,
and that's why he did irrationally shoot her. Like there was no need to fire his gun off. I agree with that point. But I think he just completely feared for his life.
Okay, well, guess what?
No.
So then you accept that it's murder because you said that it was irrational for him to kill her.
I just don't think it was necessary. But he's still,
So wait. If you don't think it was necessary, then you have to concede that it was murder in accordance with Title I of U.S. DOJ policy, where it says, and I quote, firearms may not be discharged solely to disabled moving vehicles. Specifically, firearms may not be discharged at moving vehicles unless the vehicle is operated in a manner that threatens to cause bodily death or serious physical injury, and no other objectively reasonable means of defense appear to exist, which includes moving out of the path of the vehicle. But you just said that it wasn't necessary for him to kill her because not only did he have the option of moving out of the path of the vehicle, but that's exactly what he did. So therefore, in accordance with the law, your defense of his actions still amounts to murder.
No, because I believe he feared for his life as the car
No.
initially moved
Here's
towards
the reason. The reason why your defense of his actions still amount to murder is because it is the case, right, that he had a quote-unquote reasonable mean of defense that appeared to exist, which was him moving out of the path of the car, which he did. And then the path of the car obviously wasn't gearing towards him as she was moving away from him. And then you just continue to reduce back, then you continue to reduce yourself back to the spaces while he feared for his life. Keep in mind, none of us are inside of his head. None of us know what he thinks. But the question shouldn't be, did he fear for his life? But rather the question should be, did he reasonably fear for his life? Okay, if a super racist white lady sees a black man walking down the street and that makes her fear for her life, that doesn't justify her then turning around and cutting his head off, okay? right? Because there was
Well,
no reasonable
that's
fear for his
different.
life. And what I'd argue in this circumstance is that there was no reasonable fear for his life either, because by the time he pulled the trigger, regardless if it was the first, second, or third time, he was out of the path of the vehicle. I just simply see no defense, okay, for this instance, considering the fact that by the moment he fired his gun, regardless if it was the first, second, or third time, he was out of the path of the vehicle, and the path of the vehicle was moving away from him. Do you recognize those two facts?
Yeah, it all happened so fast. I think he was so scared for his own life that he pulled the trigger.
Okay, well, so then being unreasonably scared for his life is maybe what caused him to murder.
I don't know if it was unreasonable.
Well, it is unreasonable because what was his life threatened? Look at this image. That's either the second or the third time he pulled his life. At this instant, was his life threatened? No, absolutely not.
At first, it was threatened.
No, you actually accepted that it wasn't threatened at first either, because you agreed that by the time you agreed that by the time, okay, he pulled out his service sidearm and pulled the trigger the very first time he was outside of the path of the moving vehicle.
Well, the first shot, he was still kind of in front of it.
No, that's not true.
Well, then how was there a bullet in the front of the windshield?
I'll tell you. If I could prove that he was not standing in front of the car the moment he took the first shot, would you agree that it was murder?
Well, he was around the headlight area.
No, Chad. I just want you to agree. If I could prove that he was standing off to the side of the vehicle the moment before he shot his first bullet, would you concede that it is murder?
No, I back up my ICE officer.
See, that's your fucking problem, Chad. You don't care about the circumstances. You don't care if he had a reasonable fear for his life. You don't care if he was in harm's way. You're going to back him till the day you fucking die because you're a decrepit, scrawny, embarrassing piece of shit that should be embarrassed by your own existence. Feel free to feel free to cope laugh at that true statement all you want, but just know that if your parents were listening into this conversation, they'd probably be nodding their head in agreement. I mean, think about what you just said. You just said.
Actually, my parents have already said that they agree with the ICE officer.
Oh yeah, for sure. No, true. I forgot. Well, maybe the scrawny little guy who should be ashamed of his existence. Probably as parents that should be ashamed of their existence too, because you had to get it from somewhere. But listen to what you just said, Chad. You said even if he was not in harm's way, you still think that he would have been justified in shooting her. Tell me why. Why would he be justified in shooting her if he was not in harm's way objectively and had no reasonable fear for his life?
Well, the thing is, at first, he did have fear of his life as the vehicle was moving towards him. It was literally moving towards him initially. Mm-hmm. That's what scared the shit out of him.
Yeah.
It was initially moving towards him.
Okay,
and
my counter-argument
I think his previous incident made it worse. His previous incident already been run over.
My counter-argument here is very simple. In accordance with DOJ policy on use of force, that is not a legitimate and rational fear for his life. Would you like to know why?
Why?
Because of what I've already read you 3 times. Title 1, DOJ policy on use of force. Firearms may not be discharged solely to disable moving vehicles. Specifically,
unless
firearms
they're
may
trying
not
to
be
hit
discharged.
you.
Chad, shut up and let me finish. Specifically, firearms may not be discharged at moving vehicles unless the vehicle is operated in a manner that threatens to cause death or serious physical injury, and no other objectively reasonable means of defense appears to exist, which includes moving out of the path of the vehicle. We know that not only did another reasonable mean exist, because he could step off to the side of the vehicle, but we also know that he knew this path appeared to exist because he did step off to the side of the vehicle. So in accordance with DOJ policy on use of force, there was no reasonable fear for his life for the moments he was standing in front of the top left bumper.
Yeah, I mean, I think it could go both ways in court. I think it could go both ways. Well, first of all, it wouldn't be murder.
I either want you to concede or give a counter argument to my reduction against your claim that he had a reasonable fear for his life due to the viable opportunity he had to A, get out of the path of the vehicle, B, the path of the vehicle moving away from him, and C, the fact that the first time he fired, he was out of the path of the vehicle and standing to the side.
Well, Well, yeah, I could see it possibly going down as a manslaughter charge because
Okay, we're getting somewhere.
his last 2 shots that he was out of the way of the vehicle.
Oh, the first one as well.
They were unnecessary. I think that was from bad nerves, though.
Wait, so you just said
from his previous
you just
incident
said,
with.
So you just said that it was unnecessary because he was out of the path of the vehicle, correct? On the last 2 shots?
Yes.
So if out of path of vehicle, then unnecessary. True?
Yeah.
Look at this. I may end up taking back that you're a scrawny man who should be ashamed of your existence if you could concede on this.
And yelling at federal agents, lightly turning left, then stops and waves for others to go ahead. 2 agents exit this silver. Let's look at the scene again more closely. This is the agent who shoots the driver. He walks around the car filming and disappears from view. Other agents pull up and order the driver to exit her vehicle. One of them grabs at the door handle and reaches inside. The SUV reverses, then turns right, apparently attempting to leave. At the same time, the agent filming crosses toward the left of the vehicle and grabs his gun. He opens fire on the motorist and continues shooting as she drives past.
Here we go.
The moment the agent fires, he is standing here, to the left of
Boom.
the SUV.
This is what disputes your argument. You just said, if agent out of path of vehicle, then unnecessary to shoot. The still frame on your screen, regardless if you're watching on YouTube or TikTok, because now I got it working on both, proves that the ICE agent was standing out of the path of the vehicle moments before he took his first shot, thereby, in accordance with your view, demonstrates that it was unnecessary, amounting to a definite refutation of the assumption of self-defense.
Yeah, I would say it was unnecessary. No, I'll agree with you on that part.
Okay, wait, stop there. Back to Title I of DOJ policy. You can't fire your gun at a moving vehicle unless there's no other objectively reasonable means of defense that appear to exist, which includes moving out of the path of the vehicle, which basically amounts to saying you can't fire your gun at the vehicle unless it's necessary. You just conceded that was unnecessary. Therefore, in accordance with DOJ policy, he couldn't fire his gun.
Yeah, I guess so.
It's taken me 24 hours to nail down the counter argument to this with perfection, allowing for no bullshit. But now I got it. Cool. So if he couldn't fire this gun in the scenario, and it wasn't self-defense, then it's murder.
Would be manslaughter, not murder. You're kind of spicing it up there.
I define murder as the unjust termination of a human life. And in many circumstances...
Well, that's not what the Constitution says, though.
The Constitution doesn't define murder at all.
Well, it clearly states, I mean, I don't know if it's exactly in the Constitution or where it is, but it does state that murder has to be a planned killing.
Planned killing. So
yes,
that's illegal.
That is what murder is.
I think that's murder in the first degree. Now, I'm not going to act like I know the difference between second or third degree murder and manslaughter. I think the difference between second and third degree murder and manslaughter is that manslaughter is unintentional and that second and third degree murder are intentional. Now, I agree. For first degree murder, it does have to be orchestrated and planned. So in accordance with the law, because it wasn't orchestrated or planned, but still possessed intent, it would either be second or third degree murder.
Yeah, it could be one of those. It'd at least have to be third degree if it is.
Yes, yeah, exactly. It would at least have to be third degree murder.
Yeah.
Wow, okay, cool. I'm sorry. Just the first mind I've changed on the subject. That's awesome. That's okay. So I've been having these conversations, I think, for a total of, 8 hours. I've been having conversations about this since it happened yesterday morning. I've either just had people come up here and agree that it was murder, or not agree that it's murder, and no concession or minds change. So you're the first person whose mind I've changed on the subject matter. I take it back. You're not a scrawny small man who should be ashamed of your existence. I appreciate your willingness to listen and to change your mind. So now that we've gotten to that conclusion that it was murder, I think here's the next question. Why is it not fair to draw a red line against supporting an administration that will defend a murder by calling the murdered a domestic terrorist and calling the murderer a law enforcement officer who's only acting within reasonable guidelines of self-defense, who should have criminal immunity?
I'm not sure.
And I think the reason why you're not showing a response to that question is because you agree that should be a red line. I just feel as if it is in such complicit violation of what we should all unanimously deem as true American principles to have a commander-in-chief, nearly celebrating the murder of an American citizen by labeling them as a member of A, the political opposition, and B, as a domestic terrorist.
I mean, I still see where they're coming from, though. Thing. I will say you made a good argument. You opened my mind to it some, but I still see what the other side thinks and what the other side comes from on this, and especially because of what the radical left is doing to the ICE agents, and that they have extra fear of their lives when they're around these people.
I would say that ICE agents have done about 100 times worse to primarily undocumented immigrants than citizens from the radical left have done to ICE agents.
Well, I mean, they're just doing their job.
Well, A, that wasn't a defense in the Nuremberg trial. Shouldn't be a defense now. And B, I think that if this is in accordance with the designation of the job, that just shows how terrible of a person the employer is. An employer would be Trump and his administration, because we have seen heinous human rights abuse on behest of ICE, on behest of the Department of Homeland Security, on behest of Donald Trump's operation of mass deportation. We have seen people deported with no due process to Sica in El Salvador, where they were then tortured and starved, raped and essayed too. We have seen people illegally deported in violation of their constitutional rights, then a ruling from SCOTUS saying that they got to come back, then a statement from Donald Trump's White House account on Twitter saying that he's never coming back. We have seen the propagation of false labels surrounding undocumented immigrants to demonize them, to villainize them, to excuse and allow these heinous human rights abuse, like labeling them all as dangerous gang members, violent criminals who want to grape your wife, eat your family pets and dogs, and kidnap your children, and that they have all escaped from prisons and mental institutions, when in all reality, they're just here for a better life, and they're 2.5 times less likely to commit a violent crime on American soil than an American citizen. If you really want to look at the mass systemic tool of violence, I'm not really going to be giving much attention to the radical left's attack on ICE. I'm rather going to be looking at the Trump's administration's attack on human beings just like me and you, through the examples that I just gave to you and many more.
Okay, so let me ask you, do you support, let's say they do get due process, do you support the deportation of illegal immigrants?
I support the deportation of undocumented immigrants with prior violent offenses on their record, pretty insidious nonviolent offenses, and pretty insidious outstanding warrants. However, I do not support the deportation of undocumented immigrants that do not fall under those categories, as I believe that they are only here for a better life and in turn only help this country. According to the American Immigration Council, they add $1.1 through $1.7 trillion to the GDP annually, pay over $100 billion per year in taxes, reduce crime rates. They are more likely to work than citizens, accounting for 8.3 million of our laborers, bolstering our industries, centering us on the global stage as a driving factor in our economic output and production. If we were to lose the 11 million of them that buy our goods and the 8 million of them that make our goods, well, what we'd also lose is economic output and productivity. We'd then see higher levels of poverty in consequence of that fact. And of course, because poverty drives crime, we'd see more crime. We'd also see all the human rights abuse that I've already described. And we just see a general erosion of the social and moral fabric that is supposed to serve as a cohesive force in this country by the propagation of the fourth tenet of fascism, which is the baseless identification of an enemy as a unifying cause that Donald Trump does to undocumented immigrants, as I've already described.
Yeah, I mean that's fair, but I saw that Biden deported a lot of illegal immigrants. What was it, 3 million?
I don't think it was quite 3 million. That was Obama in 8 years. He did 3.1 million. I'm not sure about the numbers under Biden. And there's big differences between the deportations that Obama did and Trump. Most notably, Obama didn't deport anyone without due process. Obama didn't extend the guidelines for expedited removal or limit to due process. Obama wasn't sending people illegally to a center for terrorists in another country. Obama didn't label them all as gang members and violent criminals. In fact, he created work programs for those without those violent crimes on their record so they could join our labor force and productively provide, created DACA, and many other great programs. But of course, inevitably, I would disagree with the deportations made under Obama of undocumented immigrants without those prior violent offenses, criminal offenses, so on and so forth.
Okay. And so what did you think of the Maduro capture?
Oh, well, I mean, I think that the Maduro capture will, in the long term, prove to be one of the worst decisions made by the Trump administration. Now, the first thing that you may say in response to that is, well, Jesus Christ, Dean, he was a dictator. He was terrible for the Venezuelan people. They're liberated. Are you like anti-human, anti-liberation? No, not at all. I mean, I stand by the Venezuelans celebrating the removal of Maduro from office, but he was removed, not his regime. Now his vice president is serving as the acting president under the lead of a new regime that was not duly elected by the people. That regime leader would, of course, be Trump, sending our oil companies into the country, protected and safeguarded by our military to steal and extract their oil. But the really big issue here is the permission structure that created to allow for expansionism into countries with governments that A, were duly elected, and B, could purport a great threat of a third world war. Like, for instance, because of his capture of Maduro, he then turned around and said he may want to do the same thing to Colombia, Cuba, Mexico, and Greenland. The big issue with that is Greenland. Of course, they're all an issue, but the big issue is Greenland, because Greenland is a part of NATO. He has now repeated over the course of the last year and a half that he is unwilling to remove a military invasion from the table. In fact, Stephen Miller was on CNN less than 48 hours ago, where we said we could use a military invasion. Now, Denmark, the governance of Greenland, has responded by saying, well, if we see American troops enter our country, we're going to shoot first and ask questions second. So if Donald Trump is now feeling emboldened to posit the idea of a land invasion of Greenland, feeling emboldened to take their country, feeling emboldened to not rule off a military invasion from the table, all because of what he did to Venezuela. And then Denmark's like, it's never going to happen. We're going to shoot first, ask questions second. And they're part of then they're part of NATO, so it's also potential that Article 5 of the NATO treaty could be invoked. That is a potential World War III.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like that. I have seen that.
Right, but you didn't see this before he invaded Venezuela, because what he saw in Venezuela is that he could do this under the guise of wanting to benefit the people, or even not really. He honestly was honest about the fact that he just wanted their oil. And then he's going to get some social support for it, which then allowed him to turn around and say, fuck, you know what, let's do it to Greenland, let's do it to Mexico, let's do it to Cuba, let's do it to Colombia. And then historically, regime changes have led to very bad outcomes. I mean, just look at what happened in Libya, Syria, Afghanistan, Iran, or Iraq.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not liking that too much. I'll tell you that. I'm not a big fan of that.
Yeah, me neither. So do you have any other counter arguments or defenses of Trump as president? Or maybe should I try to change your mind in another way?
No, I mean, I don't think you could change my mind. I mean, I know how bad Kamala would have been, and I can't stand this Democratic Party. If they could get someone reasonable up there, I would vote for him.
Listen,
but so far, I don't see any reasonable candidates.
Think about it this way. Have you ever asked a socialist or a communist of their thoughts on the Democratic Party?
No.
They probably hate them more than you. But
well, then why do they all run as Democrats?
Well, because the thing is that inevitably the Democratic Party is going to produce better real-world outcomes in comparison to the Republican Party. But even if you disagree with that, that doesn't therefore mean that you need to support Trump as president. Okay? Right? It doesn't. It doesn't mean that you need to support Trump as president. Let me ask you a question. If Donald Trump defended murder called for the execution of called for the termination of the Constitution, called for the execution of his political opponents, and boasted about sexually exploiting women and girls, would you stop supporting him as president?
Yeah.
Okay, so what did I say there? Defended murder, called for execution of political opponents, called for termination of Constitution, and sexually exploited women.
Now,
and
I
girls.
already know the murder part.
Perfect.
So
you already know the murder
you already
part.
showed me that.
So we're
Yep.
1 of the 4 down. If I could prove that he did the other 3 things, would you stop supporting him?
Now, let me clarify real quick. I'm not big on Trump. I just support him over Kamala Harris.
Right.
In Tim Walz.
But like, you just no longer support him at all if he did those other 3 things, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. So the second thing I said was calling for the execution of political opponents. He did that around 5 or 6 weeks ago. Democrats from Congress spoke out and, reiterated to members of our military that if Trump gives you an illegal order, you don't have to follow it. By the way, that's the law. That's the oath. That's UCMJ. And then he said, that's seditious, punishable by death. Hang on.
That sounds like he might have been trolling and rage baiting.
How do you determine when he's trolling and rage baiting or when he's telling the truth?
I mean, that is something hard to determine. That just kind of sounds like a troll to me. Would you agree to that?
I think the reason why you want to write it off as a troll is just because of how ludicrous it is by nature, because you operate under the pre-assumption that Donald Trump is a sane, rational person. I could agree. If like a sane, rational person that I knew to be sane and rational just one day started talking about like executing people, that they're probably like telling a real bad joke. All right? Because I know that they're sane and rational. But I think that's a pre-assumption that you operate under as it relates to Trump, which is not true. He's not sane nor rational. He's unhinged as fuck.
Yeah, I mean, that sounded like a troll to me, so I'm not completely sold on that.
It wasn't. It was defended. It wasn't written off as a troll. It was defended. Caroline Leavitt literally went on. He was like, well, that's a punishment for the crime. If they committed sedition, that's the punishment. I mean, he went on Fox and Friends and defended it. It wasn't a troll. I mean, do you want to see like exactly what he said? Because I was kind of paraphrasing. Is this the video? No, that one's a little bit too recent. I look weird in that one. I look very uncanny. The President of the United States of America, Donald Trump, is... You need to know. Donald Trump posted this on Truth Social. He responded to a post published by the Washington Examiner titled, Democratic Veterans in Congress Urge Service Members to Refuse Unspecified Unlawful Orders, by saying that this is really bad and dangerous to our country and that their words cannot be allowed to stand. He then followed that up with a second post that reads, this is seditious behavior, punishable by death. And then he reposted a comment that reads, quote unquote, hang them, George Washington would. This is the most... Does that read like a troll to you? Certainly doesn't to me.
I don't know. Has he done anything about that, though?
Well, the thing is that no, the president doesn't have the authority to execute his political opponents operating under the Constitution in the confines of the American Republic, representative republic. Okay? But that shouldn't matter, because what matters here is that he said he wants to do it. Like, if a random guy says that he wants to walk into a middle school to watch the little girls use a bathroom, okay, right? Regardless if he's ever able to make it in that school or not, that motherfucker is still a threat to children, okay, because that's what he wants to do. So very similarly,
yeah,
when the president of the most powerful country on the face of planet Earth says that he wants to execute his political opponents, all right, you should take that for face value as a very serious matter. Not to mention that the second condition of your revocation of Trump wasn't Donald Trump actually executing his political opponents. It was Donald Trump calling for the execution of his political opponents. But now that I've proved that he's called for it, you're shifting that goalpost to actually doing it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. He might have been fully serious about it. He might have been trolling. I'm not 100% sure.
But in order to argue that it was a troll, you'd have to assume that on the basis of no evidence. When we have circumstantial evidence to indicate that he wasn't trolling, primarily, okay, the fact that this was defended by Caroline Leavitt and himself after the fact.
Okay, so yeah, well, I'll just agree with you there that he because I mean, I could definitely see that he could definitely mean that. That is something Trump would say.
Yeah.
And mean.
Okay, so now third thing is calling for the termination of the Constitution, right?
Yeah, I want to hear this one.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go and grab this picture because I want to come with evidence for everything I say. It's a little bit old, so it might take me a minute. Nope, never mind. It's right here. So we can't read the first 50% out loud because of TikTok terms of service, but we could read the second 50% out loud. So this is a statement that Donald Trump posted on Truth Social. And it reads, with the outcome of 2020, a massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found within our Constitution.
Well, I mean, I do agree with them there. I think that the 2020 election was rigged.
You can't even make that claim on TikTok, Chad. Sorry, dude. I actually got to disconnect you for that. Chad, unfortunate that I had to let you go before we hit the slam dunk on the final points. Chad, what I'm going to say to that is that there's just literally like no evidence that that's true. And that's the reason why like TikTok bans people for saying it. It's just because there's no evidence that it's true and there's so much evidence that it's not true. It was contested in 63, handpicked courts by Trump, 32 with Republican appointed judges, 17 with Trump appointed judges. Every single one of them agree that there's no evidence. That we've had independent audits from state agencies and independent agencies that have all concluded that not only was it not stolen, but it's actually the safest recorded election in American history. Hello, do you support Trump, Snake?
For the most part, not on everything. There's a lot of things I disagree with on him. Hold on, I gotta put my phone on the charger. Give me 1 second here. I don't want to disconnect.
If you were teleported back to last November, who'd you vote for? Hello? Oh, he's gone. Snake, if that was non-intentional, accidental, hop back inside of that queue. A couple people to thank. Hey, Lauren, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Says, even if Trump was trolling, he wasn't. A president should never say that. Oh, obviously. Courtney, thank you so much for the $2 over on Venmo, who says Portland just had 2 people shot by ICE. What the fuck? Hold on. No. Yeah. Let's...
Breaking news at this hour. According to KATU Local, 2 people have been shot by U.S. border agents in Portland, Oregon this evening. Here's what we know so far. U.S. Customs and Border Protection agents shot 2 people in Portland this afternoon. The shooting occurred at East Burnside and 141st Avenue. The FBI is leading the investigation, and a statement from FBI officials is expected soon. According to Portland City Council President Alana Pertel-Guini, she says that as far as she knows, the 2 people shot remain alive. Now, the circumstances around this evening's shooting, it remains unknown. We don't know whether the individuals shot are U.S. citizens or not. We don't know what was happening at the time of the shooting, but the shooting did happen and 2 people have been shot by Customs and Border Patrol agents. I will continue to provide you updates as we get more information on this breaking news. Follow along for all the news you need to know about.
Okay, while we're live, I'm going to continually check back up on that because what's going to be really important here is what the circumstances were that led to those shootings. We're going to need to know the circumstances. So I'm going to keep y'all updated with what we learn, and when we learn it, this is a live, so you'll know pretty quick from me. If anything more comes out, like Courtney dropped a donation to let me know, feel free to do that. Same thing. What's going on, Lane? Do you support Trump?
To a degree, yes.
How do you?
Like, there's multiple things that I don't support and some things, like, I do support.
How old are you, my friend?
18.
What year were you born
in? 07.
Yeah, in 07, what month? Oh, you just dipped. Okay. All right, whatever. Bethany, thank you for the $1. Bethany with another $10, who says, also Trump has announced that he will be putting proceeds from Venezuelan oil into an offshore account. Yes. Yeah, I saw that yesterday. Thank you for the $10, Bethany. A, thank you for the $10, who says, I live in Minneapolis. My teacher lives on the same block and witnessed what happened. Oh my God. Jeez, I'm sorry to hear that. You are my comfort creator and I love your lives. Keep up the good work. Well, thank you so much. And I'm sorry that your teacher had to see that. Jesus. Then Billy, thank you for the $10, who says, thank you for fighting for Renee. It makes me so sick. God, it's made me so sick too, Billy. Just know that you're completely justified in your feelings, regardless of what the crazy Trump supporters have to say about it. And then Bethany, thank you so much for another $20 over on Venmo. Let's get 200 Bethany W's. He says, ICE agents had pulled a gun on a couple impeding traffic nearby moments before Renee was shot, demonstrating ICE was using unnecessary force. Bethany, please shoot me over your source for that. Please, 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 please. Thank you for the $20. I'd love to use that in the debate. So please, if you hear me, shoot me over your source for that. And then Donovan, thank you for the $5. Kelly, thank you for the $5. Eliana with a 4. Taylor with a 5. And then Shelby, thank you. Thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Yo, Shelby, thank you so much, bro. Shelby with a big 50 says, I've been watching since you're doing quote unquote why is being a lesbian wrong debates. As a nurse, I appreciate all that you do to stand up for science and women's rights in healthcare. As a lesbian, I appreciate the way that you shoot people down trying to be using gay as an insult. Shelby, you are fucking based. Thank you for the $50. Thank you for your kindness. Let's get 500 Shelby W's down below in that chat. And holy cow, Shelby, you've been watching for years. It's been years since I ran those lives. As well as Kayla, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Justin with a 5. Norma with a 5. Then Vanessa, thank you so much for the $20. She says, sending so much love and good vibes. Keep on doing what you do. Thank you so much, Vanessa. It's good to see you. You're always here. Let's show some love to Vanessa in that chat for the 20. Let's also get 100 Justin W's for the $10. She says, to piss off the MAGA freaks from a former Trump voter because they think you're a traitor when you hold them accountable. Dead ass. Thank you for the $15 as well, Taylor, who specifically does not want me to read her message out loud, but thank you. Thank you so much for the $15. That is incredibly kind of you. Let's just go ahead and hit over on the donors on PayPal real quick. Thank you for the $12, Lexi, who says, hey, Dean, please don't read this on live. Okay, I will keep that to myself. Lexi, thank you for your kindness with the $12. Show some love to Lexi down below, as well as Franca, thank you for the $10. Michelle with a 3, Jenna with a 5. Then Laura with a 10, who says, hey, Dean, I love your lives, and I try to my best to watch them daily. Oh, dude, that's awesome, Laura, where I really hope that you take something positive away. And then Tracy, thank you for the $25, who says, I watch you daily as I get ready for work. I need my coffee and your lives to get me going. Keep on doing what you do. Also, fellow Coloradian here. Dude, oh shit, you're also from Colorado. Oh yeah, I see, because it attaches a shipping address. Where you live, I won't say it on live. I won't dox you, Tracy. It's a very beautiful place. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $25, Tracy. Huge shout out to you down below. And then Lydia, oh my God. Thank you so much for the $75 donation over on PayPal. Y'all have been unbelievably kind today. Genuinely, thank you all so very much. Lydia with the $75 says, hello from a Canadian in the LGBTQ+ IA community. Thank you for defending our rights and trying to educate the bigots. Keep standing up against tyranny. You are changing the world. Don't let the emotional men win. The emotional men will never win. In fact, they are destined to lose here. The more emotional you are, the worse you look, right? So thank you for the $75, Lydia. Show some love to Lydia in that chat, as well as show some love to Sarah for the $10 and Sophie for the $13. We're all caught up. If you're watching and you're like, hey, I like this Dean guy, you think that you might want to support me, thank you so much for that cool ass fiery dragon, Brittany. You can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message over on YouTube, and top of the phone screen. I get 100% of those proceeds. You could attach whatever message you want, and I'll try my best to read it off on live. Hello, John Stone. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes.
That's really embarrassing, John Stone. Oh, geez, well, that was also embarrassing. Spilled water all over myself. Yikes. Why the fuck do you support the worst president of your life?
Well, this is all my personal opinion. I have resentment for the political left.
So you have the resentment for the people right now that are saying it's wrong for the president to defend murder? Why is that?
Look, I can talk to you about what happened in Minneapolis, but I would say C-19, the border, the glamorization of the non-straight.
Wait. You're just saying, no. I'm going to cut you off there because you're just saying words. I don't want to hear C-19, the border. Like, I want to hear like an actual cogent, nuanced position.
Okay. In 2020 and 2021, the left was imposing totalitarian lockdowns, but in the summer of 2020, they flip. They do a 180. They encourage protesting. They allow chaos, riots, and looting. I find that extremely hypocritical, to say the least. I think it's just awful. Okay. And also, too, I never got the C-19 vaccine.
Wait, how did people on the left encourage chaos?
Well, they encouraged protesting when we were all supposed to be locking down.
Okay, so they encourage protesting. All right. So is protesting chaos?
Like Harris.
So did you know that the protests were outside?
Rioting. Okay, they closed the beaches, Dean, in places like California.
Okay, did the same people that closed the beaches say go outside and protest for George Floyd?
I think Gavin Newsom did, yeah.
Okay, so then your argument is that you support Trump as president because you think that Gavin Newsom is a hypocrite?
think Gavin Newsom and the left. Gavin Newsom.
Well, the
is a
left is a
fucking
very
scumbag. I think
the left is a very
fucking
vague.
crazy, dude.
Well, one second. The left is a very vague term, right? Like obviously, the people that protested for George Floyd weren't the people that closed the beaches.
Okay, man. Is it a fair statement? I think it's a fair statement to say that the left wanted lockdowns in 2020 and 2021 much more than the right did. Would you disagree that the lockdowns were much more extreme in blue states? Yes or no?
I'd probably agree that they're more extreme in blue states. And you
Yes.
support Trump because the left imposed COVID lockdowns?
I'm just telling you the hypocrisy.
So I
that
guess
we're all
my
locking
question for you
down to
is,
save ground.
so you don't support Trump because of anything he's done. So you don't really
Oh, there's
agree with
plenty-
anything he's
no,
done?
that's not true. No. He's essentially sealed the border. The Democrats allowed approximately 10 million illegal immigrants in this country with no due process. It's a national
Okay.
security issue.
It's a national security issue. Well, if it's such a big national security issue, we need to get that issue taken care of as quick as possible, right?
Well, like Iranian sleeper cells. But yes, I agree. Yes. And
Okay.
that's why, look, I'm
Well,
willing
if
to
you
give
if you think
President
that we
Trump-
should get rid of that national security issue as quick as possible, then you wouldn't support mass deportation. You'd support mass amnesty, since undocumented immigrants would be much more willing to be identified through amnesty than deported to CCOT.
I do not support mass amnesty, no.
But why? It's a quicker way to end this national security issue of like having 10 million people in the country that we don't know. I mean, think about it. None of them want to be deported. That's something that they're going to protest against. That's something that they're going to run away from, hide from. Okay? 99% of them are going to want amnesty, right? Like shit, if we wanted to end this national security issue of having so many in the people in the country that we just simply don't know, let's just start a process of amnesty. Then all of a sudden, we'll have 99% of them known in like 3 months.
There's a concern, if you remember about back in June, there was a concern of, like Iranian sleeper cells, for example. That's what I'm saying about a national security issue.
But those Iranian sleeper cells, they probably wouldn't want amnesty because it would include some type of like check on who they are, their background, so on and so forth. So then they would be a part of like the 1% that we would probably inevitably deport, right? All right. Like if you don't want amnesty, meaning that you don't qualify for it, okay, that meaning that you have like an insidious criminal history, then you get deported. But now all of a sudden, the scope and the focus of the deportation isn't on the quote unquote Iranian sleeper cells plus like 10 million innocent men and women who just want a better life, but it's rather on just the quote unquote Iranian sleeper cells and violent criminals. And because it's like no longer 10 million people, but maybe like 15,000, it'd just be significantly easier to do, quicker to do with lower levels of funding. So that's why I'd say that it is significantly faster to end this national security concern that you've been able to point out by endorsing amnesty for the 99 than endorsing deportation for the 1.
Okay, look, man, we have I'm all for immigration, but it needs to be done with a legal process.
Can you please
okay?
respond to the
Look,
argument I gave you surrounding how the fastest way to end this national security concern would be amnesty? Because I just gave you a great argument, and
if
you're just
people
not responding
fucking
to
break,
it.
Dude, I'm trying to respond. If people break the law to come in here, we don't fucking reward them. Okay?
Wait,
It's
so
not fair to
wait,
people
but
who do it
apparently,
in the legal way.
but I think we have an overriding concern here because you were the one that pointed out this massive national security concern. Who fucking cares if we're rewarding criminals in the process to end this national security concern? Because from your perspective, it is significantly preferable to end the national security concern, even if it means rewarding a victimless crime that makes this country better, compared to not ending the national security concern and drawing it out, putting our country at the risk of the Iranian sleeper cells. See how I'm using your own talking points against you?
That's nonsense, man.
Oh, well, it's nonsense.
That's bullshit.
So you call it
Okay, or
nonsense and
we
you call
have
it bullshit
ICE.
when you don't have a counter argument because you know that you're on the losing side of this argument and history. And by the way, if you don't think that we should reward criminals for their crimes, then you would have stopped supporting Trump the moment court adjudicated he SAD Jean Carroll, and if not, then definitely when he was convicted of 34 felonies, and if not, then definitely when he turned around and pardoned a narco-terrorist who trafficked 400 tons of the C drug into this country, on top of his blanket pardons for the 174 violent criminals who were also domestic terrorists that tried to kill cops on the steps of our Capitol. But as soon as we're rewarding crime in that scenario, all of a sudden you just kind of brush it under the rug, ignore it, and maybe even act like it's a good thing. Earlier, when you were saying the left is hypocritical, I think that this is a shining example of just how hypocritical the right is. Calling out hypocrisy while engaging in it, Jesus.
The Democrats allowed approximately 10 million illegal immigrants.
Oh, so you're not going to respond to my argument to show how you're hypocritical?
Responding
Okay.
to your
Go ahead.
the way to do this is give ICE quite a bit of slack, which is what I'm doing, and President Trump quite a bit of slack to fix a problem that the Democrats fucking caused.
Oh wait, I actually don't think that this was created by the Democrats. I actually think that it was disproportionately created by the Republicans, because it is like people like Trump, who have like never advocated for like a change in the legal means of entry into this country, to make it faster and more attainable for more people, which then naturally incentivizes more undocumented entry. It is Trump who shot down the bipartisan border bill under the Biden-Harris administration that would have done exactly that, and which would have naturally disincentivized undocumented entry. And by the way, it was Trump, okay, who was like shouting and screaming from the tops of his lungs for 4 years straight that the border's wide on open, incentivizing so many people to come into the country. And by the way, it's you who's completely dodging and deflecting away from my argument that demonstrates how you're a hypocrite, because you attempted to argue the position that the left is hypocritical while simultaneously arguing that we shouldn't reward crime, while simultaneously arguing that you support the president that's a criminal, 34 felonies, civil adjudication for rape, that then turn around and pardon both domestic and narco terrorists.
Trumped up charges. Dean.
Oh, everything's trumped up. So just to clarify, do you think that the charges of the 174 domestic terrorists that tried to kill cops on the steps of our Capitol that he pardoned were trumped up?
You're talking about J6?
Yeah. Were those charges trumped up?
Look, Matt, look, listen, if I tell you what I really think, I'll get flagged and booted, so I can't tell you what look, there were the 2020 election, just like...
No, we're not talking about the election. We're not talking about the election. We're talking about the people who insurrected the Capitol, then tried to kill cops in the process, like DJ Rodriguez tried to kill Officer Fanone, that then got sent to jail, that were then later fully pardoned by Trump. Like, is that not Trump rewarding crime?
If I tell you what I think, I can't tell you what I think.
Yes, you can. You could just give me a yes or no. Is that Trump rewarding crime or not?
I don't think so.
So if a reward for crime isn't freedom, then how the hell does amnesty reward crime?
Dude, Dean, the Democrats allowed all these people...
You're not answering my question. If rewarding...
What's your question?
My answer is, if rewarding crime is not freedom and absolvance from all wrongdoing, then how does amnesty reward crime? Because you just argued that Donald Trump did not reward the criminals violently convicted of violent crimes and sent to jail by giving them freedom and amnesty for the crimes that they committed. So then why would mass amnesty for undocumented immigrants be a reward?
Context matters, Dean. And I told you the election in 2020, I think, was odd, like the 1960 election with Nixon and Kennedy.
Wait. So I completely reject that the 20 election was odd. And by the way, that's a good word to use. That's a good word to use so you don't get flagged. Okay, but that doesn't change the fact that DJ Rodriguez tried to kill Officer Fanone by driving his stun gun into his neck, gave him a heart attack, then went to jail for it. Like, even if you were right about the election, this doesn't mean that it was right for DJ Rodriguez to try to kill a cop, right?
Look, I'm not familiar with the case you're referring to. I'm really not.
Well, I'll help you get familiar with it. DJ Rodriguez showed up to the J6 Capitol. So did Officer Fanone. Officer Fanone was guarding one of the entrances. The rioters overwhelmed him, beat him to the ground, tried to break his back with metal rods. One of them screamed, "Grab their gun," and then walked up to his duty belt, tried to get the handgun out of the belt, then turned around. And at that same time, DJ Rodriguez went up to the other side of his service belt and grabbed his stun gun, drove it into his neck, giving him a heart attack, and then was later convicted to 12 years in jail for deadly assault on a cop.
Okay, look, man, I'm not going to condone this specific. Again, I'm not familiar with the case. I would have to research it, but as a general rule.
So you're bowing out?
Well, no, I'm not bowing. Of course not. No. Bowing out? Fuck no.
Sounds like it. Sounds like a bow out.
No, it's no bow out, dude. Yeah, look, I'm not.
Chat, does this sound like a bow out?
It's no bow out.
Chat. Is this a bow out?
Chat. Dude, oh yeah, they're real objective, aren't they, Dean?
Well, I mean, I think
you're
they're more objective than you.
Dude, I really disrespect you for making fun of Charlie Kirk the way you are, man. The day this shit happened, you were fucking crying. Why are you doing this, man? It's fucking awful.
Are you telling me that I'm mocking Charlie Kirk by destroying you in a debate? That's cute. Nice pivot, by the way.
Shit.
How old are you?
40.
So then why do you have less emotional regulation than like 14-year-olds? Like, come on, dude. I was just shitting on you in a debate, and then you don't have a response. You bowed out, and then you start like complaining about the Kirky.
I told you I can't say it, Dean. All I can say is the election was odd.
Okay, election odd, therefore good to try to kill cops. Yeah, best argument I've ever heard. You're a fucking disgrace.
You're a fucking disgrace, man. You're a
Wow,
smart
you're literally gonna repeat what I say to you back to me. That just shows me that you know I'm better than you, because you think that
Why
my
were
insults
you
are better than your
crying?
insults.
Why were you
That,
crying
oh my god,
about
that literally shows me that that you know I'm better than you, right? You know that I'm more intelligent than you. You know that I'm more quick-witted than you. You know that I'm more on my game than you, to the point and extent that you literally have to take my insults, reword them, repackage them, and then throw them back at me. Oh my god, dude, what a failure in all relevant senses. Not only did you fail to beat me in a debate because your ass got deep fried, but then you failed to come up with like a wittier insult, so you just had to steal mine? Good going, dude.
Why are you
Holy
muting me
God.
if you're beating me?
Well, because you were interrupting me.
Go ahead. I'm here. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I finished everything that I needed to say. Yo, real quick, thank you for the
Hey,
$20, DK! I really appreciate you so much for the love. Please show some love to DK down below in that comment section for the $20. Who says, Portland police said at 2:24 p.m. they had learned that a man who had been shot called to request help near Northeast 146th Avenue in East Burnside. Arriving officers found a man and a woman wounded and an apparent with apparent gunshot wounds. Well, thank you for the additional context, DSW. As soon as we know more about what happened and that comes out, I'm going to be talking about that a whole lot. Thank you so much for letting me know, DSW. What do you think, DSW?
You talking to me?
Yeah.
Look, man, I'm really trying to get an understanding of this. Why you would mock Charlie Kirk? I disrespect you.
Never mocked
Just tell me.
Charlie Kirk.
Well, how do you feel about him? How do you feel about what happened? I think it's tragic. What do you think?
Yeah, execution bad, but that doesn't absolve him of his sins. He was a terrible man.
Why?
For many reasons.
Such as?
Do you want to debate the reasons why I think that Charlie Kirk was a terrible man?
Well, let me.
Or do you want to give a counter response to the argument that I gave you surrounding the fact that
talk about it,
surrounding the fact that you argued that the left it's bad to
talk about it?
It's not that I'm afraid to talk about it. It's that I believe in linear dialogue. Okay? You said that it's bad to reward crime. I said that you're a hypocrite because that's exactly what Trump did. You said that Donald Trump wasn't rewarding crime when he pardoned people for trying to kill cops. And then I said, well, if it's not rewarding crime to pardon them, absolve them of their crime, give them literal amnesty for it, and let them out of jail to give them their freedom. And then you're like, why do you think Charlie Kirk's a bad guy? Like, obviously, that question is just a complete pivot and deflection, not only away from the topic being debated, but the theme being debated. The theme being debated is the efficacy of the Trump administration, not the character of a podcaster who got shot a couple months ago.
Look, I'm not pivoting off of it, man.
Yo, Fit Dad CEO, thank you for the $100 over on YouTube Super Chat. Show some love to Fit Dad down below. Thank you so much for the love, Fit Dad. Fit Dad with the $100 says, pivot, pivot, pivot. I'm losing the debate, so I'll bring up Charlie Kirk. Dude, honestly, I feel like Trump supporters were doing that so much for so long. I'm happy that they don't as frequently anymore because it's really annoying. But you're absolutely right. Show some love to Fit Dad for the $100 super chat. That is so kind. And Michelle for the $100 on Venmo. Michelle and Fit Dad. Y'all are some fucking goats. Thank y'all for the undeserved kindness. I don't deserve a fucking penny of that. Thank you for your love, generosity, and your love and generosity. Michelle with a $100 says, in all of this darkness, you are a shining light. Thank you for everything that you do. Michelle, you know I love you. You've been watching for years now. Huge shout out to you and Fit Dad. I want to see 1,000 Michelle W's and 1,000 Fit Dad W's down below. As well as Zach, thank you for the $20, who says, can we say that if this murderer piece of shit had already been hit by a car, he should have maybe learned to keep his dumbass out of the street? Based alert, Jim alert, thank you for the $20. Dara, thank you for the $5. Aubrey with the 2, Emily with the 5, Allison with the $10. Thank you so much for the love. And then Jocelyn with the $10 as well, who says where they found the people that they were shot. They were about a mile apart. Jesus. Brittany with the $10. Thank you so much. Sarah with a 1 penny. Madeline with a 5. Jeremy with a 5. Then Robot with a $5 as well. And yes, guys, we do know about Portland. Border Patrol shooting 2 people in Portland. I'm just waiting for the context to come out to speak more on it. Like what scenario led to the shooting. As well as, hey, real quick, Carrie, thank you for the $35 over on PayPal. 350 Carrie's W's down below, who says, I was sick over what happened yesterday, then just to hear 2 more were shot in Portland. I'm 59-year-old retired nurse specializing in psych. This hurts. Your lives give me hope for the future. From Nurse Carrie. Carrie, you know I love you. And yeah, it's definitely, right, not good, to say the least. Oh my God, Captain Obvious-Dean over here, right? Not good, right? But we're going to be talking more about that shooting once we know what the circumstances were. And by the way, you know, I'm just so happy that we had boots on the ground recording the circumstances of what happened to Renee. Because they get to spin it however they want with what happened in Portland. Marco, thank you for the $20. I appreciate you so much for the love, who says, why is it that the right laughs and endorses peaceful protesters to be ran over by MAGA drivers. Pretty hypocritical. Yo, dude, dead ass. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $20, Marco. And then Maria with a 10. Thank you so much. Saying, hey, Dean, I love your content. I'm in Colombia, and it's been a very amazing way to build debate skills. Dude, that's cool. Thank you. Thank you for the $10. And then Sharon, thank you for the $16, who says, sending love and positivity from Australia. Dude, thank you. Thank you so much, Sharon. And then Kate, thank you for the $10, who says, hey, Dean, new fan here from Nova Scotia. Dude, oh my God, I am so interested in Nova Scotia. I used to watch a show about finding like the Ark of the Covenant in a place in Nova Scotia. You probably know what it's called. I forget its name now. And then one more here. I'm going to call you O because I cannot pronounce your name. I apologize. Oh, thank you for the $45 over on PayPal. Let's get 500 OWs, who says, from Norway, 23 years ago as a 12-year-old, I thought that Donald Trump was a D-bag watching his show The Apprentice. I don't understand how any American can think he is suitable to be the president. Keep on doing you. This matters. This does matter, and thank you. Thank you so much for watching the stream. I'm happy that you take something positive away from it, and we do want to change the minds of all these Americans that somehow just think he's a great president like the current guest. Thank you for the $50. Like, seriously, that is fucking insane. All of y'all have just been so kind today. Show some love to all of our donors down below in that chat. Passing the mic back to the guest. So can you like clarify why Donald Trump wasn't rewarding crime when he pardoned people like DJ Rodriguez for trying to kill cops?
Because the 2020 election was odd. That's why I told you.
But if But if 2020 was odd and you were right, that wouldn't change the fact that this is an example of Trump rewarding crime.
The only person that was...
Can you agree or disagree? If 2020 was quote unquote odd, that wouldn't change the fact that his pardons of the violent rioters that tried to kill cops on J6 was still him rewarding crime, correct?
I think they should have. I don't think so. I think they should have been pardoned.
For trying to kill cops?
No, I don't. Look,
well, wait. Just say that. I want you to say that clearly. I think they should have been pardoned for trying to kill police officers.
They should not have been. They should not have been charged because the election was.
Answer my question. Is it true that you think they should have been pardoned for trying to kill police officers?
I don't think they were trying to unalive police officers. I don't think they were.
That's what they were found guilty of. They pled guilty to it, dude.
Dean, the only person that was unalived on J6 was an unarmed woman.
Ashley Babbitt, yeah.
You know that.
Yeah, I do know that. That doesn't change the fact that DJ Rodriguez tried to kill Officer Fanone. DJ Rodriguez tried to kill Officer Fanone by driving his stun gun into his neck. He pled guilty to it. It was caught on his body. It was caught on Officer Fanone's body camera footage. Can we agree, okay, that some J6 riders tried to kill police officers even if they weren't successful?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Wait, so him giving Officer Fanone a heart attack wasn't... Wait, they weren't trying to kill them. They're screaming, grab their gun. They weren't trying to kill them. They're beating them with rods. So let me get this straight. Do you affirm that if I were to beat you with a rod and try to find a gun to kill you, can't take a gun, so then I take a stun gun to your neck and give you a heart attack, that I'm not trying to kill you?
I would just disarm you.
Yeah, buddy, you're not disarming shit except for a third grade education.
No?
Certainly wasn't successful on you. But still not an answer to my question. If I beat you over the back with a metal rod, tried to find a gun to unalive you, couldn't find one, so instead opted for a stun gun, which I drove into your neck and gave you a heart attack, would I be trying to kill you? Yes or no?
It wouldn't bother me. I would just disarm you. I told
Deflection. Would I be trying to kill you? Yes or no?
Not a deflection, Dean. I'm a ninja.
Would I be trying to kill you? Yes or no?
Maybe, but it wouldn't bother me.
Like, would I be trying to kill you? Yes or no?
Not a challenge, dude.
Would I be trying to kill you? Yes or no?
Oh, maybe. I don't know.
Maybe you don't know? You're just being intentionally dishonest. Obviously, if I beat you with a rod and tried to find a gun to kill you, I'd be trying to kill you. Fucking duh! Oh my God. So one of my very favorite things, now I'm not talking to you. Sit down, piss boy. Be quiet. Mute now. Good job. Thank you, Sweet Pea. I'm talking to the chat now. One of my top 10 favorite things to do on these live streams is just to get Trump supporters to truly just absurdly deny reality to defend Trump. Because this is framed under a tangential argument related to my claim that Trump is a bad president, this guy's saying if I were to grab a gun and try to unalive him, that I wouldn't be trying to unalive him. How stupid can you get, dude? How fucking stupid can you get? Oh my God. You are so stupid, dude. Truly, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but it's true. That's just dumb. That's so dumb. It's so like, think about it. It's self-implied. If I were to try to grab a gun to kill you, it's implied by that statement that I'd be trying to kill you. But like, according to you, no, I don't know, maybe not. Like, you're an idiot. You're just an idiot. That's what you are.
Worried about
You're a fucking idiot. I didn't ask you if you were worried about it. I asked you if I'd be trying to kill you.
I guess if you say so, sure. I mean,
Okay. So then the rioters tried to kill cops on J6 because that's what they did to them.
it's not what they said. Is
That it actually is. It actually is. Yes, it is.
But again, man, the only woman that was unalived was Ashley Babbitt.
That doesn't change the fact the rioters tried to kill the cops. Like, holy shit, two things could be true at once. It can be true the only person that was killed on J6 was Ashley Babbitt, and the J6 rioters tried to kill cops. Like, those two things, like, it's not either one's true or the other is true. Those two things are true simultaneously. Fucking dumb nuts. Fucking, oh my God. Idiot. I don't know. How many other creative words could I come up with here? You're cooked.
I'm not cooked.
Yes.
You're losing. That's why you won't talk to me about Charlie.
I'm losing?
Dude, you're telling me
I'm losing?
Yes, you're losing. You're losing. That's why you deflected off Charlie.
Yo.
Yeah, Dean.
Oh
No,
my
no,
God.
Dean,
Dude. John.
do you think that
Truly, I feel bad for you. You're losing, Dean. Bro, you've been getting slapped. You've been getting slapped silly since the moment you joined this panel, bro. Calm down. Calm down, G. Calm
think
down.
so?
Absolutely.
I don't think so, man.
Well, I mean, I don't think you think, period. So, of course, you wouldn't think
wouldn't,
so.
you
Of course, John.
deflect- You know how.
Of course, you wouldn't think so if you don't think, period. Cope. John, do you know what cope means?
Deal with it.
Not necessarily. Well, kind of.
Yeah.
So, can I... Do you know what cope means?
Well, that's the definition I gave you, man. Maybe
So,
we
how about
probably
this?
have.
It was pretty
we
close.
probably have a
It
definition.
was pretty close. So, my definition of cope would be to deal with problems, difficulties, or new situations, often by adapting or overcoming them. And I think that's what you're doing right now. I think that you're trying to deal with this problem of me whipping your ass, this difficulty of getting beat down in a debate by a 21-year-old, and this new situation of feeling just completely intellectually inferior to the person you're talking to by adapting to overcome this problem by denying it altogether. So, of course, we're going to expect you to say, oh, you think I'm beating you, you're losing. Meanwhile, I'm getting you to argue that J6 rioters weren't trying to kill cops when they said that they're trying to kill cops.
Just tell the context matters, man. Like, look,
Dude,
like,
there's
see,
literally no context that you could put a person in where it's simultaneously true that they admitted to trying to kill someone and that they weren't trying to kill someone. Because that context is just impossible to be the case.
Look, man, you gotta admit that I'm at a bit of a disadvantage here. I can't go into J6 and all the reasons I think it was odd. You understand that, right?
This doesn't require you to go into your denial of that. It doesn't.
Look, man. I would say to you that I don't think. Do you think that George Floyd, he was resisting arrest, right? He was under the influence of very powerful substances, right? He had a very
Are they what killed him?
history. Huh?
Are those substances what killed him?
I think it was a factor, sure.
Not according to the autopsy report.
I don't. And he also
Not according
was
to the
alleged
autopsy
committing
report.
a crime, right?
The autopsy report explicitly stated that the levels of the F drug in his system were not high enough to cause an OD. It was obviously the knee on his neck.
Okay, but he was resisting arrest.
If that's true, it's
wasn't
been a while.
complying.
It's been a while. If that's true, you can't kill people for resisting arrest. That's called an
Just
excessive
saying
use of force.
There's reasonable doubt, just like there's reasonable doubt now.
No, that's not reasonable doubt.
Yes.
Name
Yes,
one.
there is.
Name one court that would ever argue or has ever ruled that reasonable cause to kill someone is them resisting arrest.
No. No. You're misunderstanding. I'm saying the fact that he was fighting with police, that he was under the influence of very powerful substances, that he was allegedly passing counterfeit money, that he'd been in prison multiple times, that he also might have had C-19. These are factors that would cause reasonable doubt as to what unalived him. Now, look, I'm not celebrating
How?
Unlike people on the left who are celebrating Charlie.
Wait. I have a question. That was ridiculous. So you're saying because he had C-19 in the past, it's possible that it quickly came back in less than 10 minutes and killed him when a man had a knee on his neck?
No. I mean, this was like when C-19. This was within a couple months of. No, I think he had.
Wait, wait. Explain the C-19 point. How? So you're saying it wasn't the knee on his neck that killed him? It was COVID?
Well, I think George Floyd might have had C-19 around that time.
Oh, so he just so happened to die from the infection, like the same time a knee was on his neck?
If there's
he was screaming, "I can't breathe."
Heavy exertion of fighting with police and trying to resist arrest, this all leads into factors of reasonable doubt as to
wait. When he died, he was laying on the ground.
I understand that the exertion prior might have had a factor.
Oh. So what exertion?
That he was fighting with police for approximately 30 minutes.
How so was he? How was he fighting?
He wouldn't get in the car. He wouldn't comply.
Wait, so him like verbally?
Are you telling me I'm wrong?
So him refusing to get in a car killed him because of C-19?
There was a physical altercation.
Oh, so what was a physical altercation?
Several police officers were trying to restrain him, and he was fighting with them.
Okay, so fighting restraint killed him?
It could have been a factor, yeah.
How so?
Dude, if somebody is on very powerful substance,
Oh, but wait, we know that the substances weren't a factor because that's what the autopsy report ruled.
I disagree with that.
Wait, so you're saying that you know better than the medical health professionals that performed the autopsy?
My understanding is.
Wait, I just want to clarify. Are you arguing that you know better than the medical health professionals that performed the autopsy?
Maybe.
Okay, so then what was the specific level of the F drug in a system? I have a question. What was the specific level of the F drug in a system?
I don't know.
Oh, but I thought that you said you knew better. But see, that's a fact that they knew that you don't know, therefore they knew better.
Well, Dean, how did
how could you argue? How could you argue that they were wrong when you don't even know the level of F drug in a system?
Dean, how well did the experts do during C-19, for example?
What experts?
The experts that were telling us not to wear masks, then to wear masks.
Oh, well, I have a question. Were those experts the autopsy examiners?
No, I'm just saying.
Sometimes, okay. But could you agree that we'd have to demonstrate when they are wrong? Point out an issue within their methodology?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, so what was the issue in the methodology of the forensic scientist that determines the level of F drug in his system was not high enough to cause an OD?
But he was also on Beth, right?
Lower levels as well. They ruled that his death was not caused by an OD. So what was the issue with their methodology?
I'm just telling you, there's a combination of.
So what was the issue in their methodology?
Reasonable doubt.
No, because you just agreed in order to question their conclusion, you'd have to be able to identify the issue in their methodology. So what was the issue in their methodology?
I'm just telling you that if
no, I want a yes or no. Can you name an issue in the methodology of the forensic scientists who performed the autopsy on George Floyd?
I'd have to look at the specifics.
So that's not an answer. Yes or no? Can you name an issue in their methodology?
You don't have to be a fucking doctor.
I want an answer. Can you name an issue in their methodology? Is the answer no? Just be honest, John.
That was never my statement.
This is my question. Of course, I want to be your question because I'm asking you it. It's my question, John. Now answer it. Can you identify an issue with the methodology of the forensic scientists that were conducting the autopsy on George Floyd? Yes or no?
Yes. That they're saying that you're telling me that they said. Tell me if I'm wrong. You're telling me that they said for a fact that the substances had nothing to do with his unalivement. I disagree with that.
Oh, but what's the issue in their methodology? No, saying that you disagree. Wait, John, I need to make this point clear. Saying that you disagree with their conclusion is not demonstrating an issue within the methodology that yielded said conclusion. Think about it this way. If I'm drafting an argument, okay, premise number one, if you support Trump, you have an IQ under 75. Premise number two, wait, no, let me go with something else here. Premise number one, if your name is John, then you're a dumbass. Premise number two, your name is John. Conclusion, you're a dumbass. If I were to ask you what the issue in this methodology would be, okay, you wouldn't point towards the conclusion of you being a dumbass, because that's not the methodology, that's a conclusion. You'd point towards like premise number one. If your name is John, you're a dumbass. That's the issue in the methodology that you'd identify. So now that we understand what it means to point out an issue in one's methodology, okay, don't just deny the conclusion formed by the forensic scientists, but rather point out the issue in the way in which they formed it. So once again, can you identify an issue in the methodology of the forensic scientists that conducted the autopsy on George Floyd?
They would be able they would have no idea what level of exertion he experienced.
Can you
So
can
they
you
can't
wait, can you or can you
they
not?
can't Dude, Dean, I'm trying to answer you. And since you mentioned IQ, what do you think determines that? You're telling me I'm low IQ? What determines that, Dean?
I don't know. Your balding head, maybe? Big forehead, big ass forehead, John. Your big ass. I think that your big ass forehead determines your low IQ, John.
Well, you know, Dean, the average IQ of American black people is 85. For whites, it's 100. For East Asians, it's 105. In sub-Saharan Africa, it fluctuates between the low 50s and high 70s.
Do you think
what
that?
causes it, Dean?
Do you think that race determines
causes
IQ,
it?
John?
It's a factor.
That's a factor. So, do you think that there's a biological difference between races? And if so, what is a relevant biological difference between races that is relevant towards determining one's IQ?
Of course, it's a factor. It's about 70,000 years of
then
evolution. You believe in evolution,
answer my
don't you,
question.
Dean?
Answer my
You
question.
believe in evolution, don't you, Dean?
You're shifting the goalposts. What are the relevant biological differences that in reference to one's race that determine one's IQ?
I'm just telling you the IQs that correlate by race.
Okay, but that's not an answer to my
white
question.
people-
That's not an answer to my question. You said that you believe that race is a factor in determining IQ. What fact of race is a factor in determining one's IQ?
I told you the different races evolve differently. I told you.
So what is the
don't
difference
you
in the
think that
evolution of black people and white people that determined, in accordance with their race, they have a quote-unquote lower IQ, according to you?
White people had to prepare for winters for thousands of years in Europe.
Wait, so you're saying that's a part of your genetic code?
Yes.
Where's it at?
Yeah, dude. You
Show
don't
it to
think,
me.
You don't.
Show. I want
don't
you to
just
show me
think-
the biological differences, okay, between white people and black people that then lead to black people having a lower IQ, according to you.
Okay, so I told you the average IQ of American black people.
No,
is
that's not an
85.
answer to the
Are you
question, because what I'm
denying this?
asking you for is the relevant biological differences. You have not named a biological difference.
Oh, here, there's actually a Time article on this. You want me to pull it up for you? I'm happy.
Yeah,
to
I
do
just
it.
want to know what the biological difference is.
Well, I told you there's about 70,000 years of evolution.
Okay, but like
Where we all
okay,
came out-
so
you
you're saying that
realize-
there's around 70,000 years of evolution. So then your argument would be that 70,000 years of evolution created some relevant biological difference. So what is that relevant biological difference made by the 70,000 years of evolution? That's the question that I'm asking you.
You want me to give you specific genes? Is that what you're asking?
I just want you to tell me what the specific relevant biological difference is. And if that's a gene, then yes. If you're telling me that the relevant biological difference would fall down to genes, then yes, I want you to give me the specific genes.
Dude, I told you that preparing for winter for thousands of years is going to have an effect on...
That's not a biological difference. Well, I'm so sorry. What my grandparents did is not a biological difference in me.
Well, what do you
And you're
think
saying that
gave
this
you
is
your
true
white skin,
today. So
Dean?
I want you to tell me, okay, what is the biological difference? How many times do I need to ask the question?
What gave you your white skin?
I will not
and blue
accept it.
eyes?
I will not accept a question in response to mine. I want an answer to my question, which would be you pointing out the specific relevant biological difference.
Dean, I've already given it to you, man.
No, you
I've told
haven't. You talked about 70,000. Listen to me. You have not. You've tried to give two answers. The
Planning
two
for
answers.
winter.
Shut up. The two answers that you've tried to give to my question, which is what are the specific relevant biological differences that give black people lower IQs because of their race, according to you. And then your first answer, shut up, John. Your first answer was 70,000 years of evolution. And then your second answer was having to prepare for winter. The reason why your first answer was insufficient is because 70,000 years of evolution would not be the biological difference, but rather under your view, you might think it explains or causes the biological difference. Does that make sense,
This almost
Sean?
feels like a deja vu. Like I was here a few days ago, and this was the point that seemed to be brought up,
Yeah.
almost as though it was the same guest too.
That's exactly.
Was it actually?
No, it was a different guest, but that's exactly why I brought you back up, so we could just do this
Oh,
again.
awesome. Okay, cool.
Yeah, so you already know what's going down here, Jaden. Literally just copy and
Oh,
paste,
yeah.
rinse and repeat on this idiot.
Sure, I'm cool with that.
So I asked you what the specific relevant biological difference was that gives black people a lower IQ because of their race, and your two answers were 70,000 years of evolution, and then white people like preparing for winter in the past. So first and foremost, 70,000 years of evolution wouldn't be the biological difference, but under your view may explain it. So tell me what the 70,000 years of evolution caused. That would be the specific biological difference. And then secondarily here, your second argument was white people having to prepare for winter. That's not biological. That's a fact of history, but facts of history aren't biological facts that are true of today. So maybe that would just be another thing. Okay, so you're saying that because white people had to prepare for winter, that it then created this biological difference. So tell me what that biological difference is.
To written language. That has something to do with it too.
Okay, so then what
Having
is
a
the
written
difference?
Well, the IQ difference is about 15
No.
points
What is a
in the US.
what is a biological difference that you believe creates this IQ gap?
No, I've already explained this, man. We evolve differently.
What? But
You
oh my
haven't.
God,
Right, so-
you haven't explained it. But I'm asking you. You're saying that we evolve differently is not a biological difference. That's just simply not a biological difference. Maybe the fact that you think we evolve differently
Yeah.
under your view would explain the biological difference. But I want to know what the biological difference is, not what explains it. I want to know what it is.
And to that point, there's more genetic differences between the people of Africa than there are black people and white people in America. And you have presupposed that somehow there's a biological factor at play. I'd like to know how that's the case when there's more difference between black people than there are black and white.
Okay. I asserted that the numbers
Everything
were
for the galaxy.
in the U.S. 85 for American
You're
black
not
people,
answering to what he
100
said.
Well,
You're not
that's
answering
a
to what I
pivot.
said.
Wrong?
You're not answering to what he said. You're not answering
But
to
does
what I
that
said.
answer what I asked?
Yeah, you have not answered what I've asked. You've not answered what he's asked. I've repeated this question maybe a billion times. The question is, what are the biological differences between black people and white people that mean black people have a lower IQ in accordance with your view? Then you said 70,000 years of evolution. That wouldn't be the difference. Under your view, that would explain the difference. You said preparing for winter. That wouldn't be the difference. That would explain the difference. And then Jaden brought up, well, there's actually more genetic difference between individuals inside of Africa than outside. And then you just said, oh, well, like lower IQs. So you haven't answered to what the difference is. You've only tried to give shitty explanations for what causes it. So tell us what the difference is and then address Jaden's point. If you don't understand the question, feel free to just say that. I mean, we understand that you're dumb.
I'm just looking for this Time article. It has all of this.
Yeah, if you could bring that up, that'd be
But
sufficient.
just while I'm doing this,
No, not while you're doing it. We're going to wait for you to do it. We're not going to move on. We're not going to change topics. We're not going to pivot. We're not going to deflect. You are going to tell us the biological difference between a black person and a white person. That means that black person will have a lower IQ.
Okay. No, it'll just take me a minute to find. Okay.
Jessica, thank you for the $2 over on Venmo. Says, check the news about Portland right now. Fed agents PP'd 2 people. Yes, I'm waiting for the circumstances to come out. I'll be talking about that a lot tomorrow, likely. Thank you for the $10, Jessica. As well as Ivy, thank you for the $15, who says, I'm an ER nurse. I'm begging you or someone to bring up the fact that it was proven that Floyd died from a human adult man kneeing on his neck for over 9 minutes.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about that too.
That will kill anyone. Also, please kick this idiot. Well, he got fried, then tried just to move on to calling black people dumb. Bethany, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Yo, show some love to Bethany down below in that comment section for the 50 saying I found it. Thank you for sending me that source, Bethany. You're an absolute gem. Show some love to Bethany down below. You're super duper awesome. Massive Bethany, massive W's for Bethany, as well as Sarah. Thank you for the $10. I appreciate you so much for the love. Jacinda with a 15, who says it's crazy that the cop yesterday feared for his life, but then the cop on J6 wasn't actively fighting for his life as people try to kill him. If the Neon George neck didn't kill him, then the bullet didn't kill Charlie. Yeah, thank you for the $15, Jenna, as well as Elise. Thank you for the 5. Johnny, thank you for the $10. Benjamin with the $10. Thank you so much for the love, Ben. Brianna with the $10. I appreciate you, dude. We have a lot of people telling me that there's a pew-pewing in Oregon. I just really appreciate y'all, but don't worry, I do know. And then Raven with the $20. Thank you, who says, Dean, you're so amazing, but where is your shirt from? I think my girlfriend actually thrifted this for me. Thank you for the $20, Raven. So it's from a thrift store. Show some love to Raven down below. And then Emily, thank you for the $15. She says Medicare age was raised to 67 today. Pfft, my parents are fucked. If that doesn't make them stop supporting Trump, I don't know what will. Because they're both
there really is no line in the sand now.
Dude, they're both like 62. I'm just saying, like, something that could like personally impact them. They're both like 62. They were right around the corner, okay, from having Medicaid. I've been sorry, not Medicaid, Medicare. I've been talking to my dad about his transition to Medicare for a while now, and now all of a sudden he's gonna have to wait like 3 more years. Shannon, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. And then Callie, thank you for the $20 who says, on my flight back home, you already know about the Wi-Fi to watch your live. Hopefully you're taking care of yourself in the scary time we're living in. Keep kicking ass. Thank you for the $20, Callie. And I really hope that you enjoyed your vacation. Wow. Yeah, you've been on it for a while. Fuck yeah. As well as professional dog trainer. Thank you for the $50 over on YouTube. Who says, with his denial pivots and deflections, this guy just proves what a cult member he is. Trump was right when he said he could shoot someone on 5th Avenue. His cult would just cry. They're brainwashed. Thank you for calling them out, Dean. Thank you so much. His cult would just cry. Context. Yeah, they're brainwashed. Absolutely. You were awesome. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you for the love. As well as... Let's see here. DK with a $20 who says this stems from a fundamental misunderstanding of how medications work. How is a depressant going to cause severe violence? It's typically associated with respiratory suppression, not violence. Yes, thank you for the $20. As well as Fool Bren, appreciate you for the 20. He says, please don't blame that level of stupid on being bald. Some of us are bald and smart. Oh, Fool Bren, I was just yanking his chain. Don't worry, you could be bald and smart. In fact, that will be me in like 10 years. I'm balding. Thank you for the $20. As well as Lola, thank you for the $20 as well. Who says this guy's pivots have gotten more and more disgusting. He's down to racism. Soon he'll be saying something about grape culture that's deplorable. Yeah, he's such an idiot. There's a very strong correlation between racism and idiots. Always like the lowest IQ white people like to say that black people are dumb every single time. Tyler, thank you so much for the $10 who says, I'm a street medic in Portland, have pretty significant information on the incident, but no footage if you'd like to be interested in that. Tyler, shoot me a DM on Instagram right now. At Dean Withers.
John.
Yeah, I'm
Do you have that Time article?
No, I'm still looking. I'm there. I'm not going.
It shouldn't
nowhere.
take that long, right?
Well, here's the thing. While I'm doing this,
nope. No.
Dude, you're fucking. Why are you trying to put me in a corner? Why don't you just let me?
Wait, you walked there.
You walked there, my friend. It's your
I
fault.
Look, the IQ in North and South Korea is
nope. Yeah, you're gonna tell us the very specific. No, you are already losing, and I'm just not allowing you to pivot. I want you to answer the question. What is the biological difference between black and white people that gives a lower IQ to black people in accordance with your view? You are going to answer the fucking question.
I've already answered you, man.
No, you've tried to explain.
You haven't.
No. Well, your answer 5 times was you attempting to explain the cause of the difference, not telling us what the difference is. I want to know what the difference is, not what you think caused it.
And again, pointing to preparation for winter would be an environmental factor, not a biological one. You're arguing on the biological one. And this really is becoming a Mott and Bailey argument. The weak and the better, well, both of them are weak. But you've alternated between environmental factors being preparation for winter and some kind of genetic variance, which you've yet to demonstrate as being correlated to IQ.
No, do you think? All right.
Nope. I want to know what. I'm sorry, dude.
You're such a pussy, dude.
You need to give me the biological difference.
Dude, look, I'm looking for this.
So then keep looking for it.
Okay, I'm staying on. I'll just mute and I'll stay on. Okay?
Good boy, John.
I'm looking.
It'd be nice. I'd like to know.
Dude, he's getting so pissed. Oh my god. This is great. Yeah, quite frankly.
I've talked to him before.
I think maybe I have too. At some point in the past. It's quite possible.
How's your day going?
Oh man, it's been long. It's all of a sudden nearly 6 p.m. out here in Colorado. It's been a pretty long day out here. How about yourself, Jaden?
Oh, I've been watching the stream for a bit. It's bizarre, albeit unsurprising, the lengths that people will go to defend the indefensible. But like I said, I'm really not surprised. I did get a bit of news yesterday. I had my first run-in with Phil, and it seems like he wants to take me out on a date. We're going to be meeting sometime in March, I guess. I'm going to be in his neck of the woods, so who knows? Anything can happen.
Dude,
I'm excited.
Jesus Christ. That's funny. That's funny. Oh, Phil. Oh, Phil. Here, I'm going to go and thank a couple of people in the meantime. Likely, thank you for the $2. Ananda, thank you for the $5. Who says, I legit don't think this guest understands the question. He probably doesn't understand much.
I found it.
You did? Okay.
I found it.
Time.
You want me to put it in the chat?
Time. Yeah. Well, no, just tell me it.
Okay, so it's what science says about race and genetics.
Well, that's not time, but okay.
No, it's time. It's by Nicholas Wade, May 14th of 2014.
Okay, so somewhere in this article, you're telling me that I'm going to find the difference genetically between black people and white people that lead to black people having a lower IQ in accordance with your view. So where do I find that inside of this article? No, I have it open up. Just tell me what paragraph, what section.
Looks like the second paragraph.
Okay,
Yeah.
The second paragraph. In the decades since decoding the human genome, a growing wealth of data has made clear that these two positions, never at all likely to begin with, are simply correct. Indeed, there's a biological basis for race, and it is now beyond doubt that the human evolution is a continuous process that has proceeded vigorously within the last 30,000 years, and almost certainly through very recent evolution, is hard to measure, throughout the historical period up until present day. Nowhere, nowhere, have I, in that paragraph, does it tell me what the biological difference is that gives black people lower IQs. So you have still failed to answer the question.
Oh, I disagree, Dean. Let's just keep reading it.
New analysis of the human genome has established that human evolution has been recent, copious, and regional. Biologists scanning the genome for evidence of natural selection have detected signals of many genes that have been favored by natural selection in recent evolutionary past. No less than 14% of the human genome, according to one estimate, has changed under this recent evolutionary pressure. Nowhere inside of that pressure did it tell me what the biological difference is between black people and white people that gives black people a lower IQ. Analysis of genomes from around the world established that there's a biological basis for race, despite the official statements on the contrary of leading social science organizations. An illustration of this point is a fact that with a mixed race population, such as African Americans, geneticists can now track along an individual's genome and assign each segment to an African or European ancestor, an exercise that would be impossible if race did not have some basis in biological reality. Once again, this does still not inform me on what the biological difference would be between black and white people that gives black people a lower IQ.
You're also pointing to Ashkenazi. Wait, excuse me. You're pointing to Ashkenazi Jewish people being the only demographic in which IQ seems to be referenced throughout this article. The article doesn't discuss IQ differences between any of the major racial groups, be they black, white, Asian, or anything else, or link race broadly to these IQ gaps. What it argues and what it focuses is the view that race is purely a social construct and that human evolution stopped before historical times.
Okay, but this article is saying the opposite.
Okay. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It doesn't reference any of the racial groups with the IQ differences between them.
Just read in the second paragraph that it's biological.
Where does it reference IQ points between the different racial
nowhere
groups?
in this. Yeah, that's a better question. Where in this article does it tell us what the biological differences between black and white people that give black people a lower IQ?
Ask me what the genes are, and I'm giving you the support for it.
So what are the genes?
That's actually not what I asked you.
It said in the last 30,000 years. Yeah, we'll keep.
What are the genes? What are the genes?
What I just said, right?
What are the genes?
What I just said, yes. That race is purely a social construct and human evolution stopped before historical times.
But it's not a social construct. You want me to prove
Then what
how
is
it's
it?
not a social construct?
No, I don't want you to prove that race is not a social construct before you tell me what the biological difference is between black and white people that give black people a lower IQ.
This is why the right thinks you're crazy, Dean. You think that
say whatever you want. Say whatever you want, little bro. Listen, say whatever you want. Crash the fuck out, John. It's not going to change the fact that I have a wall of inevitability built around me, and it is coming swiftly to you. You have to tell me what the biological difference is between black and white people.
I need to read this.
That gives black people
says,
a lower IQ.
It says in this article, a long-standing orthodoxy among social scientists holds that human races are a social construct and have no biological basis. It immediately follows this argument up by saying, analysis of genomes found across the world establishes that there is a biological basis despite the official statements. Overall position ranks it as an orthodoxy, saying that it's purely a social construct, not of a biological basis.
So what's the difference, John?
Here's where explaining Ashkenazi IQ. You want me to read you that?
I want the difference between white people and black people that give black people a lower IQ.
Well, you want me to read this to you?
I just want to know what the relevant biological difference is between black people and white people that give black people a lower IQ. What is it, John?
I told you I said about 70,000 years of evolution.
No,
This article
that
says
would
about
be
30,000.
that would be in accordance with your view, the cause of the difference, not the difference in of itself.
Dean, I've given you my best answer. I gave
Well,
you
then you've not given me an answer. Then you've not given me an answer. Like if I were to ask
the
you,
answer.
if
You don't like the answer.
If I were to ask you specifically what speed is this ball moving at, and then you were like, well, I kicked the ball. That wouldn't be an answer to the question of at what speed the ball is moving at. Sure, you'd be describing why it's moving at the speed it is, but you wouldn't be telling me the speed it's moving at specifically. The question I'm asking you is, what are the specific biological differences between black people and white people that give black people a lower IQ? In response, you've said you think it's 70,000 years of evolution. 70,000 years of evolution is not a biological difference. 70,000 years of evolution could explain a biological difference. So I want you to tell me what that difference is.
With brain size and frontal cortex and
Front
you know,
the front? Do you mean the prefrontal cortex?
Yeah, prefrontal cortex.
Okay, so now what are the specific differences? What are the very specific differences between the prefrontal cortex of a black person and a white person?
Well, this is why part of the reason black people are more.
No. What are the specific biological differences between the prefrontal cortex of a black person and a white person?
Well, black people have higher, on average, serum testosterone levels, right? So
And
this
we're
is
talking
going to
about
factor
brain
in-
differences,
this is
right?
well, I know, but it's going to affect impulse control.
You're not
But we were
answering my
talking about
question.
differences in brain size.
What are these specific differences, okay, between the prefrontal cortex of black people and white people?
Dean, I'm answering you, man. I'm telling you the way that testosterone levels on average in black people are actually higher. So this is going to happen because prefrontal cortex is what regulates impulse control.
So
and
do
all
you
kinds
think
of
do,
things,
so do you
right?
think that black women
This
are
is the
more intelligent than
difference.
white men since black women have a lower level of testosterone than white men?
No.
Wait, so why
okay.
not?
Wait, why not? Under your view, why wouldn't that be implied?
No, but I was talking specifically about impulse control.
Okay, so you think that black women have more impulse control than white men?
That's a good question, actually.
Wait, but it's directly implied by your logic. Okay, so if you don't know, right, that black women have more impulse control than white men, even though they have lower levels of testosterone, even if it were to be true that black men were to have higher levels of testosterone than white men, under your view, you'd still not know if they have more or less impulse control.
Yeah, I mean, it would have to. I would probably say no on average because the lower IQ actually.
Sorry, Jaden. I know that you wanted to get it. I might have decided to kick him.
Oh, no problem.
Dude, I'm so sorry. The racists just they can't keep it together. There's no argument ever. Obviously.
Yeah, it's never really linear. It's always a hodgepodge in an attempt to overwhelm the conversation past any point of refutation. I'm not surprised, but it was fun.
Yeah. Hey, Jaden, man, I appreciate you for coming up.
Well, thank you for having me. I appreciate you.
Yeah, you take care, man.
Thank you.
Shout out to Jaden. Okay, guys, we've now been live for 4 hours and 20 minutes. I'm actually going to start hopping off here. Jessica, thank you for the $2. And then Sandra, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo, who says, you've debated this cuck before and he always defers to race. God damn it. I need to get better at remembering my guests. Thank you for the $20, Sandra. Let's get 200 Sandra W's. Ella with the $7.77. You're so funny. Please don't go bald. I'm definitely going to be bald in like 10 years. Michael, thank you for the $10. Who says for putting up for these guests. Thank you for the $10, man. And then Siri with the $2 over on PayPal. Rebecca, thank you for the $1 who says bigotry is also a common behavioral symptom of various mental health issues that have paranoid features. Haley, thank you for the $10 who says you've helped me so much. I become a big fan due to your defense of how Trump has sexually messed with people. I'm going to go and keep the second part of your message to myself, Haley. I'm sorry that happened to you, and I'm happy that you found an affinity for this stream, and I'm happy that helps you out. Thank you for the $10. And then Jenny, thank you so much for the $10 as well. I appreciate you, Jenny. And then Shelby, thank you so much for the $20. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Show some love to Shelby down below in that chat for the 20. Let's get 200 Shelby W's. And hey, it looks like we're all caught up. I'd just like to make it known. I've had so many of you guys show just like an insane amount of love today. If there's anyone watching who sent a donation that I missed, that I didn't shout out, please, once I end the stream, bump it with a comment under it, and I will read it, and I'd love to do that. And I'm sorry that I missed it. There's been so much love today that I had to have missed a few, right? We're actually going to thank two more people here. Kayla, thank you for the $25. I appreciate you. You're awesome. Who says, I voted in 2020 and voted Trump because Republican family, yay, Trump with zero facts. Found you during COVID. Wait, it's not loading your message. Oh, there it is. Found you during COVID, disagreed at first, then asked questions. Haven't voted for Trump since. Thank you for educating first-time uneducated and bandwagon voters like me. Love you. Oh, Kayla, I love you too. Thank you for the kind words and the $25. And I'm really happy that we're able to help change your mind. That's awesome. And then BC, thank you for the $100 over on Super Chat. My God, dude. Thank you. You guys have been going nuts today. Thank you for the $100, BC. Let's get 1,000 BCWs before we end the stream. Who says, if it was not a red line having an American citizen executed while not breaking the law, then you don't have one. You would be the worst of all Americans that don't care about the Constitution. F these un-American citizens, and we failed Reconstruction hard. I couldn't agree with you more, BC. Thank you for the words and for the $100. Fucking based. We're going to go to the end at this point, folks. You're going to hear from me maybe tonight, tomorrow, about what happened in Portland. I'm going to wait for more facts of the circumstances that led to the shooting to come out before I start talking about it a whole lot. I love y'all. Crazy stream today. I'm absolutely whooped. See y'all tomorrow. Peace and love, guys. Hit that follow button on TikTok before you head out. And if you're watching on YouTube, drop a sub and drop a comment on the VOD and a like on the video too. Peace and love, guys. Bye-bye. Wow.